3 weeks before labor, I found my SIL planned for 7 months to trap my husband with her friend, waiting until I was too fat to fight back. My sister-in-law is my husband's half-sister, as a result of their mother's adultery. When his dad, whose name is Henrik, was 13, he split from their mother when a DNA test revealed she was not his child. Henrik refused to deal with my sister-in-law but remained close to my husband. As a result, my sister-in-law feels extremely dependent on my husband. My husband is also very protective of his sister and would not tolerate anything nasty being spoken about her, despite the fact that she can be extremely unruly and erratic at times, even crying during our engagement party because she did not receive any gifts. Anyway, my husband and I purchased a property last year that includes its own indoor swimming pool. My sister-in-law was overjoyed when she saw it and requested if she may use it occasionally with a friend. We agreed that was fine as long as she gave us warning before showing up. She and her buddy Sophia have used it numerous times previously, but virtually never when my husband is home. With CVID resurfacing, my husband has begun to work from home on occasion. My sister-in-law asked if she and Sophia may come over to use the pool. I told her I didn't want them to come over because I was pregnant, but my sister-in-law asked if they could come over provided she and Sophia were isolated for 3 weeks, and my husband agreed it was fine. 3 weeks later, they came to my residence. My husband was in his office, so they headed directly to the pool after making small conversation. My husband eventually came out after an hour, and we were hanging out in the kitchen. My sister-in-law stepped in to get a drink and began talking to my husband. Before returning to the pool, she stated, "Sophia's going to be overjoyed to see you." This was unusual because my husband and Sophia are not close. Sophia entered the kitchen 4 minutes later, dripping wet with a towel that didn't cover much, and spent the rest of her time talking to my husband until he excused himself to return to work. When she spoke to him, she was really happy and smiling. He'd say something snarky, and she'd laugh as if it were the best joke she'd ever heard. It seemed like she was flirting with him. Before she returned to the pool, she gave me this strange, smirky expression. Before leaving, they questioned my husband if he worked from home every day of the week. He affirmed that he was. For the next 3 weeks, they came over to the house every day to swim. Except Sophia never got into the water. Instead, she hung out at home in her bikini every day. When my husband came out to hang out with me, she would swiftly stop him and keep him chatting until he had to return to work. I prepared lunch for everyone, and when I excused myself to call my husband down, my sister-in-law interrupted me and said Sophia could do it for me. They exchanged a glance, and Sophia appeared overjoyed as she went to get him. Sophia's relationship with my husband had also become more physical. She placed her hands on his chest and arms, standing or sitting very close to him. To my husband's credit, he usually made room between them when she did something like this. I assume my sister-in-law is involved since she has recently made several pregnancy-related barbs at me. She told me a story about how one of her friend's boyfriends was cheating on her and then said something like, "Did you know a lot of men start cheating when their wives are pregnant?" She's also commented on how I look chubby now, which looks strange next to my husband because he's well built. If she saw my husband outside the office, she immediately hurried to alert Sophia. I spotted it yesterday when Sophia followed my husband into his office. I was in the hallway when I noticed her slipping in behind him and carefully closing the door. My heart began to race as I approached the door. I could hear her giggling through the thin walls. She had been making the same phony, high-pitched sound all week. My husband asked her to leave in a forceful but polite tone, explaining that he had a conference call. She did not depart immediately. I heard her remark something about how hard he worked and how he deserved to be rewarded. My husband went out hastily, his mouth hard. Sophia followed, adjusting her bikini top and giving me another of those smirks as she passed. That evening, after they had left, I tried to talk to my husband about it. He sat at the kitchen counter, browsing through emails on his lap. I put my hand on my expanding belly and took a deep breath. He looked up when I recounted Sophia's actions. His expression suddenly turned defensive. He said I was reading too much into it. That Sophia was only friendly. When I pointed out the touching and continual interruptions, he shrugged and stated he'd dealt with it by creating distance. He reminded me that Isabel had been through a lot with Henrik's rejection, and these pool visits were very important to her. The conversation concluded with him returning to his emails while I remained there, feeling more alone than before. The next morning, Isabel texted me to see if they might arrive earlier than normal. She explained that Sophia had a hair appointment later and wanted to catch some sun first. I was still in my jammies and hadn't had breakfast yet, but I said yes because saying no would just result in more turmoil. They arrived within 22 minutes. Isabel immediately commented on my looks, mentioning how weary I was, and recommended I try some under-eye cream she had been using. Sophia was already wearing her bikini, a red string number that left nothing to the imagination. My husband emerged from his office about 11 a.m. to get some coffee. Sophia virtually raced out of the pool area, water droplets gleaming on her skin. She placed herself between my husband and the coffee machine, reaching up to collect mugs from the top shelf. Her body brushed against his for a time, then he took a step back. She offered him a mug with a wink and asked if he could help her with her phone, which was not connecting to our Wi-Fi. He claimed he'd look at it later, but she insisted, caressing his forearm and claiming it would just be a second. Isabel arrived in the doorway, observing the scene with a strange smile. I resolved to make myself useful and began making food. Isabel sat at the kitchen island while I chopped fruit and began telling another story about relationships. This time, it was about a co-worker whose husband left her for a younger woman shortly after their child was born. She underlined how the new girlfriend was slimmer and more fun, whereas the ex-husband stated that he felt confined by domesticity. Her gaze kept moving to Sophia, who was still hanging around my husband, giggling at something on her phone that she insisted on showing him. The sequence lasted for several days. Sophia's bikinis grew smaller, her touches lasted longer, and her interruptions became more purposeful. She began bringing up inside jokes from past visits, attempting to develop a connection with my husband while excluding me. One afternoon, she sat at his normal spot at the kitchen table, forcing him to sit next to her when he arrived for lunch. She leaned against him, rubbing her breast into his arm as she showed him something on her phone. He instantly rose up and stated that he needed to return to work. Isabel's comments became crueler. She mentioned how pregnancy permanently alters a woman's body, and how some males are unable to cope with the shift. She brought up statistics concerning divorce rates after children, always presenting them as casual conversation. When I challenged her about it, she appeared hurt, and explained that she was just trying to prepare me for reality. She accused me of being hormonal and neurotic, and that I was creating problems where none existed. I began capturing everything. Every touch, comment, and smirk. I photographed Sophia in her many barely there bikinis. I noted when she followed my husband. I recorded Isabel's harsh comments on my phone. My husband noticed me doing this one evening and inquired what I was doing. When I explained, he sighed deeply and claimed I was being obsessed. He argued Isabel would never purposefully injure me, and that I was misinterpreting her innocent conduct due to pregnant hormones. The breaking point occurred on a Thursday. I was 8.5 months pregnant and felt enormous and uncomfortable. Sophia arrived in what could barely be termed a bikini. Triangles of fabric held together by strings. She stopped pretending to swim and instead laid on a pool chair ideally positioned so my husband could see her through his office window. Around lunchtime she walked inside, ostensibly for water. I followed softly and found her outside his office door, altering her top to reveal more cleavage. She knocked and entered without waiting for an answer. I put my ear against the door. She was applauding his work ethic again, noting that any lady would be fortunate to have him. Her voice became lower and more intimate. I heard movement, followed by my husband's crisp, clear voice commanding her to stop. The door swung wide and he stormed out, his face flushed with rage. Sophia emerged behind him, her lipstick stained, and reached for his arm. He jerked away and ordered her to leave his house immediately. Isabel raced in from the pool area, demanding to know what had occurred. My husband explained that Sophia attempted to kiss him. Instead of being startled or sorry, Isabel turned on me. She accused me of poisoning my husband to harm them, as well as being jealous and domineering. She claimed I was threatened by younger, prettier women and was taking it out on poor Sophia. Sophia stood there with phony tears in her eyes, stating that my husband had misinterpreted her intentions. My husband's cheeks turned frigid. He told them both to go and not return. Isabel burst into tears, claiming he had chosen his neurotic wife over his own sister. She mentioned Henrik and how he had abandoned her, and now my husband was doing the same thing. It was emotional manipulation at its best. For a brief while, I noticed my husband waver. Then Sophia made an error. She muttered something about how I didn't deserve him and had trapped him with a baby. The hush that ensued was deafening. My husband's countenance changed from rage to awareness. He actually looked at Isabel and questioned whether this was intended. Isabel's weeping ceased abruptly. She raised her chin proudly, claiming that she was simply looking out for him and that he deserved better than an obese, anxious wife who would only become worse once the baby arrived. She stated Sophia understood him and could make him happy in ways I couldn't. My husband told them to go. His voice was low yet forceful. Isabel tried more tears and guilt over Henrik, but he refused to budge. As they retrieved their belongings, Sophia's phone fell from her bag. It landed face up, and the screen lit up with messages. Before she could take it, I noticed my name in the text preview. My husband took it up, and Sophia lunged for it, but he kept it and read the notes aloud. The texts revealed all. Isabel had been coaching Sophia for weeks, informing her exactly when my husband would be available, what to wear, and how to behave. There were messages about waiting until I was too pregnant to fight back, and about how men were most susceptible when their women were not attractive. The final message sent that morning read, "Today's the day, he won't be able to resist anymore." Sophia snatched her phone and dashed out. Isabel stood motionless, her strategy exposed. My husband asked her why, his voice cracking slightly. She laughed bitterly and claimed we had it all. The house, the pool, the baby on the way, and each other. She had nothing but a father who refused to acknowledge her and a sibling who tolerated her out of remorse. She wanted to hurt me in the same way she had been hurt. She wanted to destroy something lovely since she didn't have it. My husband urged her to go and not contact us again. She screamed that he would regret it and that families were supposed to keep together. He stated that families do not aim to damage each other's marriages. As she stormed out, she shrieked that if I became big and dull after the baby, he'd wish he'd listened to her. The door banged behind her, and the house became quiet. I collapsed into a kitchen chair, my hands trembling. The stress of the previous weeks washed over me in waves. My husband knelt alongside me and apologized over and over. He claimed he'd been blind, that his remorse for Isabel's circumstances had kept him from seeing who she truly was. He stated that dismissing my concerns was simpler than facing the truth about his sister. We hugged each other in the kitchen while I cried, letting go of weeks of stress and dread. That night, I began getting contractions. The stress had induced early labor. My husband took me to the hospital, holding my hand and promising a different outcome. While we waited for the doctor, he blocked Isabel's number on both of our phones. He also contacted Henrik for the first time in months, realizing why he had kept his distance from Isabel all these years. Henrik was not surprised by what had occurred, claiming Isabel had always been manipulative, even as a youngster. The doctor told us that the contractions were only Braxton Hicks caused by stress. She ordered bed rest and advised me to prevent any further emotional turmoil. My husband assisted me into the car, his hand never leaving mine. Throughout the trip home, he kept looking at me, his face furrowed with concern and shame. When we returned, the house felt different, emptier, but oddly safer without the constant danger of invasion. My husband called in sick the next morning at work. He cooked me breakfast in bed and sat next to me, finally ready to discuss what had transpired. He told me about growing up with the weight of Isabel's existence, and how Elena would cry and ask him to be nice to his sister since she didn't have anybody else. He stated how Henrik's utter rejection of Isabel made him feel responsible for her happiness, even when she broke rules. He'd spent years making excuses for her conduct, convincing himself that her neediness and manipulation were simply signs of desertion. His phone was buzzing while we were talking. Isabel was phoning from various numbers and leaving voicemails ranging from emotional apologies to vicious threats. She texted from applications we hadn't blocked yet, switching between claiming to be serious and threatening to ruin our life. My husband showed me each communication before deleting it, so there was no longer anything hidden from me. One especially vicious text stated that she had already informed Elena that I was abusing him, isolating him from his family. Another claimed she had images of him with Sophia that she had altered to appear compromising. Elena called that afternoon. My husband turned her on speaker so I could hear. She was enraged, accusing me of brainwashing her son against his sister, of being jealous and domineering. She claimed Isabel had told her everything. How I had banished her from our home. How I accused Sophia, an innocent person, of terrible things. How I used the baby to catch my husband. My husband quietly informed his mother the truth about the text messages and attempted kiss. Elena went quiet, then explained that Isabel was simply bewildered and that we were overreacting. She recommended that we all meet for supper to sort things out. My husband said, "No," and hung up. Stress was having an impact on my pregnancy. I couldn't keep anything down, and my blood pressure rose. My husband took me back to the doctor, who put me on modified bed rest and told me that if things didn't improve, they might have to induce labor early. The baby measured small, most likely due to my inability to eat adequately. I felt as if I was failing my child before she was born, all because of Isabel's sick games. My husband hired a security company to replace all of our locks and add cameras. He wasn't taking any chances after Isabel's mounting threats. The security specialist stated that in circumstances like these, family members frequently escalate when cut off. He suggested we document everything and consider getting a restraining order. My husband was uneasy with the idea of pursuing legal action against family members, but he agreed to maintain it as an option. Sophia came to our home 4 days after the confrontation. My husband was in the shower, so I responded via the security chain. She looked different, with no makeup and wearing regular clothing instead of a bikini. She asked if we could speak. Against my better judgment, I let her to stand on the porch as I listened through the partially open door. She said Isabel had also manipulated her. She guaranteed her that my husband was miserable and looking for an escape. She stated that Isabel had been feeding her information for months, showing her images of my husband and telling her stories about how he grumbled about me. Sophia took out her phone and showed me other messages that I hadn't seen. Isabel had conjured up a complex scenario in which my husband secretly loved Sophia but felt forced to stay with me because of the baby. She told Sophia that I was emotionally abusive, that I controlled his funds, and that he was unhappy. The text dated back 7 months, well before the pool visits began. This had been planned since before I became pregnant. Sophia claimed she felt bad when she learned it was all a lie, but I noted she never apologized for attempting to kiss my husband, or for parading about half naked in my home. My husband arrived downstairs, as Sophia was leaving. I told him what she had said. He was outraged that she had gone to our place, but he was also concerned about the timing. Isabel had been planning for 7 months while attending our family dinners, claiming to be delighted about the baby, hugging me, and calling me sister. The betrayal was deeper than we imagined. That night, unable to sleep, I browsed through our photo albums online. It was seen in image after photo. Isabel's phony grins, how she positioned herself close to my husband, and how she angled her body away from me. In our pregnancy announcement photo, she was gazing at him, not at the camera. At our housewarming celebration, she spent the entire time following him around. How had I been so blind? My husband discovered me crying over my laptop at 4 a.m. He gently closed it and helped me back into bed. He swore we'd make it through this together, that Isabel would never hurt us again. Even as he held me, I could feel tension in his body. He was grieving for the sister he believed he had, the relationship he worked so hard to keep despite all the red signs. The following week presented new obstacles. Isabel began showing up at my husband's workplace. Security would refuse her away, but she would remain outside the building for hours, crying and making a disturbance. His coworkers began asking questions. His employer approached him to see whether everything was well at home. The affiliation with her drama was tarnishing his professional reputation, which he had worked so hard to build. Then began the social media effort. Isabel set up several phony identities to remark on her images, spreading tales about violence and infidelity. She shared old images of herself and my husband, with remarks about how I ruined their love. She also made a phony profile pretending to be me, writing derogatory comments about her and then screenshotting them as proof of my cruelty. We reported each account, but new ones appeared faster than they could be erased. Elena began calling relatives to share Isabel's version of events. His aunt called to lecture him on family loyalty. Adrian, his cousin, texted to express his disappointment with my husband's treatment of his sister. Isabel's family, which had scarcely acknowledged her existence for years, suddenly banded together to condemn us. My husband spent hours on the phone explaining the reality, but Isabel had spoken her narrative first, and people believed whatever they chose to believe. The tension was taking its toll on our marriage. My husband became withdrawn, working longer hours to avoid dealing with the situation. When he was at home, he was always on his phone, either erasing Isabel's messages or bickering with family. I felt like I was losing him to the turmoil we'd sought to avoid. One night, I discovered him standing in the nursery, which we had just started decorating, looking disoriented. He stated that he was afraid. I was scared Isabel would never stop. We were terrified that our daughter would grow up in such a poisonous environment. Fearful that he had failed as a brother and would fail as a father. I was 9 months pregnant when Isabel escalated again. She began dating someone new, and invited him to stalk us. They'd sit in a car outside our house and watch. When my husband challenged them, the boyfriend said he was unaware of any restraining order. We hadn't filed one yet, and Isabel informed him that I was keeping her niece hostage. The police were contacted, but because they weren't officially on our property, they couldn't do much more than ask them to leave. My doctor became increasingly concerned about my health. The baby wasn't gaining enough weight, and my blood pressure remained dangerously high. She suggested inducing labor at 38 weeks if things did not improve. The prospect of involving my baby in this pandemonium horrified me. When I considered Isabel maybe attempting to harm our child in retaliation for us, I began getting panic attacks and finding it difficult to breathe. My husband eventually broke down and called Henrik. They hadn't spoken since the night in the hospital, but he needed advice from someone who understood Isabel's destructive nature. Henrik listened intently as my husband described what had transpired. Henrik groaned as he concluded, saying he had thought Isabel would change as she grew older, but some people are simply born broken. He volunteered to assist pay for a lawyer if we needed one, which was the first time he accepted responsibility for the problem. My husband appeared to change after his chat with Henrik. He returned home with a determination I had not seen in weeks. He had scheduled an appointment with a family lawyer to examine our alternatives. He had also arranged for us to spend a few days with Henrik to get away from the house and the constant surveillance. Most crucially, he had written Isabel a letter, not to transmit, but to process his own emotions. He read the letter to me. In it, he informed Isabel about all the times he'd defended her, all the relationships he'd ruined to protect her feelings, and all the sorrow he felt for Henrik's rejection of her. He talked about how he wanted to be the brother she needed, and how he ignored every warning flag because he believed love meant accepting someone unconditionally. He described how her activities had almost cost him his marriage and possibly his child's health. The letter concluded with him forgiving her, but he acknowledged that forgiveness did not imply allowing her back into our lives. We spent 4 days at Henrik's home. It felt strange at first. Henrik had never been warm, and the place resembled a museum. They did, however, gradually begin to communicate. Henrik told anecdotes of Isabel's early years, the lies she uttered as a youngster, and how she forced Elena into affairs by inciting conflict between her parents. He revealed that the affair that produced Isabel was not the first, but rather the first to result in pregnancy. Isabel's biological father had refused to see her, which Henrik thought had harmed something basic in her psyche. While we were away, Isabel broke into our home. The security cameras captured everything. She utilized a key we had no idea she possessed, most likely copied during one of her pool excursions. She went through our bedroom, closets, and nursery. She photographed everything, including personal documents. She spray-painted baby killer on the nursery wall and placed a doll with its head removed in the cot we had just put together. She remained in the residence for less than 11 minutes. However, the breach felt huge. The police finally took it seriously. Breaking and entering, damage, and the implied threat of the headless doll were all grounds for criminal charges. They apprehended Isabel at her apartment, where they discovered evidence of her obsession. Hundreds of images of my husband, printed screenshots of our social media accounts, and notebooks full of plots to split us up. She'd been recording our patterns, noting when we were at home, when we went to the doctor, and when we were vulnerable. My husband needed to see the evidence as part of the legal proceedings. He returned home horrified, unable to accept that the sister he had protected for so long was capable of such intentional brutality. The diaries revealed that she had been planning variants on this strategy for years, waiting for the opportune moment. Our pregnancy had been the catalyst, the ultimate symbol of the family she believed she deserved but could not have. Isabel's arrest made matters worse before they improved. Elena went into overdrive, contacting everyone she knew to rally support for her daughter. She hired a lawyer, who quickly began manipulating the narrative. Isabel was experiencing a mental health crisis. She had been provoked by childhood trauma. She needed assistance, not punishment. The local news picked up on the story, presenting it as a family feud gone wrong. Our names were kept out of it, but anyone who knew us could figure out the details. I went into labor 3 weeks early. The tension eventually overcame my body's ability to safeguard the baby. It was a rough delivery. The baby was little, and my blood pressure rose rapidly. For a harrowing few hours, the doctors were unsure if either of us would survive. My husband later told me that it was the worst night of his life, far worse than finding out Isabel had betrayed him. He'd sat in the waiting room praying to a God he didn't believe in, and promising anything if we lived. We survived. Our daughter was little yet brave, defying all odds to enter the world. When the nurse placed her on my chest, I felt a surge of protective instinct unlike anything I'd ever known. This small creature was utterly reliant on us, and I would do anything to keep her safe from the insanity that had characterized her pregnancy. My husband cried as he held her for the first time. He murmured to her that she would always be loved, protected, and never twisted or used as a pawn in someone else's game. He told her about the positive aspects of our family, the individuals who would love her without conditions or ulterior intentions. He did not mention Isabel, the relative she will never meet. We stayed at the hospital for 6 days, as our daughter gained weight and my blood pressure remained stable. During that period, my husband contended with an ongoing legal matter. Isabel's lawyer advocated for a plea offer that included obligatory therapy rather than jail time. The prosecution cautioned us that with her clean record and familial connection, she was likely to receive probation at best. It felt like a slap in the face after everything she had put us through. However, my husband stated that he no longer cared about punishment. He just wanted her out of our lives. Henrik came to visit us in the hospital and brought a stuffed elephant for the baby. He said it was the first baby gift he had ever given. He held his granddaughter awkwardly but kindly, and I noticed a softness in his expression. He told my husband he was proud of him for protecting his family and interrupting the pattern of enabling that had led Isabel to become who she was. He promised to assist us relocate if we wanted a new start somewhere Isabel couldn't find us. When we went home, the prospect of moving seemed more tempting. Even when the nursery was repainted and the locks were changed again, the house still felt polluted. Every area evoked memories of Sophia's attempted seduction, Isabel's manipulations, and the weeks of stress that nearly cost us everything. The pool, once a selling point, now resembled a crime scene. We couldn't look at it without recalling. My husband's workplace offered him a move to their West Coast headquarters. It would entail abandoning everything we know. We started again in a city where no one knew our tale. We'd be 3,500 miles from Isabel, Elena, and the family members who still saw us as the culprits. It would also entail abandoning the support structure we did have. My parents, our true friends, and the life we built before everything went wrong. We spent long nights talking about it while our daughters slept between us. The prosecution against Isabel was moving forward, but her counsel was successful in portraying her as a victim of mental illness compounded by familial tragedy. She'd been freed on bail with certain terms, including no contact with us, forced therapy, and regular check-ins with a probation officer. But we understood conditions were meaningless to someone who had spent months preparing our demise. Isabel's violation of her bail conditions forced us to make the decision. She did not contact us personally, but instead assigned Sophia to perform her dirty work. Sophia approached me at the grocery store while my daughter was strapped to my chest in a carrier. She said Isabel wanted to apologize, that she was getting assistance, and that she just wanted to see the kid once. Sophia grabbed my elbow and shouted at me, telling me that I had ruined a family and that I would suffer the consequences. Another shopper interfered, and Sophia left, but the harm had been done. I sat in my car, shaking, clutching my baby tightly, knowing we'd never be secure as long as we stayed. My husband made his transfer request that night. When he described the problem to his firm, they expedited it. Within 3 weeks they had arranged for movers, temporary corporate housing, and a position that included a slight rise. Henrik assisted us in promptly selling the house, allowing us to obtain independence without incurring a loss. We only told our closest friends and my parents where we were going and swore them to secrecy. Isabel was detained again for breaking her bond after we published the grocery store incident. This time, the judge revoked bail completely. Her lawyer's protests would go unheard as she remained in detention awaiting trial. My husband did not attend the hearing, but Henrik did, and he reported that Isabel yelled and wailed, accusing us of ruining her life. Despite suffering penalties, she refused to accept responsibility for her conduct. Our final week in town was bittersweet. My parents spent every available moment with their granddaughter, capturing thousands of photos and videos. They knew why we had to leave, but they regretted the barrier it would create between us. My mother assisted me in packing the nursery, meticulously wrapping each thing we had bought with so much hope before our lives crashed. She pledged to pay frequent visits in order to maintain her bond with the infant. My husband met with the prosecutor one last time. They had offered Isabel a deal: 3 years of probation, forced psychiatric therapy, and a permanent restraining order. If she broke any of the terms, she would face 6 years in prison. It wasn't the justice we were looking for, but it was something. The prosecutor informed us that given our relocation and the legal constraints, Isabel would have a difficult time finding us, let alone pestering us. Elena made one final attempt to reconcile. She arrived at our door the night before we went, appearing older and smaller than I remembered. She implored my husband to reconsider, saying Isabel was getting assistance and that the family should forgive. My husband let her glimpse the baby through the glass but would not let her in. He informed her that forgiveness did not imply forgetting and that safeguarding his daughter required keeping her away from anyone who supported Isabel's behavior. Elena departed crying, but her tears did not move him. We drove away from our house before dawn, with the baby resting soundly in her car seat. My husband reached across and took my hand as we approached the municipal boundaries. In the rearview mirror, I saw our previous life vanish. There was both uncertainty and optimism ahead of us. Hope for a life free of manipulation, poisonous family relationships, and constant anxiety of what Isabel may do next. We had lost a lot: family relationships, our dream home, our sense of security. But we had also gained something. The realization that we could get through anything together, that our love was stronger than anyone's attempts to ruin it. The drive across the country took 6 days. We stopped at random motels, ate in modest diners, and gradually felt the weight of the previous months lift. Each mile increased the distance between us and the turmoil. Our daughter experienced her first sunset in New Mexico and her first mountains in Colorado. My husband grinned more in 6 days than he had in months. By the time we arrived at the Pacific Ocean, we felt like different people. Injured, but healing, wounded yet complete. Our new apartment overlooks the Pacific and is a small 2-bedroom that cost twice as much as our previous mortgage. My husband set up his home office in the corner of our bedroom, and I organized the baby's belongings in the little nursery. The building had no pool, only a small patio with fading plants. Our daughter didn't care. She was delighted by the seagulls that had landed on our balcony. The first week we kept looking over our shoulders. Every woman with black hair caused my heart to rush. My husband added extra locks and a doorbell camera, despite the fact that we were on the 3rd story. He'd get up at night to check the windows, then stand over the baby's cot, simply watching her breathe. I caught him obsessively Googling Isabel's name, looking for any indication she'd been released or discovered our whereabouts. His new co-workers invited us to a weekend barbecue. We almost didn't go, but being isolated was as unhealthy. At the celebration, someone inquired about family visits. My husband's jaw tensed as he explained that we were not close to our families. Lucia, the host's wife, must have detected something, as she swiftly changed the conversation. Later she approached me and explained that she had moved here to escape her own terrible family situation. She didn't ask any questions. She simply handed me her phone number. 4 weeks into our new life, my husband's phone rang at 3 a.m. Elena's number appeared on the screen. We had forgotten to block her from his work phone. He let it go to voicemail. Her message was mumbled, possibly hammered. She rambled on about how we had wrecked Isabel, how she was in jail due to our falsehoods, and how we had taken her grandchild. She closed by stating that she had hired a private investigator to find us. My husband deleted the message and blocked the number, but he didn't sleep again that night. I started going to a new mothers group at the community center. The other women shared their delivery tales and grumbled about sleepless nights. When they asked about my delivery, I kept it vague, only mentioning that it was early due to stress. One mother, Anna, had similarly given birth early. Her son was in the NICU for several weeks. We bonded over small babies that fought to enter the world. She became my first true friend here. Someone who was unaware of our history. My husband plunged himself into work. His new team was launching a large project, and the long hours gave him purpose. He'd come home fatigued, but somehow lighter. His employer was impressed by his effort and mentioned opportunities for growth. For the first time in months he spoke about the future without that haunting expression in his eyes. Then Sophia discovered my Instagram. I had kept it private, but she formed a phony account and pretended to be someone from my mother's club. The message was brief. "She's leaving soon. She knows where you are." I immediately presented it to my husband. He called Henrik, who confirmed that Isabel was still in detention awaiting trial. The message was false, but the damage was done. That night, I deleted all of my social media. My parents came to see our baby when she was 4 months old. They tried to mask their regret about the distance by focusing on how much she had grown. My mother held her continuously and memorized every detail. My father assisted my husband in installing better locks, and neither of them understood why we needed them. When they went, my mother grabbed me tightly and whispered that we had done the right thing. The prosecutor called to provide an update. Isabel had agreed to the plea deal, 3 years probation, mandatory therapy, and a permanent restraining order. She would be discharged in a week. My husband's hand shook while he took notes. The prosecutor reminded us that breaching the injunction resulted in automatic prison time and that we were protected. But we both knew paper couldn't stop someone who was determined to harm us. Lucia invited us to dinner. Her husband Matteo was a lawyer who handled a number of family conflicts. My husband inquired about the enforcement of restraining orders without providing any details. Matteo emphasized the reality. They were only as effective as the individual's willingness to obey them. He offered to refer a colleague who specializes in harassment issues. We declined, saying we were not ready to open that door yet. Our daughter began sleeping throughout the night. Such a minor detail, but it felt big after everything. My husband would sneak into her room and watch her sleep happily. One night, I discovered him crying silently. He stated she appeared naive, ignorant of the pandemonium that had erupted upon her arrival. He told her over again that she would never be subjected to such exploitation. Henrik called with news. Isabel had been released and went straight to their old residence. She'd been screaming outside for hours before neighbors contacted police. She was detained for breaking the restraining order. We had no idea it extended to the property. This time the judge was not lenient. She received an 8-month sentence in jail. There are no plea deals. Henrik stated that Elena had fainted in court and begged them to reconsider. I returned to work part-time and found a remote position that allowed me to stay at home with the baby. My new co-workers had no idea about pools, sisters-in-law, or restraining orders. To them, I was simply another busy mother juggling feeding schedules and video chats. The normalcy seemed strange, but welcoming. My husband would take the infant to key meetings and bounce her while working at his standing desk. Anna referred me to her sister-in-law who maintained a tiny daycare in her house. We went to check it out for when I started full-time. The woman was warm, and her home was bright and cheery. There are no pools, only a little sandbox in the backyard. Our daughter sought for the other babies, already social despite her turbulent beginnings. We added ourselves to the waiting list. My husband's firm promoted him to team leader. The role came with a significant salary increase and more flexible hours. He agreed immediately, seeing it as another step away from our previous life. His new business cards arrived with our revised address. He looked at them for a long time before placing them in his wallet. Such a simple thing, but it symbolized our new beginning. Then his cousin Adrian discovered us. Not literally, but through LinkedIn. The message was long and accusatory. He described us as harsh, stated that family should forgive family, and claimed that Isabel was suffering in jail as a result of our vengeance. He mentioned that their grandmother, Margot, was ill and likely dying, and asked how we could keep her great-grandchild away during her final days. My husband did not respond. He screenshotted everything for our records and then blocked him. Lucia planned a beach day for numerous families. We nearly said no. Beaches meant swimsuits, and swimsuits evoked memories. However, our daughter had never seen the ocean up close. She squealed as the waves hit her toes and grabbed handfuls of sand in amazement. Other parents shared snacks and sunscreen. Nobody brought up pools or asked why I tensed when someone changed their bikini strap. 8 months passed. Isabel was released again. This time she did not come looking for us. Henrik stated that she had moved in with Elena, was attending treatment, and had acquired a job at a retail store. She supposedly told folks that she no longer had a sibling. The news should have relieved us, but we knew better than to believe her makeovers. Our lease was up for renewal. The landlord offered a 3-year lease with modest increases. We signed immediately. This modest apartment, with no pool, had become our retreat. Our daughter took her first steps along the short hall. She said her first word, "Bird," from the balcony. Every milestone occurred here, unaffected by the past. My husband joined a weekend basketball league at work. Physical exertion helped to alleviate the remaining anxiousness. He'd return home sweating and grinning, telling me about missed shots and jovial trash talk. His teammates had no idea why he would obsessively check his phone during breaks, or always position themselves to watch the gym door. One evening, while preparing dinner, my husband's phone rang. Unknown number with a local area code. He almost didn't respond, but something made him pick up. It was Sophia. She was crying and apologizing, saying she was in treatment and realized how wrong she had been. She begged for pardon, claiming that Isabel had also deceived her. My husband hung up without responding and quickly contacted our attorney. The restraining order was amended to clearly include Sophia. The lawyer stated that while her communication was technically a breach, punishment for a single phone call was unlikely. He told us to document everything and notify the police if she approached us again. That night we decided to invest in a better security system. The installation felt like admitting defeat, but we prioritized our daughter's safety. Lucia's son and our daughter grew inseparable during playdates. They'd chatter to each other in baby language and share toys with the generosity that only toddlers have. Watching them, I realized that our daughter would grow up without cousins or aunts. We had chosen a new family to replace the one we had lost. It was not conventional, but it was healthier. My husband's nightmares reduced but never completely ceased. He would wake up, gasping, and reach for his phone to check the security cameras. I'd hold him until his breathing calmed down, reminding him we were secure, 3,500 miles and a restraining order away. Our daughter slept through everything, unconscious of her father's concerns. We'd kept her innocence, even if we'd lost our own. Henrik came for our daughter's first birthday. He'd clearly aged, the stress of dealing with Isabel's disarray taking its toll. He delivered a modest gift and a hefty check, claiming it was for her education fund. Over coffee he acknowledged to seeing a therapist to work through his role in supporting Isabel. He was learning to set boundaries, including with Elena. Progress was gradual at his age, but it came. The birthday party was tiny, consisting of Anna's family, Lucia's, and a few others from our building. Nobody questioned why no extended family members attended. Our daughter enthusiastically demolished her cake as we sang. My husband snapped hundreds of images, allowing fresh memories to dominate the old. She would not remember this day, but we would never forget it. Our first fearless celebration. That night, after the guests had left and the baby had fallen asleep, we sat on our small balcony. The water extended forever in front of us. My husband drew me in and whispered, "We'd made it through the worst." I wanted to believe him. Our daughter was healthy. We had jobs. We had created a community. But I still flinched when unknown numbers called, double-checked my locks before bed, and felt my heart race when I saw women with dark hair in the grocery store. 2 days later, a parcel arrived without a return address. My husband refused to let me open it and instead called building security. They carefully checked it before releasing the contents. A pricey and gorgeous baby dress. Along with a note from my niece. Security stored everything as proof. The police said it did not breach the restraining order because she did not contact us directly. Technically legal, yet emotionally offensive. We donated the dress to charity right away. That weekend we discovered a new flat in a different neighborhood, with better security and no forwarding address. As we packed, our daughter toddled around, attempting to assist by placing toys in boxes. She had no idea we were going to run again. For her, it was an adventure. We signed the lease that afternoon, paying more for quick occupancy. Lucia assisted us in moving without questioning the seriousness of the situation. By Sunday night, we had settled into our new house. Our daughter adjusted immediately, captivated by the different view from her window. My husband and I took a little longer to verify new locks and test new cameras. However, weariness eventually won out. We slept soundly for the first time in days, with our daughter safe between us. The daybreak signaled the start of another day of rebuilding our lives away from the chaos, one small accomplishment at a time. My sister screamed, "He stole it," and Dad dragged me out into the freezing night. 3 weeks later, she was exposed, and Dad begged me to return. I'm Marcus, 19 now, but I was 16 when this all went down. If you'd asked anyone in my family to describe me back then, they'd probably say, the problem child. That's what I was to them. The screw-up, the disappointment, the one who could never do anything right. My dad was one of those old-school types who believed respect only flows one direction, up. You give it to him without question, or you get the sharp edge of his temper and sometimes worse. My mom? She was his echo chamber, repeating every harsh word like it was scripture. And then there was Sierra, my sister, 2 years younger but somehow the golden child of the entire operation. Sierra could literally burn down the kitchen making microwave popcorn, and Dad would call it a learning opportunity. I'd forget to take out the trash one time and suddenly I'm irresponsible and going nowhere fast. That's how it always was. Everything she did got excused or praised. Everything I did proved I was destined to fail. When she aced a test, it was because she was naturally smart and hardworking. When I aced a test, it was dumb luck. She was the angel. I was the anchor dragging the family down. I always knew it was unfair, but I never thought she'd weaponize it the way she did that night. It started like any other evening. I was in my room on my ancient laptop, half downloading music and half pretending to do homework. It was late, maybe close to midnight. My door flew open so hard it slammed into the wall, and both my parents stormed in like I'd triggered some kind of alarm. Mom's face was flushed red. Dad's forehead veins were bulging. And behind them, Sierra was putting on an Oscar-worthy performance, sobbing so hard you'd think someone died. He stole it, she wailed, pointing straight at me. I saw him take it from Dad's wallet. What? I sat up, completely confused. Dad was already tearing through my room like a detective on a cop show. He grabbed my pillow, lifted it up, and there it was. A wad of crumpled bills, maybe $350 to $400, stuffed underneath. I swear my stomach dropped through the floor. I told you, Sierra choked out, fake tears streaming down her cheeks. My brain couldn't even process it. I hadn't touched his wallet. I hadn't been anywhere near it. But before I could get a word out, Dad was in my face, jabbing his finger into my chest. You've embarrassed this family for the last goddamn time. You think we haven't noticed things going missing before? You think we're idiots? I shot up, shaking my head. That's not mine. She planted it. She's lying. Why would I steal money when I've been saving every dollar I make from babysitting and mowing lawns? Ask Mrs. Chen next door. Enough! He barked so loud the window rattled. A liar and a thief. You've turned this house into a joke. I looked at Mom for backup, but she wouldn't even meet my eyes. She just repeated whatever Dad said like it was the law. Meanwhile, Sierra stood behind them with her head down, playing the traumatized saint. But I caught it. That tiny smirk, that flicker of satisfaction on her lips as Dad started throwing my stuff into a trash bag like I was garbage they were tossing out. Dad, please. It's not true, I said, my voice cracking. But it didn't matter. He grabbed my backpack from the corner, dumped it on the bed and started shoving random clothes inside. Mom started to say something, but one glare from Dad shut her up immediately. Sierra let out a huge sniffle. I'm scared to even be in the same house as him. What if he gets violent? What if he hurts me? That hurt worse than anything. I spun toward her, heart pounding. What are you talking about? I've never touched you. I've never. But the damage was done. Dad's jaw clenched. That's it. Out. Now. They shoved the bags into my arms and dragged me down the hallway, Sierra trailing behind, whispering just loud enough for me to hear. I told you they'd believe me. When we got to the front door, Dad yanked it open. The night air hit me like a slap, freezing cold. I was still barefoot, wearing sweatpants and a t-shirt. Dad shoved me onto the porch so hard I stumbled. My sneakers were sitting right by the door, so I grabbed them before he could slam it shut completely. You don't come back here until you're ready to admit what you did and apologize to your sister, he said, his voice cold and final. I didn't do anything. I choked out, my throat raw. She's lying to you. She set me up. Don't you dare talk about her like that, Dad snapped. She's been nothing but good to this family. You're jealous, Marcus. Jealous and bitter. The door slammed shut, rattling the glass. For a moment I just stood there, trash bag slipping from my hands, waiting for it to swing back open. Waiting for them to realize they'd just kicked out their own son over some crocodile tears and planted cash. It never did. I sat down on the porch steps, shivering, staring out at the quiet street. I wasn't just grounded. I wasn't just in trouble. I was out. Exiled. 15 years old, standing outside my own house with nothing but a trash bag of clothes and a backpack. I knew then that Sierra had won. She had their trust, their love, their blind loyalty. And I was disposable. I remember clutching that trash bag like it was a lifeline, my chest so tight I could barely breathe. Part of me wanted to pound on the door until they listened, another part knew it wouldn't matter. They'd made their choice. And as I finally stepped off that porch and started walking into the night, one thought burned brighter than the rest. They chose to believe her lies over my truth. That's when I realized I wasn't just the black sheep. I'd already been cut out of the herd. The first night I just walked around the block until my legs hurt. I wasn't even sure where I was going. It was late, freezing, and I was clutching a trash bag like some kind of runaway. I thought about crashing at the park, but the benches were soaked from the sprinklers. Then I remembered. Jenna lived a few blocks over. She'd been my best friend since middle school, so I figured maybe her parents would let me crash for the night. Her eyes went wide when she saw me standing there in sweatpants, holding a trash bag. She pulled me inside fast, whispered questions, and I told her they'd kick me out. She didn't look surprised, just sad. She gave me a blanket on the floor and some leftover pizza, and I slept better than I had in weeks. Her mom wasn't as sympathetic. The next morning she pulled me aside. She wasn't mean, just blunt. Marcus, you can stay a couple nights, but I can't afford another mouth to feed. You're gonna have to figure something else out. I nodded, pretending it was fine, but my stomach twisted. By the third night, Jenna's mom drove me to school early and told me I couldn't come back. That was it. I stuffed my trash bag into my locker and pretended I had somewhere else to go. From then on, I started couch surfing. A classmate let me crash on their couch one night. Another let me stay in their basement, but only for one night. People didn't want to deal with my family drama. After about a week, I ran out of options. That's when I started sleeping wherever I could, behind the gas station, in a corner near the dumpsters where the light didn't reach. I tried hiding in the library until closing, but the security guard found me after a couple nights and kicked me out. I even tried the school bathroom once, locking myself in a stall, but someone came in, saw my bag, and word spread fast. Hunger was worse than the cold. I had maybe $50 saved from mowing lawns and babysitting. That money disappeared fast on cheap burgers and vending machine snacks. After that, I either skipped meals or drank from water fountains. My stomach growled so loud in class I'd get stares. School didn't make things easier either. Sierra worked fast. By the end of the first week, everyone had heard the story. How I stole money from my dad. How I got kicked out. She made it sound like I was a junkie in training. Kids pulled their backpacks closer when I sat near them. Teachers gave me long looks that said they'd already been warned about me. One girl in math class moved her notebook as I sat down. Sorry, I don't want my stuff stolen, she muttered loud enough for everyone to hear. The whole row snickered. I wanted to scream, but I knew it wouldn't help. One day in the hallway, Tyler, some basketball player, shoulder-checked me hard and yelled, "Watch your hands, thief." I shoved him back on reflex, and for a second I thought we were about to throw down. A teacher broke it up, but I got the warning. Not him. One more incident, Marcus, and you're suspended. I heard it everywhere. Sierra's responsible with money, unlike some people. I'd catch her glance across the cafeteria, give me that tiny smirk, then go back to her perfect act with her friends. She was enjoying it. By the second week, I was a ghost at my own school. Nobody wanted me around. I sat alone, ate alone when I had food, and pretended I didn't care. But inside, it was eating me alive. Nights were the worst. I'd curl up with my backpack as a pillow and my hoodie over my face, hoping cops wouldn't hassle me or some drunk wouldn't stumble by. The cold concrete made my back ache. My shoes reeked from walking miles every day just to kill time, and all I could think was, my own family did this to me. Not strangers, not enemies. My sister. One night I tried sneaking back into the library. I figured if I hid better, maybe they wouldn't notice. I tucked myself behind a row of shelves, using my bag as a pillow. Around midnight the guard's flashlight hit me right in the eyes. He shook his head. "You can't stay here, kid." He walked me out the side door like I was trespassing. I didn't know where to go. And for the first time, the thought hit me. Maybe this is it. Maybe I'll just disappear out here and nobody will even notice. I ended up curled behind the gas station by the dumpsters. I closed my eyes, but all I saw was Sierra's smug little face, fake crying as my parents shoved me out the door. She'd won. At least for now. I kept telling myself that someone, anyone, would eventually listen. Maybe the adults at school weren't totally blind. Maybe someone in my family would actually grow a backbone. I was wrong. It all started when my dad found me. I'm not sure how he knew where I was. Maybe Sierra told him. Maybe he just drove around until he spotted me. I was sitting on a park bench, hoodie pulled tight, when his car's headlights hit me. He pulled up so fast I thought he was going to run me over. "Get in the car," he barked, slamming his door. I stayed planted on the bench, gut twisting just from hearing his voice. "Now," he demanded. I shook my head. "Not unless you're ready to admit Sierra lied." His face twisted like I'd spit on him. "Don't you dare talk about your sister like that. She's been through enough because of you." "Through enough," I shot back. "She planted the money. She framed me and You're going to come home," he cut me off, stepping closer, pointing his finger like a weapon. "You're going to admit what you did, and you're going to apologize. Or I'll call the cops and tell them you've been stealing from stores, panhandling on the street. You understand me?" I gripped the trash bag tighter. "I'm not coming home to be treated like garbage again. You can call whoever you want, but I'm not admitting to something I didn't do." For a second I thought he was going to hit me. His fists clenched. His face went red. But then he turned around, got back in the car, and drove off, tires screeching. That's when it hit me. He didn't want the truth. He just wanted control. The next day at school, I went to the counselor. I thought, maybe if I just lay it all out, they'll believe me. I sat in that office, heart pounding, and told her everything. How Sierra planted the money. How she brags about it. How my parents kicked me out. She listened, nodding with that blank counselor expression. When I finished, she sighed. "Marcus, I understand you're under a lot of stress, but accusing your sister without proof isn't going to help. Your parents already spoke to us. They're worried about your behavior. They said you've been unstable." Unstable. That word hit me the hardest. Like I was some ticking bomb instead of a kid sleeping behind gas stations. "I'm telling the truth," I said, voice shaking. She just shook her head. "Focus on your schoolwork. The best way to prove to your family that you're trustworthy is through your actions. So basically, suck it up." That's what she meant. I tried one more angle. I called my aunt from a payphone outside the grocery store. She picked up cheerfully until she heard my voice. Her tone shifted as soon as I explained what happened. "Marcus, this isn't something I can get involved in. Your parents are doing what they think is best. Maybe if you just apologized." I hung up before she could finish. My own blood didn't want to touch this mess. Everyone wanted the easy version of the story. Marcus is a screw-up. Sierra is perfect. Case closed. That night I sat outside the gas station, back against the wall, sipping water I'd filled in the bathroom sink, trying to feel something in my stomach. A neon sign buzzed overhead. Cars pulled in and out, and I just sat there, invisible. Then I heard the voice I hated most. "Wow, didn't think you'd last this long out here." I looked up and there she was, Sierra, holding a soda, casual as hell, like she was just stopping by to say hi. I glared. What do you want? She smirked. Curious, I guess. Wanted to see how long it'd take before you crawled back. My fists clenched. Why are you doing this to me? You think you had it rough? She shot back. Try being me. Mom and Dad never let me slip up. Not once. Every grade, every chore, every little thing I did got compared to you. If I messed up it was, don't be like your brother. That's all I ever heard. I frowned, but she kept going. Her voice low and steady. Now for once. I don't have to be perfect. I don't have to prove anything. All I have to do is not screw up like you. And honestly? That's easy. I'm not giving that up. You're sick, I muttered. Her grin widened. What's really sick is how easy it was. Everyone already thought you were the screw-up. I just gave them proof. I wanted to yell, shove her, something, but she leaned in closer, her voice dropping. And if you keep pushing it, if you keep running your mouth about me, I'll make up something even worse. Then you won't just be homeless, you'll be locked up. She said it so calmly, so confidently, it made my skin crawl. She wasn't bluffing, she was already planning her next move. She walked away like she hadn't just threatened to destroy what little I had left. And as I sat there in the glow of that gas station sign, it hit me. She doesn't just want me to look bad. She wants to erase me completely. That thought stayed with me for days. Every time I tried to sleep behind the gas station or walked around just to kill daylight, it played back in my head like an echo. Sierra didn't just want me gone, she wanted me erased like I never existed. By the third week I'd sunk lower than I ever imagined possible. My money was gone, my phone died, and I hadn't had a real meal in 2 days. I carried the trash bag everywhere, school, bus stops, parking lots. It wasn't even closed anymore. It was like a sign around my neck. Homeless loser. One night I tried hiding in the school library again. I figured if I hid deeper behind the shelves maybe I could avoid getting caught. Around midnight, a flashlight beam hit me right in the face. Security grabbed my arm and walked me outside. I already told you, you can't sleep here, kid. Try this one more time and I'm reporting you. Then you'll be suspended, he said with a smirk. It started raining shortly after. I walked for miles, rain pouring through my hoodie, shoes squishing with every step. My trash bag got so wet the plastic ripped and half my clothes spilled onto the sidewalk. I scooped them up anyway, clutching the bag tight. Everything smelled like mildew. I ended up under the awning of a closed laundromat. My stomach cramped with hunger, the kind that makes you lightheaded. That was my breaking point. I sat there shivering, thinking, maybe this is it. Maybe I'll just disappear out here and nobody will notice. That's when Jenna showed up. She came running up with an umbrella, hair stuck to her forehead, out of breath like she'd been searching. Marcus, why didn't you answer your phone? I've been looking everywhere. My phone's dead, I mumbled. Truth was I hadn't had a charger in weeks. She crouched next to me, ignoring the puddles soaking her jeans. You look awful. Thanks, I tried to laugh, but my voice cracked. She pressed a crumpled envelope into my hands. Here. Take it. I frowned. What is it? Just open it. Inside was about $75, mostly in small bills. My throat tightened. Jenna, I can't. You can. She cut me off. It's my allowance. I don't need it. You do. I couldn't even speak. I just nodded, clutching it like it was the most valuable thing in the world. She glanced around, then lowered her voice. There's something else. Sierra bragged at a party. I heard her myself. She told people she planted the money, that she set you up. My head snapped toward her. She admitted it? Yeah. But nobody believed her. They thought she was showing off. Some even said, even if it's true, he probably deserved it. It felt like getting kicked in the chest. Deserved it. That's what people think of me. I stood up, pacing under the awning. If I can get someone to back me up. They won't, Jenna said quietly. She's too popular. Nobody wants to cross her. They all think you're already a lost cause. The silence between us said everything. It wasn't just my parents. Everyone had written me off. That night I sat in the laundromat doorway, soaking wet, clothes stinking, stomach churning. As I stared at the street, something inside me hardened. If nobody's going to stand up for me, I'll have to do it myself. That evening after cleaning up in a gas station bathroom, I grabbed my damp trash bag and started walking. I wasn't nervous. I wasn't scared. I was just done. When I turned onto our street, my chest tightened. The house looked the same, white siding, flower pots on the porch, the place I grew up in, but it wasn't mine anymore. I stood there for a long time, rain dripping off my hood, before walking up the driveway. I was going to walk through that door and make them hear me, whether they liked it or not. My fist hit the door 3 times, loud enough to sting my knuckles. For a second, nothing. Then footsteps. The door creaked open, and there was Sierra, like she'd been waiting. Her eyebrows shot up, twisting into a sneer. Well, look who crawled back. I shoved past her before she could stop me. My wet shoes squeaked across the hardwood. I'm not here to stay. I'm here to talk. Mom's voice came from the living room. Marcus. A second later she appeared, drying her hands on a dish towel. Dad followed, arms crossed, face already red. Out. Now. No, I said, chest heaving. You're going to hear me this time. You've believed her lies long enough. Tonight you're going to hear mine. Dad took a step forward, looming over me. Watch your tone. You don't get to barge into this house. Watch my tone, I said, louder than I meant to. You threw me out with a trash bag because Sierra cried and waved some bills around. You didn't even ask for my side, not once. Because we know you, Dad snapped. You've always been reckless, Marcus. Always jealous. Dad's face hardened, but I pushed on, fire building in my chest. Jealous? Let's talk about that. Remember when she copied my science project? Teacher called home and you punished me for making her cheat. She cried and you believed her. Always the same story. She's the angel, I'm the screw-up, doesn't matter what actually happened. Dad clenched his jaw. For a split second, I saw something flicker in his eyes. He knew I was right. He knew it. But instead of admitting it, he doubled down. He stepped closer, smell of aftershave and anger hitting me. Don't you stand here and disgrace this family. You've done nothing but drag this house down since you were a kid. You want me to admit we favored her? Fine. We did. But she earned it. She keeps her grades up, helps your mother, stays out of trouble. You can't even keep a roof over your head. The words landed harder than a fist. My fists curled, but I forced myself to stay standing. I can't keep a roof because you threw me out, because she framed me, and you believed her without a second thought. Behind him, Sierra leaned against the wall, sipping from a glass of water like she was watching TV, a sneer on her face. I turned toward her. Go on. Swear right now you didn't plant that money. Look me in the eye and swear it. She tilted her head, lips twitching like she was about to laugh. Sure, I swear, she said, voice dripping with sarcasm. I pointed at her, my voice breaking. You hear that? You can't even take her seriously. She's lying to your faces and you're still falling for it. Dad's face went hot, fists curling again. Then out of nowhere he grabbed a glass from the table and threw it at me. His aim was off. It exploded on the wall right next to my head. Shards rained down, cutting my arm and cheek. Blood dripped, but he just pointed at the door, voice low and shaking with rage. Get out before I call the cops and tell them you broke in. You want to keep making scenes? Fine. You can do it from a jail cell. I steadied myself, breath ragged, chest pounding, throat burning, but I refused to cry. You've made your choice, I said quietly. You picked her. You always pick her. One day you're going to see her for what she is. And when that happens, don't come looking for me. The room went silent except for Sierra's soft laugh. Wow, she said under her breath, shaking her head. Drama much? I grabbed my bag from the floor and turned toward the door. Every step felt heavy, like I was dragging chains. At the threshold I spun around one more time looking at all of them. My parents frozen, Sierra smirking. You think I'm the problem? Fine. But when the truth blows up in your faces, remember this moment. Remember I warned you. Then I yanked the door open, stepped into the dark and slammed it behind me. The cold air hit my face, mixing with the sting of the shallow cuts on my arm. I walked fast, jaw tight, like putting enough distance between me and that house would let me breathe again. I got halfway down the block before I heard footsteps. Quick and uneven, like someone was jogging to catch up. Wait up, bro. I spun around, heart pounding. And there she was, Sierra, jogging after me, calm as ever, her face glowing under the dim streetlight. She was smiling like this was a game, like Dad hadn't just tried to shatter me with a glass seconds ago. As Sierra stepped onto the porch, I thought I heard the screen door squeak behind her, but I was too focused on her smug smirk to pay attention. My stomach flipped. What do you want now? I demanded, sharper than I meant. She slowed to a walk, slipping her hands into her hoodie pocket, relaxed like she was out for a late stroll. Relax. I just wanted to see how far you'd actually take this. I glared, fists tightening, arms aching from the cuts. Farther than you think. I'm done letting you run the show. Her grin widened, teeth catching the streetlight. You still don't get it, do you? Nobody's ever going to believe you. You can scream, cry, bleed all over the sidewalk. It won't matter. To them, you'll always be the screw-up. And I'll always be the one they're proud of. Proud? I sneered, shaking my head. You destroyed me. Destroyed you? She repeated, tilting her head like I'd said something funny. Then her voice dropped, crueler. I didn't destroy you. I just gave them proof of what they already believed. That was the smartest thing I've ever done. My stomach turned. My chest tightened. Say it again, I said, stepping closer. She leaned in, voice a whisper like she wanted to savor every word. My sister screamed, he stole it, and Dad dragged me out into the freezing night. 3 weeks later, she was exposed, and Dad begged me to return. I'm Marcus, 19 now, but I was 16 when this all went down. If you'd asked anyone in my family to describe me back then, they'd probably say, the problem child. That's what I was to them. The screw-up, the disappointment, the one who could never do anything right. My dad was one of those old-school types who believed respect only flows one direction, up. You give it to him without question, or you get the sharp edge of his temper and sometimes worse. My mom? She was his echo chamber, repeating every harsh word like it was scripture. And then there was Sierra, my sister, 2 years younger but somehow the golden child of the entire operation. Sierra could literally burn down the kitchen making microwave popcorn and Dad would call it a learning opportunity. I'd forget to take out the trash one time and suddenly I'm irresponsible and going nowhere fast. That's how it always was. Everything she did got excused or praised. Everything I did proved I was destined to fail. When she aced a test, it was because she was naturally smart and hardworking. When I aced a test, it was dumb luck. She was the angel. I was the anchor dragging the family down. I always knew it was unfair, but I never thought she'd weaponize it the way she did that night. It started like any other evening. I was in my room on my ancient laptop, half downloading music and half pretending to do homework. It was late, maybe close to midnight. My door flew open so hard it slammed into the wall and both my parents stormed in like I'd triggered some kind of alarm. Mom's face was flushed red. Dad's forehead veins were bulging. And behind them, Sierra was putting on an Oscar-worthy performance, sobbing so hard you'd think someone died. He stole it, she wailed, pointing straight at me. I saw him take it from Dad's wallet. What? I sat up, completely confused. Dad was already tearing through my room like a detective on a cop show. He grabbed my pillow, lifted it up, and there it was. A wad of crumpled bills, maybe $350 to $400, stuffed underneath. I swear my stomach dropped through the floor. I told you, Sierra choked out, fake tears streaming down her cheeks. My brain couldn't even process it. I hadn't touched his wallet. I hadn't been anywhere near it. But before I could get a word out, Dad was in my face, jabbing his finger into my chest. You've embarrassed this family for the last goddamn time. You think we haven't noticed things going missing before? You think we're idiots? I shot up, shaking my head. That's not mine. She planted it. She's lying. Why would I steal money when I've been saving every dollar I make from babysitting and mowing lawns? Ask Mrs. Chen next door. Enough! He barked so loud the window rattled. A liar and a thief. You've turned this house into a joke. I looked at Mom for backup, but she wouldn't even meet my eyes. She just repeated whatever Dad said like it was the law. Meanwhile, Sierra stood behind them with her head down, playing the traumatized saint. But I caught it. That tiny smirk, that flicker of satisfaction on her lips as Dad started throwing my stuff into a trash bag like I was garbage they were tossing out. Dad, please. It's not true, I said, my voice cracking. But it didn't matter. He grabbed my backpack from the corner, dumped it on the bed and started shoving random clothes inside. Mom started to say something, but one glare from Dad shut her up immediately. Sierra let out a huge sniffle. I'm scared to even be in the same house as him. What if he gets violent? What if he hurts me? That hurt worse than anything. I spun toward her, heart pounding. What are you talking about? I've never touched you. I've never... But the damage was done. Dad's jaw clenched. That's it. Out. Now. They shoved the bags into my arms and dragged me down the hallway, Sierra trailing behind, whispering just loud enough for me to hear. "I told you they'd believe me." When we got to the front door, Dad yanked it open. The night air hit me like a slap, freezing cold. I was still barefoot, wearing sweatpants and a t-shirt. Dad shoved me onto the porch so hard I stumbled. My sneakers were sitting right by the door, so I grabbed them before he could slam it shut completely. "You don't come back here until you're ready to admit what you did and apologize to your sister," he said, his voice cold and final. "I didn't do anything," I choked out, my throat raw. "She's lying to you. She set me up. Don't you dare talk about her like that," Dad snapped. "She's been nothing but good to this family. You're jealous, Marcus. Jealous and bitter." The door slammed shut, rattling the glass. For a moment I just stood there, trash bag slipping from my hands, waiting for it to swing back open. Waiting for them to realize they'd just kicked out their own son over some crocodile tears and planted cash. It never did. I sat down on the porch steps, shivering, staring out at the quiet street. I wasn't just grounded. I wasn't just in trouble. I was out. Exiled. 15 years old, standing outside my own house with nothing but a trash bag of clothes and a backpack. I knew then that Sierra had won. She had their trust, their love, their blind loyalty. And I was disposable. I remember clutching that trash bag like it was a lifeline, my chest so tight I could barely breathe. Part of me wanted to pound on the door until they listened, another part knew it wouldn't matter. They'd made their choice, and as I finally stepped off that porch and started walking into the night, one thought burned brighter than the rest. They chose to believe her lies over my truth. That's when I realized I wasn't just the black sheep. I'd already been cut out of the herd. The first night I just walked around the block until my legs hurt. I wasn't even sure where I was going. It was late, freezing, and I was clutching a trash bag like some kind of runaway. I thought about crashing at the park, but the benches were soaked from the sprinklers. Then I remembered. Jenna lived a few blocks over. She'd been my best friend since middle school, so I figured maybe her parents would let me crash for the night. Her eyes went wide when she saw me standing there in sweatpants, holding a trash bag. She pulled me inside fast, whispered questions, and I told her they'd kick me out. She didn't look surprised, just sad. She gave me a blanket on the floor and some leftover pizza, and I slept better than I had in weeks. Her mom wasn't as sympathetic. The next morning she pulled me aside. She wasn't mean, just blunt. "Marcus, you can stay a couple nights, but I can't afford another mouth to feed. You're gonna have to figure something else out." I nodded, pretending it was fine, but my stomach twisted. By the third night, Jenna's mom drove me to school early and told me I couldn't come back. That was it. I stuffed my trash bag into my locker and pretended I had somewhere else to go. From then on, I started couch surfing. A classmate let me crash on their couch one night. Another let me stay in their basement, but only for one night. People didn't want to deal with my family drama. After about a week, I ran out of options. That's when I started sleeping wherever I could, behind the gas station, in a corner near the dumpsters where the light didn't reach. I tried hiding in the library until closing, but the security guard found me after a couple nights and kicked me out. I even tried the school bathroom once, locking myself in a stall, but someone came in, saw my bag, and word spread fast. Hunger was worse than the cold. I had maybe $50 saved from mowing lawns and babysitting. That money disappeared fast on cheap burgers and vending machine snacks. After that, I either skipped meals or drank from water fountains. My stomach growled so loud in class I'd get stares. School didn't make things easier either. Sierra worked fast. By the end of the first week, everyone had heard the story. How I stole money from my dad. How I got kicked out. She made it sound like I was a junkie in training. Kids pulled their backpacks closer when I sat near them. Teachers gave me long looks that said they'd already been warned about me. One girl in math class moved her notebook as I sat down. "Sorry, I don't want my stuff stolen," she muttered loud enough for everyone to hear. The whole row snickered. I wanted to scream, but I knew it wouldn't help. One day in the hallway, Tyler, some basketball player, shoulder-checked me hard and yelled, "Watch your hands, thief." I shoved him back on reflex, and for a second I thought we were about to throw down. A teacher broke it up, but I got the warning. Not him. "One more incident, Marcus, and you're suspended." I heard it everywhere. Sierra's responsible with money, unlike some people. I'd catch her glance across the cafeteria, give me that tiny smirk, then go back to her perfect act with her friends. She was enjoying it. By the second week, I was a ghost at my own school. Nobody wanted me around. I sat alone, ate alone when I had food, and pretended I didn't care. But inside, It was eating me alive. Nights were the worst. I'd curl up with my backpack as a pillow and my hoodie over my face, hoping cops wouldn't hassle me or some drunk wouldn't stumble by. The cold concrete made my back ache. My shoes reeked from walking miles every day just to kill time, and all I could think was, my own family did this to me. Not strangers, not enemies. My sister. One night I tried sneaking back into the library. I figured if I hid better, maybe they wouldn't notice. I tucked myself behind a row of shelves, using my bag as a pillow. Around midnight, the guard's flashlight hit me right in the eyes. He shook his head. "You can't stay here, kid." He walked me out the side door like I was trespassing. I didn't know where to go. And for the first time, the thought hit me. Maybe this is it. Maybe I'll just disappear out here and nobody will even notice. I ended up curled behind the gas station by the dumpsters. I closed my eyes, but all I saw was Sierra's smug little face, fake crying as my parents shoved me out the door. She'd won. At least for now. I kept telling myself that someone, anyone, would eventually listen. Maybe the adults at school weren't totally blind. Maybe someone in my family would actually grow a backbone. I was wrong. It all started when my dad found me. I'm not sure how he knew where I was. Maybe Sierra told him. Maybe he just drove around until he spotted me. I was sitting on a park bench, hoodie pulled tight, when his car's headlights hit me. He pulled up so fast I thought he was going to run me over. "Get in the car," he barked, slamming his door. I stayed planted on the bench, gut twisting just from hearing his voice. "Now," he demanded. I shook my head. "Not unless you're ready to admit Sierra lied." His face twisted like I'd spit on him. "Don't you dare talk about your sister like that. She's been through enough because of you." "Through enough," I shot back. "She planted the money. She framed me and you're going to come home," he cut me off, stepping closer, pointing his finger like a weapon. "You're going to admit what you did, and you're going to apologize. Or I'll call the cops and tell them you've been stealing from stores, panhandling on the street. You understand me?" I gripped the trash bag tighter. "I'm not coming home to be treated like garbage again. You can call whoever you want, but I'm not admitting to something I didn't do." For a second I thought he was going to hit me. His fists clenched. His face went red. But then he turned around, got back in the car, and drove off, tires screeching. That's when it hit me. He didn't want the truth. He just wanted control. The next day at school, I went to the counselor. I thought, maybe if I just lay it all out, they'll believe me. I sat in that office, heart pounding, and told her everything. How Sierra planted the money. How she brags about it. How my parents kicked me out. She listened, nodding with that blank counselor expression. When I finished, she sighed. "Marcus, I understand you're under a lot of stress, but accusing your sister without proof isn't going to help. Your parents already spoke to us. They're worried about your behavior. They said you've been unstable." Unstable. That word hit me the hardest. Like I was some ticking bomb instead of a kid sleeping behind gas stations. "I'm telling the truth," I said, voice shaking. She just shook her head. "Focus on your schoolwork. The best way to prove to your family that you're trustworthy is through your actions. So basically, suck it up." That's what she meant. I tried one more angle. I called my aunt from a payphone outside the grocery store. She picked up cheerfully until she heard my voice. Her tone shifted as soon as I explained what happened. "Marcus, this isn't something I can get involved in. Your parents are doing what they think is best. Maybe if you just apologized." I hung up before she could finish. My own blood didn't want to touch this mess. Everyone wanted the easy version of the story. Marcus is a screw-up. Sierra is perfect. Case closed. That night I sat outside the gas station, back against the wall, sipping water I'd filled in the bathroom sink, trying to feel something in my stomach. A neon sign buzzed overhead. Cars pulled in and out, and I just sat there, invisible. Then I heard the voice I hated most. "Wow, didn't think you'd last this long out here." I looked up and there she was, Sierra, holding a soda, casual as hell, like she was just stopping by to say hi. I glared. "What do you want?" She smirked. "Curious, I guess. Wanted to see how long it'd take before you crawled back." My fists clenched. "Why are you doing this to me?" "You think you had it rough?" She shot back. "Try being me." Mom and Dad never let me slip up. Not once. Every grade, every chore, every little thing I did got compared to you. If I messed up it was, "Don't be like your brother." That's all I ever heard. I frowned, but she kept going. her voice low and steady. Now for once. I don't have to be perfect. I don't have to prove anything. All I have to do is not screw up like you. And honestly? That's easy. I'm not giving that up. You're sick, I muttered. Her grin widened. What's really sick is how easy it was. Everyone already thought you were the screw-up. I just gave them proof. I wanted to yell, shove her, something, but she leaned in closer, her voice dropping. And if you keep pushing it, if you keep running your mouth about me, I'll make up something even worse. Then you won't just be homeless, you'll be locked up. She said it so calmly, so confidently, it made my skin crawl. She wasn't bluffing, she was already planning her next move. She walked away like she hadn't just threatened to destroy what little I had left. And as I sat there in the glow of that gas station sign, it hit me. She doesn't just want me to look bad. She wants to erase me completely. That thought stayed with me for days. Every time I tried to sleep behind the gas station or walked around just to kill daylight, it played back in my head like an echo. Sierra didn't just want me gone, she wanted me erased like I never existed. By the third week I'd sunk lower than I ever imagined possible. My money was gone, my phone died, and I hadn't had a real meal in 2 days. I carried the trash bag everywhere, school, bus stops, parking lots. It wasn't even closed anymore. It was like a sign around my neck. Homeless loser. One night I tried hiding in the school library again. I figured if I hid deeper behind the shelves maybe I could avoid getting caught. Around midnight, a flashlight beam hit me right in the face. Security grabbed my arm and walked me outside. I already told you, you can't sleep here, kid. Try this one more time and I'm reporting you. Then you'll be suspended, he said with a smirk. It started raining shortly after. I walked for miles, rain pouring through my hoodie, shoes squishing with every step. My trash bag got so wet the plastic ripped and half my clothes spilled onto the sidewalk. I scooped them up anyway, clutching the bag tight. Everything smelled like mildew. I ended up under the awning of a closed laundromat. My stomach cramped with hunger, the kind that makes you lightheaded. That was my breaking point. I sat there shivering, thinking, maybe this is it. Maybe I'll just disappear out here and nobody will notice. That's when Jenna showed up. She came running up with an umbrella, hair stuck to her forehead, out of breath like she'd been searching. Marcus, why didn't you answer your phone? I've been looking everywhere. My phone's dead, I mumbled. Truth was I hadn't had a charger in weeks. She crouched next to me, ignoring the puddles soaking her jeans. You look awful. Thanks, I tried to laugh, but my voice cracked. She pressed a crumpled envelope into my hands. Here. Take it. I frowned. What is it? Just open it. Inside was about $75, mostly in small bills. My throat tightened. Jenna, I can't. You can. She cut me off. It's my allowance. I don't need it. You do. I couldn't even speak. I just nodded, clutching it like it was the most valuable thing in the world. She glanced around, then lowered her voice. There's something else. Sierra bragged at a party. I heard her myself. She told people she planted the money, that she set you up. My head snapped toward her. She admitted it? Yeah. But nobody believed her. They thought she was showing off. Some even said, even if it's true, he probably deserved it. It felt like getting kicked in the chest. Deserved it. That's what people think of me. I stood up, pacing under the awning. If I can get someone to back me up. They won't, Jenna said quietly. She's too popular. Nobody wants to cross her. They all think you're already a lost cause. The silence between us said everything. It wasn't just my parents. Everyone had written me off. That night I sat in the laundromat doorway, soaking wet, clothes stinking, stomach churning. As I stared at the street, something inside me hardened. If nobody's going to stand up for me, I'll have to do it myself. That evening after cleaning up in a gas station bathroom, I grabbed my damp trash bag and started walking. I wasn't nervous. I wasn't scared. I was just done. When I turned onto our street, my chest tightened. The house looked the same, white siding, flower pots on the porch, the place I grew up in, but it wasn't mine anymore. I stood there for My mother-in-law and sister called me a freeloader while I secretly paid their bills. They threw me and my son out. They'll regret it. My life was rather straightforward until Jake came around. I worked as a fitness trainer at a neighborhood gym, where I helped others get into shape. It kept me busy enough not to think about the absence of drama in my personal life. Everything changed the day Jake stepped into my gym. Hey, I'm looking to switch up my routine. Got any killer moves to start with? He inquired, his tone light but his stare serious. I gave him a once-over. He wasn't your typical rookie, unsure which machine to try first. No, he appeared to know his way around a gym but was looking for something more. Sure, I said, directing him to a set of weights. Let's see what you've got. The initial session turned into a week. Then a month. Our casual conversations became longer and more personal. Jake owned a modest family restaurant known for its authentic Italian cuisine. It's all about the sauce, he'd explain. And nobody makes it like my mom. He spoke about his mother with admiration and frustration, hinting at strong family ties. He surprised me one afternoon as we finished a particularly strenuous workout. Listen, Emily, I've been thinking, how about dinner at my place? You can meet my mom and try that sauce I keep bragging about. I paused, more out of surprise than disinterest. Yeah, why not? I'm curious if it's as good as you claim. Dinner was cozy. The food was fantastic, and the company was surprisingly comfortable. His mother, Anna, smiled warmly and laughed heartily, but her eyes seemed to size me up with each glance. Sophia, his younger sister, also stopped by. Her presence was more prickly, her remarks crisp and rapid. So, Emily, Sophia began, a sneer flashing on her lips as she examined the muscles I had worked so hard to develop. Jake tells us you're quite the fitness guru. Ever deal with hopeless cases, or do you just make the fit fitter? I chuckled and took her jab in stride. I believe everyone has potential. It's all about finding the right motivation. Jake became a continuous presence in my life. He consistently arrived at the gym at the same time and always found an excuse to talk a bit longer. You know, I never believed in fate or any of that stuff, he admitted one evening as we closed the gym together. But meeting you, maybe I was wrong. His statements were a combination of gruff charm and clumsy earnestness. It was refreshing. Despite the niggling voice in my head telling me to take it slowly, I found myself falling for him, hard and quick, like a rookie carrying too much weight without a spotter. One frigid evening, as we went to our cars, he came to a halt and turned to face me, his demeanor solemn. Emily, I'm not good at this fancy talking, and I don't have a smooth line to throw your way, but I like you, a lot. What do you say we make this official? It was abrupt and honest. No games. There will be no delaying the inevitable. That was Jake, straightforward and all in. I grinned as my heart pounded in my chest. I say yes. Let's see where this goes. And with that, I was no longer merely a fitness trainer at the neighborhood gym. I was Jake's girlfriend, and eventually, his wife. Moving into Jake's mother's house shortly after we married was not exactly what I had envisioned for our happily ever after. Jake explained that it was essential to him because of his familial links. But living with his mother, Anna, and sister, Sophia, was difficult from the beginning. They did not hide their unhappiness with my entering the family, and things became more tense by the day. The house was usually busy, yet I somehow ended up with more than my fair share of responsibilities. After a long day at the gym, I'd go home to an endless list of responsibilities. The old washing machine was a nightmare. It broke down so frequently that I half joked it was personal against me. Nobody else seemed to notice or care, particularly Anna and Sophia. I recall one evening after dinner, I was attempting to fix that dreaded machine when I overheard them conversing in the kitchen. She doesn't even know what she's doing, Sophia said, laughing without lowering her voice. Watch, she'll flood the basement next. Their laughter rang down the corridor, wounding more than I cared to confess. I bit my tongue and concentrated on the task at hand. It was not just the washing machine, it was everything. From cooking to cleaning, my efforts were simply another source of fun for them. Cooking was the worst. Italian cooking was revered in this household, and my attempts were deemed blasphemous. I tried to follow Anna's recipes exactly, but nothing seemed to work. Sophia lurked in the doorway one night while I was struggling with a seemingly simple spaghetti recipe. Is that supposed to look like that? She inquired, a sneer crossing her lips. It's nothing like Mom's. I gritted my teeth and stirred the sauce, which wouldn't thicken. Well, I'm trying my best here. Sophia snorted. Maybe your best isn't good enough. Did you ever think of that? I wanted to respond, to defend myself. But what was the point? Everything would remain the same. Jake appeared to shrink slightly whenever his sister or mother chastised me. He never stood up for me. His quiet was as audible as their laughter. Hey, Emily, just leave it, Jake said quietly later, attempting to avoid confrontation. It's not worth it. Dinner time was a hassle. I had arranged the dishes on the table in the hopes of having a tranquil supper, but it seemed like I was sitting in a lion's den. You know, in Italy, they'd probably ban you from the kitchen for this, Anna joked as she tried my food, and the others laughed along. Yeah, maybe stick to what you know, gym stuff, Sophia would say, distributing the salt as if it were a peace gift I did not deserve. I'd nod, grin, and swallow the hurt, my irritation simmering like the sauce that never worked out. Living with Jake's family made each day feel like a war I was unprepared for. As my pregnancy progressed, the housework, which already felt like it was all on me, became increasingly stressful. Instead of receiving assistance or sympathy from Anna and Sophia, I sensed their hostility grow worse. One afternoon, I attempted to sweep the living room while moving slower than normal due to my increasing tummy. Anna strolled in, regarded me for a bit, and then gave out a sigh of displeasure. Emily, you missed a spot over there, and look at how slow you're moving. This house is going to fall apart at this rate, she observed, pointing to a corner I hadn't yet arrived at. I straightened up, feeling a tightness in my back. I'm doing the best I can, Anna. It's a bit harder with the baby. She scoffed, shaking her head. In my time, we didn't let a little thing like pregnancy slow us down. You need to toughen up. The lack of sympathy hurt, and I bit my tongue to avoid snapping back. Sophia fared no better. Later that day, as I was folding laundry, she entered the room and began flipping through the clothing I had just carefully put. You do know these aren't folded right, don't you? They should be able to stand up on their own, like how Mom taught us. Here, let me show you again. She tossed the shirt she was holding back into the pile, undoing what I had previously done. Then, with precise movements, she refolded the same garment. I felt my frustration increase. Sophia, I appreciate the lesson, but I've folded clothes before. I'm not an idiot. She only raised her brow, a cold smile flashing on her lips. Could have fooled me. But hey, if you're okay with being mediocre, who am I to argue? Her words felt like a slap. For a time, I just stood there, watching her make my efforts appear futile. It was the same with cooking. Every dish I tried was met with criticism or downright ridicule, especially if I tried to create something Italian. One evening, I decided to try again, this time with a basic pasta dish that I believed I had nailed. Sophia arrived into the kitchen just as I was stirring the soup. What's that supposed to be? She inquired, staring into the pot with a doubtful expression. It's spaghetti carbonara. I thought it might be nice for dinner, I added, hoping for a difference in her typical gruff tone. She took a fork, tossed some pasta on it, and tasted it with an exaggerated distaste. Nice? This is what you call nice? I wouldn't feed this to the dog, it's all wrong. I banged the pot's lid down slightly harder than necessary. Well, it's what's for dinner. If you don't like it, you're welcome to make something else. Every day, the tension in the house increased, and Jake's absence exacerbated the situation. He was usually at the restaurant, always busy. When he was at home, he avoided all conflicts. When I tried to tell him about how his sister and mother treated me, he would just sigh and say something like, I know it's tough, Emily, but try to hang in there. They'll warm up to you eventually, just give it time. After giving birth to my kid, I hoped things would improve. But the truth was quite the contrary. I had gained a significant amount of weight during my pregnancy, which became their new source of mocking. Look at how much she's eating, Anna would chuckle as I tried to fuel myself for breastfeeding. Are you feeding a child or a small army? One day, as I was feeding my kid in the living room, I heard Sophia imitate a cow mooing from the kitchen. The sound cut through me. Tears stung my eyes. It was obvious that they considered me as nothing more than a cow, a utility for my son. I reached a breaking point. The relentless ridiculing and frigid treatment at home became unbearable. I needed a place for myself, where I wasn't just the scolded daughter-in-law or the underappreciated wife. That is when I decided to create my own YouTube channel and Instagram page. One morning, while Jake was at the restaurant and Sophia was out shopping, I put up my old camera in the corner of our tight guest room as my new impromptu gym. I'm doing this, I whispered to myself while adjusting the angle. For me. Not for them. I began filming easy training videos that could be done at home, particularly appealing to moms like myself who couldn't always get to the gym. Talking to a camera felt strange at first, as if I were addressing an audience who was interested in what I had to say. However, it soon became my haven. The first several videos were amateurish, with stiff commentary. Hey everyone, it's Emily here, bringing you a quick 10-minute workout, perfect for busy moms, let's get started. But as time passed, my follower count increased, as did my confidence. I bought a better camera, watched online courses on lighting and editing, and my little project began to take shape, something wholly mine. Sophia barged into the room one afternoon while I was filming a low-impact exercise sequence for a new video. What the hell are you doing? She said, her gaze jumping from the camera to mine. You turning our home into your personal TV show now? I paused the tape, my heart racing. Not from the workout, but from the confrontation. Yes, I am actually. It's something important to me. I need something of my own. Sophia grumbled and looked about with scorn. You think you're some kind of star? Please. Get over yourself, Emily. Her words stung, but I was getting better at dealing with her jabs. Well, it's not like I have your approval for anything else around here. I might as well do one thing I enjoy. Sophia rolled her eyes and marched away. But I didn't stop the camera for long. I resumed my session with a stronger voice than before. My digital profile rose, and so did the prospects. Brands began contacting me, offering free things to include in my movies. Then came the offers to sponsor posts. The first time a brand offered me money to promote their product, I was taken aback. I can't believe they're paying me for this? I said to Jake over dinner one night, eager to express my delight. That's great, Emily, he said, his tone preoccupied by his restaurant issues. Just keep it quiet, okay? Mom and Sophia don't need to know about this. As I returned to the dishes, a notice appeared on my phone. Another comment. Another follower. Another step away from their disdain, and toward something perfectly commonplace yet utterly mine. You're doing amazing, Emily. Thanks for sharing your journey. The comment reads, my channel was no longer just a hobby, it was a thriving business, generating more revenue than Jake's floundering eatery. Soon, I was sending him $2,000 each month to cover household expenses, making it appear like his contribution. Despite my accomplishments, Anna and Sophia continued to treat me as a freeloader. She does nothing around here, just prances about making her silly videos. Anna would spit when she thought I was out of earshot. Sophia repeated her mother's thoughts, adding her own remarks about how I should do more housework, like a real woman. Then Jake's restaurant had a hard period. One evening, he approached me, looking more weary than I'd seen him in months. Emily, the restaurant needs a cash injection, badly. Can you help out? His eyes were begging. I did not hesitate, transferring $10,000 for what he described as urgent developments. He was truly thankful. But it wasn't long before he started begging for more. Just another $55,000 for the bills this month, he remarked quietly, almost humiliated. I consented because I could afford it, and he was still my son's father, whom he adored. But, deep down, I sensed the imbalance deepening. Not just financially, but also in our relationship. Life at Jake's family home was always difficult. But it became awful when Sophia married and brought her husband, Mark, into our home. The house was full. The house was full, and any sense of solitude or tranquility I had created for myself and my baby evaporated suddenly. Anna, never one to mince words, began calling me lazy and a parasite right in front of my face. You do nothing around here, she'd say, as I struggled to balance my online business and keeping an eye on my baby. Just taking up space. It didn't help that Sophia was expecting her first child, and Anna made it apparent that they wanted more space, hinting that my kid and I were in the way. Soon there'll be another baby in the house, and we can't have freeloaders taking up space, Anna remarked one evening, her gaze drawn to my direction. The atmosphere became cooler, and then, just when things couldn't get much worse, Jake stated that he needed to leave town for a few weeks to handle essential restaurant affairs in another city. He packed up and went, hugging me and our baby goodbye, ignorant to the storm he would leave behind. I attempted to keep things normal by taking my son to school and finishing my videos in the park. However, the day everything actually went apart began like any other, until it didn't. After picking up my son from school, we walked home and spoke about his day. But when we turned the corner, my stomach fell. Our stuff was stacked up on the front doorway, including suitcases, bags of clothes, and even my son's toys. Confused and heartbroken, I rang the doorbell. Anna and Sophia approached the window with chilly looks, unmoved by the sight of a mother and kid stranded outside. They opened the door just enough to speak through, but not enough to let us in. You need to find somewhere else to stay, Anna stated, her voice stern and uncompromising. I looked at her shocked. What are you talking about? What about Jake? What will I tell him? I asked, my voice rising with fear and rage. Sophia chuckled in a nasty, cutting tone. Tell him whatever you want. He's not here to care, is he? I frantically tried phoning Jake, but my calls remained unanswered. I had no alternative but to sink deeper into despair and hatred. With no other options, I gathered our belongings and secured a room at a neighboring motel. Sitting in that sterile, darkly lit room with my confused and upset son, I felt something shift inside me. This was more than simply a brief getaway. It was a forced eviction from a life I could no longer bear. I had just finished unpacking our things when my phone vibrated with a new message. It came from Sophia. That was strange, we rarely interacted directly, especially since the fallout. Her message was surprisingly cheerful. Thought you might want to see what your beloved husband has been up to. A link is also provided. My curiosity piqued. My anxiety increased in my chest. I clicked the link. It redirected me to a social media page with images of Jake. But not on a work trip. The photos showed him cozying up to another woman, having candlelight meals and strolling down the beach with his arms wrapped around her. What is the newest photo's timestamp? Just yesterday. I sat there numb, my phone slipping slightly from my grip as the realization dawned on me. Jake wasn't only away for business. He was living a completely different life, without us. Anger, hot and bitter, welled up inside me. But before I could drown in it, I felt a gentle tug on my sleeve. "Mommy, are you okay?" My son's sweet voice, filled with sincere compassion, drew me back from the edge. I feigned a smile and scooped him up in my arms. "Yeah, buddy, I'm okay. Just a little tired, that's all." I sat there, staring at the television, a mix of rage and betrayal running through me. All this time, I had been the financial backbone for Jake's faltering restaurant and his ungrateful family, who had essentially discarded me and my baby like garbage. And here he was, leading a double life, at my expense. My phone buzzed nonstop for the next week with Jake's calls. When I eventually spoke, his voice was filled with false worry. "Emily, where are you guys? I heard about what happened. You should come back, we have bills to sort out, and the restaurant needs more funding." His statements made my blood boil, but I maintained a neutral tone. "Sure, Jake, we can discuss it, I'll come by tomorrow." "Great, I really think it's best to handle these things in person," he said, relieved. After hanging up, I felt a chilly determination descend over me. He had no idea I knew about his affair. And he had no idea I had no intention of being the forgiving wife who paid his debts. Tomorrow's meeting would be pivotal, and I was prepared. Dropping up my son at school that morning felt like the quiet before the storm. As I traveled to my mother-in-law Anna's house, where Jake, Anna, and my pregnant sister-in-law Sophia would be waiting, my stomach churned with nervousness and determination. When I arrived, Jake appeared relieved, if not delighted to see me. Unlike Anna and Sophia, whose expressions were filled with dissatisfaction. I quickly dug out the divorce papers from my suitcase and presented them to Jake. As he scanned the paperwork, his eyes widened in disbelief. Anna and Sophia smirked, believing it was their victory. But when I turned to face them, the smirk evaporated instantly. "Don't be too quick to celebrate," I cautioned, my voice calm but sharp. "You've been living off my efforts all this time." Jake's face dropped as he confessed to them. "The restaurant, it isn't doing well. It hasn't been for a long time." Anna and Sophia's joy faded, replaced by horror and rage. They immediately turned on him, their earlier delight transforming into wrath. "You've been keeping this from us?" Anna yelled. Sophia yelled, "How could you let this happen?" They were angry not at Jake's lies, but at the loss of their financial safety net. Sophia, the arrogant one, scoffed at me. "Well, since Jake makes less than you, he'll just have to file for alimony. How's that for justice?" Jake perked up and nodded enthusiastically, as if he had just discovered a way to win. I nearly chuckled at the stupidity. "That's where you're wrong, Sophia," I corrected, turning to face them both. "And Jake, you won't see a cent from me, not for alimony, not for anything." Jake's arrogant grin vanished. "What? That's not how this works." "Oh, but it is," I answered. "Because I know about the affair." His face lost its color. "How did you?" I tilted my head, pretending innocence. "Your sister sent me everything, pictures, dates, and locations." I gestured to Sophia, whose face had turned pale. "Thanks to her, I have all the evidence I need." The room burst in turmoil. A flurry of accusations, denials, and frantic explanations flew between them. I let them sink in their own muck for a time before I spoke out. "Oh, and one more thing," I said, my voice frigid. "I'm taking back everything I paid for." The room became silent. Every appliance, every piece of furniture, everything. As truth dawned on them, their arguments came to an end. I'd previously arranged for movers. Anna and Sophia worried as they began carrying away the refrigerator, washing machine, flat-screen television, and even the beautiful blender I had purchased for them last Christmas. "You can't do this?" Anna exclaimed, gazing helplessly. "We need those things." I caught her gaze, my tone steady but not harsh. "I did this? And I need them too." The movers kept working, cleaning out about half of the house. As I watched them remove the last of my belongings, I felt lighter than I had in years. A weight lifted from my shoulders. I was no longer obligated to this house, these people, or their deception. I returned my gaze to Jake, who appeared little and forlorn, his hopes for quick money dashed. "Take care of your sister and mother, Jake. That's your job now," I murmured politely, turning to go. As I walked away, I realized it wasn't just a physical departure. It was my final step out of their deceptive clutches, a step toward regaining my life and ensuring a better future for my son and me. Overall, the divorce was a relief rather than a hardship. I battled for compensation for Jake's adultery and obtained alimony for our son. My lawyer handled everything, making the procedure run as smoothly as possible given the circumstances. Jake's family's lives changed considerably as well. Without my financial backing, his restaurant went bankrupt and couldn't survive. The family house was sold to pay off debts, demonstrating their unsustainable lifestyle. Meanwhile, Anna and Sophia scrambled to contact me, their messages a combination of apologies and desperate begs for aid. Despite everything, I couldn't allow myself to be drawn back into their madness. I immediately blocked their numbers. Sophia's husband abandoned her, and now the entire family, Jake, his mother, his sister, and her child, is crowded into a small rented apartment. They created this difficult position for themselves. In contrast, life for me and Alex is improving. We've fallen into a comfortable routine in our own rented flat, which feels more like home every day. My YouTube channel and Instagram page have taken off, resonating with women, particularly new mothers, who are striving to get back into shape. Seeing the beneficial impact of my work has sparked a new idea. Create online fitness courses designed exclusively for postpartum mothers. I'm enthused about the possibilities and the opportunity to assist others who have been in my position. There was a lot to accomplish, but for the first time in a long time, the future appeared bright and full of possibilities. I had a deep feeling of serenity here, in our tiny sanctuary, with my son's laughing booming off the walls. We had made it through the storm. And now was our turn to shine. My parents begged me to forgive my brother for betraying me with my ex-wife and then demanded I support them and his new family financially. My wife, Amy, 26 female, cheated on me with my brother, Jake, 26 male. Thus I, a 34-year-old guy, just divorced. My family chose them over me, but karma had other intentions. To help you comprehend how my life culminated in this treachery, let me start at the beginning. Jake, born when I was 8 years old, was always the golden child, whilst I grew up as the forgotten one in suburban Boston. In the eyes of our parents, Robert, 58, and Sarah, 56, I appeared to vanish. They weren't outwardly hostile, but I was clearly viewed as an afterthought. This dynamic became evident as we grew older. I still recall winning my first science fair in 6th grade. I'd spent months developing a working model of solar system dynamics, complete with orbital calculations and revolving planets. I won first prize and received a special citation for mathematical precision. Jake, on the other hand, had a t-ball practice, not a game, therefore my parents were unable to attend the ceremony. Jake's participation ribbons covered the walls of our living room, while my prize sat untouched on the mantel for a week before being hidden in the basement. Our entire youth was influenced by this preference. Jake's C+ grades were applauded, whilst my straight A's were treated with distracted nods. My mother was concerned that Jake would feel guilty about his regular classes because I was in the advanced placement program. Jake got a new automobile for his 16th birthday to help build his confidence, according to his father, whereas I had to start working part-time at 16 to pay for college and buy my own clothes. Graduating high school was another difficult experience. During my valedictorian speech, my parents spent the whole of the ceremony filming 10-year-old Jake playing in the stands since he was bored. They didn't hear me announce my MIT scholarship. What was supposed to be a celebratory dinner for my successes transformed into a party for Jake because he seemed a little down about all of them. Mom even advised me to tone down my enthusiasm for my college aspirations. When I told her I'd been admitted to MIT on a partial scholarship, she said, "That's great, honey, but have you heard Jake might be the starting pitcher next season?" That's when I knew that nothing I accomplished would ever be adequate. I was simply the practice child, the test subject for their actual parenting efforts with Jake. At the age of 18, I headed out for MIT with my scholarship, money saved from 3 part-time jobs, and a resolution never to look back. When I moved into my dorm, Jake had a summer league game. My folks went early without even helping me unpack. College was a life-changing experience. For the first time, I was evaluated solely on my own merits. I realized my interest for software architecture, studied computer science, and graduated with honors. My college thesis on distributed systems optimization drew a lot of attention, and by the time I finished, I had 5 job offers. A part of me hoped that things would improve with my family, so I chose a good company in Boston, partly to stay close to home. Within 2 years, I was leading my own development team, and by the 5th year, I had become the youngest senior developer in the company's history. However, my parents were too consumed with assisting Jake with his third college major change to comprehend or appreciate what I did for a living. 4 years ago, in a modest coffee shop near my employment, my life changed dramatically. That is where I met Amy. She was finishing her teaching degree while working as a barista. Amy had a talent for remembering each regular's order and a particular tidbit about them. She then told me that she had been leaving encouraging messages on my coffee mugs for weeks before I noticed. She eventually consented to go out with me. Our first date lasted 6 hours. We discussed everything, our families, anxieties, and dreams. When I told stories about my upbringing, she said, "They're blind. They have no idea what they're missing." For the first time, I felt understood. The next year seemed like a dream. We prepared extravagant meals together, discovered Boston's hidden bookstores, and went hiking in New Hampshire. Amy encouraged me to pursue a large promotion at work, helped me prepare for interviews, and celebrated my victory more than anybody else. When I proposed to her after 14 months, she sobbed delighted tears and stated she had been waiting for it. At the time, I thought our wedding was little yet lovely. However, when my family came, they spent the whole reception discussing Jake's new job offer in California. My mother even stopped Amy's father's toast to share a text from Jake regarding his second interview. In retrospect, I should have seen it as a red flag, but Amy laughed it off, describing their commitment to Jake as sweet. For 3 years, our marriage was all I had dreamed for. We started talking about starting a family, acquired a lovely condo in Cambridge, and traveled whenever we could. Amy transformed our house into a warm, loving home by adorning it with images from our journeys and establishing a tiny container garden on our balcony. She frequently stated, "It's us against the world." Then, last year, Jake reconnected. After failing to flourish in California because the startup culture wasn't his vibe, he moved back to Boston. He wrote me a lengthy email, indicating his wish to restore our friendship. He remarked, "Families should stick together," and admitted that he missed having an elder brother in his life. After a week of consideration, Amy convinced me to give him a try. "People evolve," she added. "Maybe they've come to terms with their losses." Against my better judgment, I agreed to meet Jake for supper. Although the first meeting was unpleasant, it held potential. Jake appeared more self-aware, admitting that he had it easy growing up. He professed a wish to atone for the past. A week later, I introduced Jake to Amy, and they bonded right away. Too well, as I would eventually discover. At first, everything seemed perfect. Jake started popping by for dinner a few times a week. He seemed genuinely interested in my work, brought wine, and delighted us with tales of his adventures in California. He also stood up for me when our parents showed their typical partiality at Sunday dinners. I began to hope that we may finally form a genuine brotherly bond. However, things gradually began to alter. Jake began stopping by our house unannounced, often while I was still at work. Amy, who was frequently grading papers, told me they were simply hanging out and that it was wonderful to have company. He stayed for supper, used my coffee mug, and shared inside jokes with my wife. I ignored the warning signs. There's sudden stillness when I entered the room, Amy's phone turned away when I sat next to her, knowing glances at dinner, and coincidental meetups in the coffee shop or grocery store. The pregnancy was announced shortly thereafter. We were enjoying supper at home, naturally with Jake present, when Amy revealed the news. Although I was overjoyed, Jake's reaction should have shown everything. He was not astonished. Rather, he smiled with a knowing delight that made my stomach turn. Jake was never far away from me after that. He discussed how active he intended to be in our child's life, caressed Amy's stomach without asking, and made comments about the baby's future. Even when I planned a romantic baby moon for Amy and me, Jake ended up inviting himself. He stated, "The baby needs both of us," and Amy agreed. I still recall the night I learned the truth. I lay awake, mentally going over months of dubious happenings. Amy's phone was charging on the nightstand while she slept blissfully next to me. In our 6 years together, I had never looked at her phone. I believed in trust and privacy, but that night, I had to know. What I discovered devastated me. Jake and Amy have exchanged hundreds of messages over the previous 6 months. They discuss secret hotel meetings, future plans, and their baby. Soon after Jake re-entered my life, they began sharing a bed. They planned to notify me after the baby was born, figuring I would be too attached to leave. The pregnancy was not an accident, it was part of their strategy. Message by message, my world crumbled. I sat in the reading chair, holding Amy's phone, and read till daybreak. When Amy awoke and saw the phone in my hand, she knew. She wailed, "We did not intend for this to happen. Jake and I just clicked. He knows me better than you ever could." She even used the most overused phrase in the history of affairs. "We were going to inform you, but we didn't want to bother you after I became pregnant." That morning, I called my parents, expecting that they would finally support me. Their response stunned me. My mother responded, "Jake made a mistake, but he'll be a parent now. You have to forgive him and be the larger person. Think of the baby. Think about the grandchild." They were once again shielding Jake. Certain things never change. That day, I contacted a divorce attorney and went into a hotel. Amy alternated between screaming for my forgiveness and accusing me of deserting our family. At work, Jake tried to corner me, insisting on a man-to-man conversation. I reported him for workplace harassment and had security escort him out. Going through divorce was a nightmare. Amy and Jake claimed that their affair began due to my emotional unavailability, describing me as controlling and emotionally abusive. My parents supported their story, claiming that I had always been difficult and had a lifelong jealousy of Jake. My mother even criticized the mediator, claiming I should have been more sensitive to Jake's demands. Following that, I stopped negotiating. When we went to court, Amy was able to obtain a fair settlement. Apparently, in Massachusetts, having an affair with your husband's brother does not waive alimony. Small successes, such as retaining the condo and the majority of my salary, seemed hollow in comparison. I am currently 34 years old, divorced, and separated from my family. I changed my email address, blocked their phone numbers, and told building security to never let them in. Some days, I wonder whether I could have prevented everything if I had been a better wife, brother or son. But, finally, I recognized that I was not the one who betrayed everyone. I was not the one who turned the family against itself. It is commonly stated that everyone ultimately suffers karma. I am not sure whether it is true, but I am weary of being the family's scapegoat. I'm tired of being supposed to be understanding, as others wreck their lives. I've spent my entire life as the one who was overlooked, the second best choice, the afterthought. No more. However, just when I thought things couldn't get much worse, they took another weird turn. Update 1. When I stopped communicating with my family following the divorce, I figured they would finally leave me alone. About a month had passed, and I was focused on recovering and going forward. But it appears that they had different ideas. Yesterday morning, while I was in an important meeting with my development team, our office receptionist notified me that my mother, Sarah, was in the lobby. She insisted on seeing me and allegedly spent over an hour telling anyone who would listen that she just needed to talk to her son. My crew, having watched Jake's previous workplace harassment episode, could tell I was concerned. I ignored her and went on with my work, but soon my phone started buzzing with calls from unknown numbers. It turns out that my mother had asked various family members to contact me. I eventually answered one phone, assuming it was work-related. It was my Aunt Linda, 54, female, who I hadn't spoken to in years. Without saying a greeting, she began, "Your brother and Amy are really struggling. Jake still hasn't found work, and the settlement funds are running out." She added that Jake's affair with Amy became public knowledge and went throughout his professional network, so no one wanted to hire him. Background checks uncovered the issue, prompting several prospective employers to withdraw their offers. I couldn't help but note the irony. For once, Jake's actions had real consequences. This is where it gets absurd. In addition to buying groceries and paying rent, my parents have been financing Amy's pregnancy medical bills. My father's retirement assets are exhausted, and they are now in a panic as their money runs out. What is their solution? They want me to provide financial support to the woman who deceived me and the brother who destroyed my marriage. My mother did not simply show up at my office, she had a plan. Knowing I wouldn't return their calls, she decided to ambush me at work. After threatening to stay until closing time, she delivered a rehearsed speech about forgiveness and family responsibilities. When I finally went down to the lobby to deal with the problem, she conveniently forgot that I had paid for my own college education, stating, "Your father and I have always provided for both our sons. It's time for you to step up and support your brother during this difficult moment." What I was hearing was incredible. Was this a rough patch? My wife got pregnant after having an affair with my brother, who then tried to claim the child as his own. That wasn't a difficult stretch, it was a deliberate set of decisions. When I mentioned this to my mother, she responded, "Well, if you had paid more attention to Amy's needs." I interrupted her, told her to go, and proclaimed in the lobby that I was leaving my brother and his unborn kid behind. While many of my coworkers considered this circumstance humiliating, I wasn't bothered. That evening, Jake sent me an email with instructions on how to bypass my blocks. Using a new account, He issued half-hearted apologies and thinly veiled appeals for financial aid. He wrote about Amy's pregnancy difficulties, which I was unaware of, and claimed they couldn't afford adequate medical care. He also mentioned that the tension was hurting their unborn kid. The email included a sonogram photograph, which immediately piqued my interest. Their manipulative tactics were clear, as they used the baby's emotions to guilt me. The next day, my father arrived at my apartment building, claiming he merely wanted to talk. When the front desk called to alert me, I refused to let him in. For 2 hours, he stood in the lobby, telling anybody who would listen that his successful son was bringing his brother's family pain. Since then, I've had to notify building management of the problem and request that any family members not enter. While it is difficult to address intimate problems in public, I do not see any other option. The harassment has also spread on social media. Amy has been posting vague accusations on Facebook, claiming she was abandoned during her pregnancy by her emotionally unavailable husband. Jake has joined in, adding remarks about how some people need to step up and take responsibility. He's even reposted Amy's accusations, apparently oblivious to the irony of lecturing about responsibility while begging for handouts. It's upsetting how they twisted the story. They paint me as the evil guy because I refuse to support those who mislead me. They appear to assume I have a responsibility to help them from their mess just because I am successful professionally. I've started keeping track of everything, including emails, workplace issues, and social media posts. According to my lawyer, this documentation may be critical if they do anything legal. She is particularly concerned that they will try to use the legal system to get more support. What is the worst part? I've been getting messages from family, friends, and distant relatives telling me to put family first and be the bigger person. They don't seem to grasp that Jake and Amy destroyed what little family I had left. Even though I'm determined not to assist them, the constant pestering is wearing me down. To cope, I've been seeing a therapist and considered relocating to a different location for a fresh start. Despite my hatred for the concept of fleeing, I am fighting to find calm. My own family has gone to a depth I never imagined. They're not just appealing for aid. They're attempting to intimidate and pressure me into donating money to the people who destroyed my life. I have a gut feeling that this isn't over. Desperate people do desperate things, and they are becoming increasingly desperate by the day. Update 2. Suddenly, my former partner's counsel notified me that Jake and Amy were attempting to sue me for further assistance, citing increased medical needs and changed circumstances. My lawyer, who had meticulously documented their harassment, was outraged but prepared. Last week was the scheduled court date. Entering the courtroom felt strange. Amy was dressed to highlight her pregnancy, our parents sat right behind them with smug looks, and Jake wore our father's old suit. Their lawyer started with an outlandish narrative that nearly made me chuckle. They claimed that the emotional cost of the divorce had been undervalued, and that the initial settlement was inadequate. They claimed my pattern of workplace harassment had stopped Jake from obtaining work and even suggested that my alleged vindictive behavior was harming Amy's pregnancy, necessitating specialized treatment due to high-risk issues. My attorney's reaction was heartbreaking. She began by showing surveillance tape from my office building that captured my mother's theatrical antics, Jake's violent behavior, and Amy's attempts to sneak in through the back door. She then presented social media evidence, specifically a full timeline of their internet abuse campaign. The genuine revelation came from their bank documents. Jake had turned down several employment offers, dismissing them as beneath him, demonstrating that he was not struggling as a result of my actions. Amy had declined a full-time teaching position to protect her jobless pregnant woman status. The most incriminating evidence was Amy's prenatal records, which proved she was having a perfectly healthy pregnancy with routine expenses. They had used their unborn child as a pawn to acquire sympathy and money. The judge was genuinely angry. When their lawyer attempted to argue that their mental distress required extra assistance, the judge stopped, saying, "Your clients appear to have committed perjury, counselor. Do you really want to follow this line of reasoning?" Following a brief break, their lawyer returned with a gloomy demeanor. Jake was pale, Amy was crying, and their united front had utterly collapsed. I was pleasantly surprised by the judge's ruling. In addition to denying their motion, the judge decreased my alimony payments by 60%. Parties who misuse the legal system are not viewed favorably by this court, stated Mr. Justice. Mr. Smith appears to have fallen victim to a well-planned operation to exploit him financially and emotionally. The fallout was fast. Amy decided she could go back to work, while Jake suddenly obtained a retail job. In their final message, my parents blamed me for sabotaging Jake's last chance and promised me that they would never forgive me for abandoning my family. Their attorney quit from representing them, citing irreconcilable differences in truthfulness. My workplace tightened security and prevented them from entering the premises. I later found that my parents had taken out a second mortgage to cover their legal fees, and Jake and Amy were regularly battling about money, according to mutual friends. I finally feel like I can breathe. With decreased expenses, I'm building up my money and exploring a job offer in Seattle. Allowing people to confront the consequences of their conduct is typically the most effective form of retaliation. However, I can't remove the sensation that this story isn't finished. Update 3. I'd want to start by thanking the community. Your support and insights have helped me stay strong throughout this ordeal. This may be the final update to my story. Aunt Linda, my father's sister, unexpectedly contacted me many weeks after the court decision. I was interested in hearing her perspective because she had never been involved in a family conflict. This turned out to be a mistake. Trying to seem worried, she started, "Your father isn't getting any younger. His health is suffering as a result of all this stress." She went on to explain how my parents were on the verge of losing their retirement money and had refinanced their property to cover Jake and Amy's bills. Families should stick together no matter what, she told me. When I didn't respond with sympathy, she swiftly shifted tactics. "Did you know that your mother sobs herself to sleep each night? Even if they behaved poorly when you were a youngster, they are your parents. Jake is still your brother, despite everything that has transpired." Finally, I cut her off. "What specifically are you referring to? Jake spent months sleeping with my wife. Getting her pregnant and then claiming the child for his own? Is that what you meant?" Her reaction astonished me. "Well, perhaps you could have been more involved in your marriage," she stated. She went on to blame their affair on me, stating that my alleged childhood jealousy of Jake produced a toxic environment that drove them together. It was so absurd that I laughed, really laughed. Yet another family member was attempting to coerce me into accepting responsibility for Jake and Amy's actions. This time, however, it did not work. I was not moved at all. "Linda," I inquired, "why don't you help them if you are so concerned about their finances? Your husband's legal firm is prospering, and you have 3 rental homes. Why am I the only one required to support them?" She sputtered, unable to respond properly, and stated, "That's different. You have a special obligation as Jake's brother." When I questioned Linda why she hadn't intervened earlier but was now selecting sides, I replied, "You decided to come to me and demand that I pay for their consequences rather than admit the harm they caused." She then delivered what she thought was her trump card. "Your father is considering early retirement due to stress. The home may need to be sold. Is it your desire to see your loved ones lose everything because you are too proud to help?" I responded, "No, Linda. They are losing everything as a result of their decision to support Jake's conduct. Once again, they, like Jake and Amy, are paying the price for their own actions. And, guess what? I am not responsible for resolving that. When you're older and alone, family is all we have in the end," she said, threatening to make me regret my decision. "No," I responded. "Self-respect is all we have in the end, and I'm finally choosing to keep mine." With that, I hung up and blocked her number. However, the talk provided an unexpected benefit. Clarity. For the first time, I felt completely liberated from the obligations and guilt that had haunted me since infancy. Later that day, I accepted a job offer in Seattle. The relocation feels like the appropriate decision, and the company is offering me a significant boost. I am starting again and selling the condominium. My coworkers organized a farewell celebration for me yesterday. During the most difficult months of my life, these people demonstrated what genuine support looks like. My close colleague sent me a card signed by everyone with the following message: "Your value is not defined by those who cannot see it. I've understood that family is based on mutual support, respect, and trust, not blood. Friends who stood by me, coworkers who protected me, and eventually myself, have become my genuine family. I am done. To my parents, Jake, Amy, and now Linda, your choices led you to this point, and you are accountable for the consequences. I am no longer available as your ATM or scapegoat. As for me, I'm looking forward to my new life in Seattle. I'm excited about the potential available at my company's renowned West Coast location. More importantly, I can't wait to live a life in which I am valued for who I am rather than compared to someone else's golden child." Writing this final piece from an empty condo, surrounded by stacked boxes, seems weirdly appropriate. Tomorrow, I'll start my drive west. I will reflect on my old life, with all of its misery and familiar turmoil, but I will continue to go forward. Yes, their baby was born last week, in case you were wondering. No, I have not contacted anyone or seen any photos. That chapter of my life is over. I'd like to thank this community again for their support during this trip. Your encouragement and suggestions helped me overcome my self-doubt. For anyone in a similar circumstance, keep in mind that your worth is more than how your family treats you. Walking away may be the most self-loving thing you do. It is time to go. Here's to new beginnings. My golden brother hired a private investigator to expose me as a failure, but instead, he uncovered my multi-million-dollar success. I was raised in a quaint little village with my 2 siblings. The middle sibling is me. The fact that everyone there knows one another can be both a strength and a weakness. My father is the kind of man who puts in a lot of work but keeps his emotions to himself. He is now thinking about retiring. My mother is the total opposite of him. She has consistently maintained the house and upheld the traditional ideals she was taught growing up. My parents are both from traditional, religious families. They are my parents, and I love them, but I've always felt that I didn't live up to their standards. The fact that they appear to view me as the family's disappointment hurts. In contrast, my older brother is the family's golden boy. At 40, he settled down and married a calm, reticent woman. Their 2 sons have a strong interest in sports, particularly rough and tumble sports. To put it mildly, they're a pain. My brother appears to feel it is his duty to guide me in life. He works as a car salesperson at a local dealership. His mentorship, however, feels more like him treating me like a project he can't manage, as if I'm always in need of assistance and should be appreciative of any time he spends with me. He presents a picture of a wonderful existence, talking about his athletic children, his powerboat, and his ATVs, but his counsel frequently comes off as boasting about his big house, fancy cars, and his so-called trophy wife. I feel even more alone as a result of this. I was the sensitive child at school who frequently broke down in tears and appeared to always find an excuse for why things didn't go as planned. I wasn't a strong, tough child or athletic. As an alternative, I was made fun of and kept out of most activities. Having asthma made me feel even more alienated. The worst thing? Asthma is not considered a significant medical problem by my parents. Furthermore, I have battled depression for as long as I can remember. I was never the kind of child who could run down a field or throw a football straight. My parents frequently made remarks about how I wasn't as intelligent or gregarious as my older brother and frequently made comparisons between us. School was challenging. I had a poor 2.5 GPA when I graduated from high school. After saving up some cash, I enrolled in college, but I left in my second year. A family controversy resulted from such choice. In a sense, my younger sister was the princess of the family. I don't know much about her because I left when she was a teenager. The main reason I feel this way about her is because I have seen her as an adult. She is not a horrible person and is merely a little overindulged, but, maybe because it's simpler than being the target herself, she frequently treats me the same way my parents and brother do. She had a beautiful wedding, was married when she was 19, and has 3 kids now. I can best identify with her middle child. I guess I see a little of myself in her because she's also the middle child. She gets mocked a lot, and maybe because her problems are similar to mine, I feel like I know her better. After I graduated from college, I really began to embrace my shy, nerdy side. Before it closed more than 7 years ago, I worked at a comic book and video game store in my community, which I really enjoyed. Even though I have moved on, my parents still behave as though I work there. The best part of my position at the store was getting to know another geek with huge ambitions. We co-founded a successful IT support business together. My business partner ultimately made the decision to sell our company to a bigger corporation. I was bought out with cash and stock options as part of the deal, and it worked out rather well. I started a few side projects and made a number of wise investments, several of which were quite profitable. I try not to brag, but I have more than $1 million in assets. I currently work for a brand new private startup as its CTO. Even though I'm wealthy, I live a humble life. All of the furnishings in my comfortable 2-bedroom house in a fantastic area is used, and I drive a 15-year-old Saturn. Right now, I'm not in a relationship. I have a hectic life and see my therapist on a regular basis. Like my melancholy and asthma, I deal with drinking, which is difficult because my parents don't take it seriously. They believe it to be wholly mental. Even if it's not what other people anticipate or comprehend, I've been able to carve out a prosperous career for myself in spite of the ups and downs. My parents expect me to join them for supper every Sunday night. They live on the opposite side of the state, so the travel is not quick. It takes 90 to 120 minutes each way, which eats up over half of my weekend. They still seem to think that, as an unmarried individual and what my brother likes to refer to as a mental case, I have nothing better to do. These meals are frequently difficult. I get unsolicited advice on how to marry, establish a family, and be a proper adult for 3 hours. Or I sit through lengthy conversation about my brother's most recent huge sale at the car dealership, which is the buzz of the table. Although they have never called me a mooch directly, the implication is there if I skip one of these dinners. It is both frustrating and perplexing. I frequently question why I still go to these events when I talk to my therapist. My family has a tendency to downplay or misrepresent all of my accomplishments. People back home still think I work at the long-gone game store. My brother was seen as more mature and gregarious than I was, and he had a successful profession. As a result, I was continuously made fun of for my prior retail experience. I found it challenging to communicate to my family back home the truth about my life and my achievements because of this disparity. Games and comics were sometimes written off as immature entertainment. Despite my genuine expertise in technology, my attempts to discuss it were typically overshadowed. My brother would interrupt me and pretend as if I didn't know anything. Even though I knew he was babbling, I typically just listened to him. I was scared to correct him since I would have to explain my work and defend my knowledge. I secretly scared that they wouldn't value my career and that it would alter their opinion of me. I'll confess that I've had difficulties and occasionally been a complete mess. However, everything changed last month. My brother managed to get his hands on some of my personal information. The truth is that he employed a private investigator to carry out what he said was a background check on my employment. I had a sneaking suspicion that he was organizing an intervention with my folks. They were totally unprepared for what they discovered. They learned my actual value as a person, that I didn't live in a rundown flat, and other private information. Since I work in security, this was very ironic. After making the connections, I was even able to track out the source of the hack by receiving notifications about unauthorized efforts to get my credit report. Everything became clear after this revelation, and I now have to deal with my family's abrupt and unanticipated change in how they view me. It's a lot to take in, particularly in light of our relationship's history of miscommunication and undervaluation. I chose to have the same private detective firm look into my brother's money since I was so upset over the breach of my privacy. My brother was actually living well beyond his means. A file with Child Protective Services, several previous arrests for DWI and public intoxication, and domestic disturbance calls were also discovered throughout the investigation. He was having trouble making his scheduled back payments to the IRS and managing 3 mortgage loans on his house. Despite the fact that there were currently no ongoing charges, his credit was a total mess. In contrast, my parents had little more than what I already knew and lived modest lifestyles. When it came to money, they were realistic and pragmatic. I was so concentrated on getting ready to confront my family at the next meal, hoping it would cause a rift, that I didn't even care to see how my sister was doing. But the dinner's atmosphere was completely different from what I had imagined. My parents started to treat me with a strange sort of veneration, as if I were the golden child. This adjustment obviously distressed my brother. He lost his anger midway through dinner. In an attempt to restore his reputation, he began boasting about recent sales commissions and a purported promotion. I just gave him my congratulations and mentioned his debt, IRS problems, and stretched credit condition in a tactful manner. In other words, I called attention to my brother's financial disaster while simultaneously celebrating his accomplishments. The whole thing was oddly gloomy. The already challenging family dynamic was made even more awkward by my parents' sudden change in behavior toward me, which appeared forced and artificial. At first, my brother disputed everything when I handed him a copy of the report. But I pointed out that by utilizing the agency to look into me, he had inadvertently suggested it. As I have to say, that felt good for a little while. My parents, who reprimanded him and responded with dramatic shock, were obviously aware of it as well. The whole thing became very unsettling because the report needed my social security number. It was not a pleasant revelation or the ensuing argument. As it revealed my family's avarice and cowardice, my disdain for them grew. They started accusing one another of a variety of things throughout the course of the following hour. I made every effort to keep quiet, but sometimes they became irate with me. I would either shrug or respond with a nonchalant, one-word comment when that occurred. My sister's husband, my brother's wife, and their 5 kids looked on in shock as our family disintegrated like never before. Our meetings were typically routine and uninteresting. My sister would give updates whenever she could, my brother and his wife would boast about their lives, my mom would strike up a conversation, and my dad would complain in response. This collapse had never occurred during one of our family dinners. It was a tumultuous meal, to say the least. As long-simmering, deeply ingrained issues exploded into the open, the customary subtle jabs about how I should look up to my brother and be a real man were replaced by astonished quiet. I got into a heated disagreement with my dad, brother, and myself. They dug up every relic of family strife from the previous 30 years and argued over who was responsible for everything. It was like watching an unruly drama play out in real time. All of my negative thoughts about my family seemed to be validated during such instances. In all honesty, I felt terrible, even though you might have expected me to feel some sort of justice or triumph. I became aware of my poor handling of the situation. Although I was well aware of these flaws, what had I meant to accomplish by making my brother's wrongdoings public? His children now know about his tumultuous history, which I had not wanted them to. When my brother yelled at me in a fit of wrath, the situation reached a breaking point. His harsh statements, such as, "You should have never been born," were stunning, but what really stuck out was my parents' desperate attempts to calm him down, a degree of desperation I had never witnessed before. He accused me of being the cause of all the family's problems. They made an effort to intervene, but they never really admitted or accepted responsibility for the way they had treated me throughout the years. I was both very saddened and vindicated. It served as a harsh and obvious reminder of the underlying problems in our family's dynamics. My parents accused me of something else until I could take it no more. They implied that I could have helped but decided not to, claiming that I was refusing to help a sick niece or nephew. I had no knowledge of such a circumstance. No one had ever told me about this issue or reached out to me for help. I suspected they were making things up as they went along, but I didn't challenge it. "I thought you believed I was still working at the comic book shop," I reminded them instead. They never seemed to understand that the store had closed in 2011, even though I had reminded them several times. The way they had misrepresented our family history to fit their storyline appalled me. I drove home after feeling overburdened and annoyed. I'm feeling conflicted right now. Knowing that they would probably put pressure on me to repay them now that they are aware of my money makes me feel deceived. I know what's coming because I've witnessed how they treated my brother in a similar manner. However, I also recognize and value the fact that my parents provided for my basic needs as a child, including clothing, food, and housing. It will be difficult to navigate this labyrinth of thankfulness, bitterness, and freshly set boundaries. I'll probably need my therapist's assistance to process this change in dynamics. It's obvious that establishing clear limits going forward will be essential. Growing up was challenging because, to be honest, I was never the favorite child in my family. My brother mistreated me, but my parents did little to stop it, even though they never physically beat me. My parents responded as though nothing was wrong whether he kicked, hit, or said extremely terrible things. They completely disregarded it. It is really concerning that they do not consider verbal abuse to be damaging or real. Verbal abuse is terrible in and of itself, but it is even more painful when the people who are there to protect you choose to ignore it. I've had enough of fighting this for years. Even though I am aware that they are my family, I feel the need to keep a permanent distance. Although I wish them well, I think it will be better for me to go on and begin a new chapter without them. If I discover someone amazing, like a girlfriend, and we decide to be married and have kids, what will happen? Then, how will I deal with these problems with my family? It may get rather complicated, so I'm attempting to figure it out. How can I introduce my new family to my family if I'm not talking to them anymore? I have a lot of questions about what lies ahead. Prior to reading the update, allow me to give you some advice. Your family didn't appreciate you as a person if they merely wanted you around to boost their self-esteem. They want you around to take advantage of your wealth now that they are aware of your financial achievement. You are not defined by your family. According to everything you've said, they, not you, are the issue. You come across as a good-hearted, diligent individual who endured harsh treatment in your family circumstances. Put your phone away and carry on with your life. You've done a great job creating your own life. Reduce the amount of time you spend with your family as much as you like. They only want your money, and you know it. As a result, you can communicate with them however you see fit. Stay in touch with your therapist to help you move into a life where they don't hold you back. Steer clear of pointless conversations. If at all possible, think about relocating to a new place, packing up your things, and starting over. You are not alone if you have to make tough choices because many people struggle with their families when it comes to dating. Explaining these dynamics to a potential spouse might be challenging, particularly if they have tight family ties. But you will start your own family when the time is right. Actions to take going ahead. If you haven't done, put a security freeze on your credit accounts. If your brother used dealership resources to collect information about you, let the appropriate parties know. The dealership is unlikely to be amenable to being implicated if his activities involved fraud. Speak with an attorney. Despite your youth, mishaps do occur. Your parents would currently inherit your assets as your default next of kin. Put it in writing as soon as you can if you would rather have someone else be the beneficiary. Locate a trustworthy counselor. You may feel sad about being apart from your family in the upcoming months. Speaking with an expert will assist you in processing this. Update: Following the family dinner argument, it was like leaving a battle zone when I got home. I flew across the quiet nighttime road with nothing but my thoughts. I knew that something needed to change as soon as I pulled into my driveway. If I didn't want to go insane, I had to quit throwing family dinners. I concentrated on my work and mental well-being during the course of the following 2 weeks. Not only were the gadgets and comic books strewn over my home visually appealing, but they served as a sanctuary for me. In order to figure out how to separate from my family without totally alienating them, I stepped up my therapy appointments during this period. My therapist, Dr. Bennett, was really helpful. He used methods that felt more like building a fort than a wall to help me set boundaries. My mind started to go toward the future, more especially relationships, as the weeks went by and the temperature rose. I began to think that meeting someone amazing was not just possible but likely after spending time by myself and without a partner. Then, like something from a comic book, Ava showed up. Ava and I met at a technology conference. Her cybersecurity talk captivated me, not just because of the topic but also because of her charisma. She was smart and grounded, understood me, and had a love-centered view of families that was restrained by firm boundaries. As Ava's situation worsened, the unsaid problem was how to introduce her to my family's circus. We discussed how to deal with it over numerous pizza-eating evenings. We made the decision to have short, visible, and casual family get-togethers. Everything changed when Ava even offered to help me. Our initial interactions were straightforward coffee dates. I reintroduced myself to family gatherings while Ava was around. Naturally, the first few times were really uncomfortable. My parents were too polite and wary, as though I may vanish at any moment. In contrast, my brother looked to be attempting to express a lot but was having trouble finding the perfect words. But my sister and her kids were a pleasant diversion. My sister's middle child, who looked a lot like me, was instantly won over by Ava. We became accustomed to these coffee dates, which were like short forays into family territory, a brief coming and going. I was able to reconnect without becoming entangled in the chaos thanks to this strategy. Unexpectedly, it started to function. My family adjusted to the arrangement over time. Maybe they understood that this was the only way they could continue to have me in their life. They began to be mindful of my limits. As things got better, I started to consider the long term more. What might the future hold for us? Together with Ava, I envisioned building a solid family foundation based on respect and caring for one another rather than obligation and guilt. I knew there would be difficulties, of course. Ava and I talked about the prospect of living together one summer evening when we were walking by the lake. I was struck by how far I had come from feeling abandoned by my family to being able to stand on my own with a better sense of who I was. It seemed like day and night. I have a cautious sense of optimism for the future. I feel prepared, even though I know the road ahead may be rough with possible potholes the size of craters. Setting limits with my family after Eva was more than simply a matter of protecting myself. It was about making room for new connections and a fulfilling future for myself. The infamous Sunday meals are still planned, but they now take place according to my preferences. I go occasionally and don't go other times. I bring Ava along to family dinners, and we discuss any issues that arise. Even though there has been a lot of improvement, there are still issues. The secret is finding that balance, keeping things harmonious without becoming overpowered. Hi everyone, I'm still learning how to share stuff online, so please be patient with me. I want to tell you everything that's going on in my life at the moment. Let's start by introducing the main characters. I am the storyteller. Peach is our daughter, Mario is our son, and Daisy is my soon-to-be ex-wife. We are currently going through a challenging separation that is quickly turning into a very acrimonious divorce. The main reason Daisy and I are divorcing is that she accepted her bisexuality earlier this year. She expressed her desire for our marriage to be open to me directly. I was not at all comfortable with that notion. When I learned that Daisy had slept with my coworker, who is also one of my closest friends, the situation got even worse. That must have been terrible and awkward. It seemed like a betrayal from both my household and my place of employment as a police officer. We were unable to stay together after that. I took a break to think things out. Daisy did everything she could to keep us together at first. But when it became apparent that I was adamant about not opening our marriage despite her reasons and entreaties, things took a nasty turn. Daisy's perspective had changed. She became bitter, and the last thing I wanted was for her to start playing pawns with our kids. Daisy started telling Peach that she had to leave our home because I no longer loved them. I detested them, she said, and I was destroying our family. It was heartbreaking to hear that, especially in light of Peach's obvious confusion and grief. Our kids frequently visit Daisy's mother's home, where she currently resides. Daisy and her new friend attempt to make these visits seem like a huge, thrilling vacation. presumably in an attempt to play the cool parents and turn Peach and Mario against me. They lavish them with toys and candy. In addition to our mental struggle, Daisy and I disagree on nearly everything. This involves deciding who should inherit what belongings and how much money one of us should contribute to support the other. The hardest part, though? Choosing how to split up Mario and Peach's time. Daisy fights back against every compromise we try to reach. She seems to be making things more difficult for herself. Daisy has been telling our kids things lately that make me the bad guy, which is unjust. For example, Peach and Mario have been asking me whether I don't like Daisy's new friend. AP, let's call them AP, seems to adore them more than I do, for whatever reason. Such talk is a major disturbance to their minds. I was working on a big project at work a few weeks ago. I was working much more overtime in my pursuit of a promotion from police officer to homicide investigator. Daisy and I agreed that the kids would spend this busy time with her and come see me on the weekends. I would stop by when it was time for them to go for Daisy's. Mario exclaimed, tears in his eyes. Are you taking us away because you hate us like your mother says? As I handed him his luggage, a big one I had packed for him. The moment was heartbreaking. I hugged him tightly and assured him that I truly loved him, even though it wasn't true. It was strange, despite my best efforts, to visit them last weekend. It was really challenging. It hurt a lot that they didn't say much to me. They didn't seem to want to see me at all. It wasn't until today that I had another opportunity to talk to them. They both looked very sad as I lifted them up. I could now talk to them as I picked them up. It was clear that Peach is having difficulties. Even while she still shows her love for me, Daisy seems to be making it harder for her to do so. Given how difficult the situation is, I'm attempting to decide on the best course of action to reduce the harm to the kids. This kind of twisting of family dynamics can be extremely challenging. Peach is having a lot of trouble because she believes she is incapable of loving me. I can no longer watch helplessly as my princess endures pain. Since this divorce is purposefully harming them, I'm beginning to have my doubts. Do I need to take the divorce further? Is it possible to proceed while keeping my kids safe? Or should I just stay and accept it? Now for the comment. You need to tell your divorce attorney about all of this right away. Parental alienation is what this is. A judge will definitely order it to halt, but it will probably be hard to enforce. You have to get started on this right away and keep going. Daisy is acting in a way that is really damaging. Make sure you pursue the divorce and keep all the paperwork. It will only become worse if you stay. This is known as parental alienation, and it played a significant role in my friend's child custody victory because his ex-wife was acting in a similar manner. Engage a lawyer as soon as possible and record Daisy's actions. Seek the children's medical attention. This is a very bad position for them. Your kids shouldn't be left with her unattended. Tell your lawyer what she did. Inform CPS about her treatment of the kids if necessary. Never again let her actions go unchecked for the sake of your kids. Parents funded siblings, ignored me. I built my own success, uncovered their betrayal, and chose a new family over being the forgotten child. Hello, Reddit. I need to talk about something today. I'm 27 years old. I suppose you could say that I've been the one ignored my entire life. My younger brother Chris, 25 million, and older sister Sarah, 29 feet, are my siblings. It would be an understatement to suggest that they were always the golden children. In my parents' view, they could never do anything wrong, but I was just there. Sarah excelled academically as a child, consistently receiving straight A's and participating in all school-related activities before attending a prestigious Ivy League university. It was my parents' obsession. They couldn't stop raving about how delighted they were the moment she received her admission letter, I promise. They invited all of her relatives and friends to this lavish celebration party. We felt as though we were celebrating Sarah's academic achievement with a second Christmas. Chris, however, didn't have to make a concerted effort. For him, everything just appeared to go smoothly. Following Sarah's example, he enrolled in a prestigious graduate program. My parents also ensured that everything was prepared for him. They purchased him a new laptop, helped him move, paid his tuition, and more. Then there was me. I attended a state college instead of an Ivy League school. Although it was a fine school, I had the impression that my parents wouldn't boast about it the way they did about Chris and Sarah. They kind of nodded and muttered something like, "That's great, Michael," when I informed them I had been accepted, but I could tell they weren't really into it. No party, no celebration. If we ordered takeaway that night, I was lucky. I made an effort to ignore it, but as I grew older, I became more aware of how different things were for me than for them. The money was just as important as the attention. Consider the wedding of Sarah. $200,000 is no laughing matter. The setting, the catering, The dress, my parents went all out. They handled it like it was the biggest thing ever. Some members of our family were even flown in from out of state. They covered all of Chris's graduate school expenses and provided him with rent assistance until he was able to support himself. They also took care of his educational loans, so he didn't even need to worry about those. But me? I asked my parents for assistance when I was just starting out in my job and required some work-related tools, things that were necessary to even get started. I received $7,000. Please understand that $7,000 is a substantial sum of money. However, it kind of hurts when you contrast that with $200,000 for a wedding or fully covering someone's tuition. I felt like I was only receiving the bare minimum so they could claim to have been helpful. And it wasn't just the cash. I always felt like the odd one out whenever our family gathered together. Every discourse at family dinners revolved around Chris's most recent accomplishment or Sarah's fancy job. As they sat there, they would discuss their upcoming extravagant plans, vacations, or improvements to their homes. I would be sitting there consuming my meal while attempting to come up with anything to add to the discussion. What was I going to say though, really? It seemed like my accomplishments paled in comparison to what they were doing. Hey, I just finished a big project at work, and I'm still paying off my car. One dinner in particular, perhaps a year ago, comes to mind. As was customary, the topic of conversation shifted to Sarah's most recent travel plans as we were all seated around the table. "Oh, we're going to Europe for a few weeks," she revealed nonchalantly as she sipped her drink. "It's just so nice that Mom and Dad are able to help out with the expenses." Chris added his voice as well, discussing some of the wedding expenses that were paid for. In a casual tone, he remarked, "I honestly don't know what we would have done without that $200,000. Emily immediately burst out laughing, saying, "Thanks to our parents covering everything," expressing her relief that the tuition hikes had no effect on her. They seemed to be hammering their words into my head as I sat there attempting to concentrate on my plate. It wasn't just the money. I had to work for my advancement and take out loans to make ends meet, whereas they had their futures handed to them. They pretended not to have to worry about it, but every dollar seemed like a fight. The worst thing? I wasn't even included in the discourse, yet nobody appeared to notice. My face became hot, my hands clenched beneath the table, and I could feel my irritation mounting until I was unable to contain it any longer. I whispered something to me. "Must be nice." There was silence in the room, everyone was watching me. It was Sarah who spoke first. With a confused and annoyed expression on her face, as if she couldn't even begin to comprehend why I was unhappy, she questioned, "What's that supposed to mean, Michael?" I inhaled deeply while attempting to remain composed, but everything spilled out quickly. "It means that not all of us get everything handed to us on a silver platter. Some of us actually have to work for what we need." They clearly didn't understand. As if it were no great issue, Chris simply shrugged and relaxed back in his chair. He smiled smugly and added, "Michael, you're always acting like you're the victim. Didn't Mom and Dad help you get those tools for work?" That struck a chord. Even though they gave me $7,000, it seems insignificant in comparison to what they have done for Chris and Sarah. I said, "Yeah, they helped, firmly. But $7,000 compared to hundreds of thousands? It's not the same, and you know it." As usual, Mom tried to defuse the situation. "Michael, we thought that's what you needed. We've always tried to give you what was fair." "Fair?" I asked, my voice bursting with resentment. "You think this is fair? You've given them everything. You've practically paved their roads for them, and I've had to build mine brick by brick." From there, the discussion took a turn for the worst. Everyone made an effort to justify themselves and claim that I was exaggerating. Dad shook his head and remarked, "You're exaggerating this?" "No," I replied. "You gave me the minimum. That's the part that hurts the most. You didn't care about what I wanted, only what you thought was enough to keep me quiet. It was more than I could handle." Without saying another word, I got up and walked out of the room, my chair making a loud scraping sound against the floor. I didn't turn around, but their voices followed me as I left the room. I was tired of constantly getting the leftovers and being the one who was forgotten. That night, I was furious and stormed out of the house. I don't believe I've ever been that angry. My heart was thumping in my chest, like if it were trying to escape. It seemed like the world was closing in on me with each step I took down the driveway. I had no idea where I was heading. I simply knew that I had to leave, far away. It was late, maybe around 10 o'clock, and there was silence on the streets. You know that spooky silence where everything seems a little too motionless? Yes, that was it. As I went, the only sound was the sound of my sneakers hitting the pavement. I wasn't in the mood for distractions, so I didn't have my phone out or my headphones on. I had to think. I kept thinking about the supper while I was walking. Chris's arrogant expression, Sarah's patronizing inquiries. They all seemed to be living in a bubble of privilege and were unaware of how oppressive it was for me. I was merely an outsider with a window into their lovely little world. My frustration grew as I gave it more attention. Why didn't I say more was a question I kept asking myself. Why didn't I actually give it to them? However, I later came to the realization that my words would have had no impact. Talking to a brick wall was like that. I had my version of what happened, and they had theirs, and the two were never going to coincide. I eventually made my way to the park where I used to spend my childhood. The residence was only a 15-minute walk away. Some trees kind of obscured an old bench and a spot next to the playground. It was one of those locations you travel to when you simply need to escape from everything, and I needed that. I took a seat and simply gazed up at the sky while leaning back against the chilly wood. On this particular clear night, all the stars were visible. It would normally be soothing to me, but that night it didn't help. I couldn't stop thinking about how unfair everything was, how I had spent my entire life striving to fit in, only to be given scraps while my siblings had it all. I briefly considered not glancing at my phone as it buzzed in my pocket. However, my curiosity overcame me, and I took it out. It was Emily's text, of course. "Michael, where did you go? You need to come back. Let's talk about this." "Speak?" "Yes, exactly. I have previously heard that. Nothing in my family was ever resolved by talking. The routine was always the same. Mom and Dad would explain why things were the way they were, and I would be told to accept it. However, I wasn't in the mood for any more justifications this time. I stuffed my phone back in my pocket without answering the text. I began to mentally review everything as I sat there, including the years I had been ignored and the times I had felt like an afterthought. Even if I wasn't a flawless child, I still didn't deserve to be treated any less than the other kids. It wasn't truly about the money. It was about being appreciated and seen. And for whatever reason, my parents had come to the conclusion that Sarah or Chris's wants and aspirations were more important than mine. I'm not sure how long I sat there, but eventually the cold began to set in. The nights were growing colder, and fall was rapidly approaching. The wind sliced through the thin material of my jacket as I drew it firmly about myself. I considered going home, but the notion of going back inside that house and confronting them after everything that had transpired was too much to take. I became aware of something while I sat there. I was sick of battling for meager attention and support. I wasn't just angry anymore. I decided then and there that I was done. I'm done trying to fit into their ideal little family photo and to get them to notice me. With a renewed sense of resolve, I rose from the bench. It was time to put myself first and create the life I desired without continuously looking for their approval. I didn't require their sympathy or handouts. I was determined to make it myself and demonstrate to them what they had been missing for years. I experienced an odd mixture of relief and melancholy as I made my way back to my flat. I was relieved that I was at last taking charge of my own life, but I was also sad about the familial relationship I was giving up. I felt like I was headed in the right direction for the first time in a long time, even though I knew it wouldn't be simple. I took a seat at my desk and began making plans as soon as I arrived home. I was determined to put my all into my profession and create something for myself. Maybe they'll realize what they've been missing out on for years when I've succeeded and reached my goals on my own terms. But I had a job to do for the time being. It was time to begin crafting my own narrative, one in which I was more than a supporting character in the accomplishments of others. I was prepared for the moment that would be my chance to shine. First update. Since my last post, which was around 2 years ago, a lot has transpired. I made a choice that would change the trajectory of my life following that terrible family supper. I had had enough of being the afterthought and the forgotten son. It was time to go out on my own, free from my family's support or meddling. I approached my task with a level of resolve I had never experienced before. I began by working longer hours and taking on more tasks and responsibilities at work. After my employer took note, I received a promotion offer a few months later. Though not very significant, it was a positive start. This company idea had always been in the back of my thoughts. I now concluded that the moment had come to turn it into a reality. I planned, saved, and researched whenever I had free time. I reduced all of my expenses, including eating out, buying new clothes, and taking trips. I invested every extra dollar in my company fund. I finally got enough money to launch my firm after a year or so of saving and planning. It was a digital startup that specialized in creating small business software. The initial months were harsh. I was working nonstop, attempting to balance software development, customer meetings, and all of the administrative duties involved in managing a company. After being impressed by my work, A local business owner referred me to his network, which was my first big break. All of a sudden, I had more clients than I could manage alone. My first employee was hired, followed by my second. I had a tiny staff working for me before I realized it. My confidence increased along with the business. I felt like I was actually succeeding on my own terms for the first time in my life. I was no longer living in the shadow of others. I was making something significant, something wholly original. My family was aware of the change, of course. Initially, Emily's texts were just inquisitive inquiries about my well-being. My answers were succinct and ambiguous. Then followed the family get-together invitations, which I graciously turned down because of my professional obligations. The first person to really push was Sarah. One day, she unexpectedly arrived at my workplace. Sarah's eyes widened as she took in the workplace when I walked out to the reception area. Although it wasn't very ostentatious, it was contemporary, polished, and obviously effective. Her voice was a mixture of astonishment and something else I couldn't quite pinpoint when she said, "Michael, this is amazing. Why didn't you inform us of everything?" I shrugged and spoke in a neutral tone. "I have been quite busy." She scowled, obviously dissatisfied with my response. "We have been concerned for you. You no longer attend family dinners. We hardly ever hear back from you." Their parents believe they have done something incorrectly. I experienced a little twinge of guilt. But then I recalled all those years of suffering and feeling inferior as they navigated life with the help of our parents. I said, "I'm doing fine. Actually, it's better than fine." For a while, I simply had to concentrate on my own life. My business kept expanding as the months passed. We expanded our workforce and relocated to a larger office. I even appeared as a rising entrepreneur to watch in a local business publication. My phone was inundated with texts from my family on the day the piece was published. They were all excited, proud, and celebratory. Alongside those emotions, though, I could feel their perplexity and perhaps even a hint of hurt that they were reading about my achievement in a magazine instead of directly from me. None of the mails received a response from me. A part of me felt grim satisfaction, and another part felt guilt. They were the ones on the outside looking in for a change. It was them who were pondering, inquiring, and attempting to comprehend. The next to get in touch was Chris. One evening, as I was leaving the office, he called. When I lifted him up, he said, "Hey, little brother? No talk for a long time. I read that article about your business. It was really amazing." I answered in a neutral tone, "Thanks. A lot of work has gone into this, but it's paying off." "Look," he went on, "we miss you, dude, even though I know the family has been acting strangely recently. This weekend, how about we have supper together? We may congratulate your success and catch up." I was tempted for a second. A part of me missed my family in spite of everything. I thought back to all those dinners, though, where I felt invisible. All the occasions when Chris or Sarah's accomplishments were highlighted above mine. I said, "Thank you for the invitation, but I have a lot of work to do right now, perhaps at a later day." Even though my accomplishment was fulfilling, I realized as I was driving home that evening that it hadn't made things better with my family. It had, if anything, made it wider. I was pleased with my accomplishments and pleased that I had completed everything by myself. However, my success came with a loneliness I hadn't expected. I wasn't prepared to close that gap though. Not quite yet. I had been the family's afterthought for far too long. I wasn't sure whether there was still space for them in my own story, which I was now writing. I would deal with whatever came next on my own terms. Second update, about a year and a half has passed since my last post, and my life has changed drastically once more. The expansion of my tech company has surpassed my wildest expectations. We now serve mid-sized businesses throughout the state as part of our extended service offering. We were listed as one of the top 50 startups to watch in a major business magazine last month. My phone was inundated with congratulations the day the piece was published, but one in particular, a voicemail from my mother, stood out. "Michael, honey, it's Mom. We saw the article. Your father and I are so proud of you. We'd love to talk if you have a moment. Please call us back when you can." I was taken aback. My parents hadn't spoken to me directly in more than a year. I wasn't sure how to react after so much time, so I didn't call back right away. A week later, my assistant told me I had guests when I was working late. I was shocked to see my folks standing in the lobby. They appeared older and more worn out than I had recalled. When they saw me, their eyes glowed with a mixture of pride and apprehension, but Mom's hair had more gray and Dad's shoulders appeared to slump. Mom said hesitantly, "Michael, we hope you don't mind us dropping by like this. We simply had to see you." I escorted them to my office, where they gazed at the contemporary furnishings and the accolades that lined the bookcases. They hadn't seen the struggling child like that in a long time. "This is really amazing, son," Dad remarked in a rough, emotional voice. "You've accomplished a lot for yourself." The uneasy silence was broken by Mom. "We must apologize to you, Michael. After much consideration, we've come to the conclusion that we treated you differently from your siblings. We sincerely apologize for not seeing it at the time, but we do now." A lump formed in my throat. I'd been waiting so long to hear this, but I wasn't sure how to react when the time came. Dad bent over. "We're proud of you, son, not only for your accomplishments but also for taking on this challenge alone. We were oblivious to your abilities until you demonstrated them to us." After that we spoke for a while. I discovered that I was talking more about the setbacks and victories over the previous few years. It was odd, but in a way, it felt perfect, like the puzzle pieces were finally coming together. After a moment of hesitation, Mom continued, "There's something else we wanted to talk to you about, Michael." As our conversation came to an end. "We need your assistance." Immediately, I felt my guard go up. "What sort of assistance?" They looked at one another, and then Dad said something. "The family business is at issue. Son, we're in trouble. We haven't kept up with the changes in the market. Failure to upgrade promptly will put us in danger of becoming bankrupt." Mom hurriedly added, "Especially after everything, we hate to ask. However, we reasoned that given your technological and business acumen." I sat back, feeling a lot of different emotions. Even though their apology appeared genuine and I wanted to get back in touch, I couldn't help but feel suspicious. Was this the true cause of their unexpected arrival? At last, I answered, "I need some time to think about this. There's a lot to take in." With a hopeful yet nervous expression, they nodded. Mom gave me a hard hug as I walked them out. She whispered, "Michael, you are loved. Regardless of what you decide." I spent a lot of time sitting in my office after they went, gazing out at the city lights. I had put forth a lot of effort to prove myself and get here. My family was now requesting my assistance, right after I had achieved the height of my prosperity. I didn't miss the irony. There was a part of me that wanted to be the greater person and offer them assistance. However, a part of me that recalled years of feeling inferior wanted to say no, to let them know that I didn't need them any more than they had needed me. I understood that there was more at stake here than simply business. It had to do with family, forgiveness, and the kind of person I wanted to be. Whatever I chose would influence not just how I interacted with my family but also the type of man I was growing into. With my parents' number displayed on the screen, I took out my phone and gazed at it. Is it better to call or not? Is it better to assist or not? The later the night became and the quieter the city below, the more I thought about the choice. Reddit, what would you do? Do I still owe my family anything after all of this, or is it time to put this chapter behind me for good? Third update. My parents requested assistance with their failing business a month ago. I hired a private investigator since something wasn't quite right. I was shocked by what I found. Instead of failing, the family firm was doing quite well. They had recently landed a big deal. However, it wasn't all. Financial deception spanning years was discovered by the investigator. Inflating the costs of Sarah and Chris's education and marriages, my parents had been transferring funds into personal accounts. $200,000 for Sarah's wedding. A large portion of money was transferred to a covert investing account in her name. Emily's tuition was actually paid into a high-yield savings account, and Chris had a trust fund. In addition to favoring my siblings, they had deliberately worked to secure their financial prosperity at my expense. I was enraged. The deliberate choice to keep me out had been made during all those years of feeling inferior and struggling while my siblings navigated life. I summoned my legal staff to a meeting. There were certain dubious tax strategies that could lead to issues if they were discovered, even if the majority of my parents' acts fell into legal limbo. I invited my folks to come to work with me. They came with a hopeful expression, perhaps expecting me to assist them. When they saw my reaction, their faces sank. I said icily, "Sit down. We must speak." I presented all that I had found. I saw their expressions change from shock to guilt to dread with every admission. "How did you accomplish this?" With a trembling voice, I asked. "You were purposefully keeping me down while uplifting everyone else, even though I felt inadequate all these years. Why?" My mom broke down in tears. According to my father's explanation, they viewed me as the self-sufficient powerful one. He spoke in a hollow voice. I interrupted him, saying, "I don't want excuses. I want you to be aware of what is about to happen." I informed them that I had contacted the IRS anonymously about their dubious tax procedures. Additionally, I had provided Sarah, Chris, and Emily with proof of how they had profited from our parents' dishonesty. I remarked, "Your ideal family image is about to fall apart. And you can't buy your way out of it this time. Please, Michael," my father pleaded. "We can make this right. We'll put things right." I chuckled without humor. "That's the issue, Dad. You continue to believe that money can solve any problem. However, you cannot purchase my forgiveness. The years I spent feeling unworthy are irreplaceable." I got to my feet. "Go now. Never again do I want to hear from any of you. I no longer consider myself to have a family." My mother glanced back, crying, as they walked away. "You are loved, Michael, we always have." I gave her a direct look. "I don't want to be involved if this is how you define love." I stayed in my office for a while after they left, feeling a mixture of relief, betrayal, and rage. I was relieved that I could finally stop questioning my value and that I knew the truth. Sarah, Chris, and Emily sent me texts in the days that followed. Some were irate, some beseeching. None of them received a response from me. With fresh energy, I pushed myself back into my work. My business kept expanding, and I discovered fulfillment in coaching aspiring business owners from comparable backgrounds. 6 months have passed since that altercation. The pain of what I've lost, or rather, what I never truly had, still aches on some days. Mostly, though, I feel liberated. Free from the burden of attempting to convince others of my value when they never intended to. I am aware that some people may believe that I was too severe and that the family deserves forgiveness. However, I've discovered that leaving poisonous relationships, even ones that include your own blood, can occasionally be the healthiest course of action. To everyone who has ever felt like the odd one out, know that your value is not based on how your family views you. You possess the ability to craft your own narrative, generate your own achievements, and locate those who will appreciate you for who you are. For my part, I'm concentrating on creating my chosen family, which consists of friends and coworkers that encourage me, share in my accomplishments without feeling envious, and support me during difficult times without keeping score. Regardless of our backgrounds or experiences, let's celebrate fresh starts, chosen families, and creating our own narratives. We have the power to influence the future, and I'm eager to see where that takes us. My parents gave me some money and kicked me out after my sister was born. 17 years later, they want my help. I am 35 years old and employed as a software developer at a large West Coast tech company. I finally established a secure existence for myself after working in the field for almost 10 years, complete with a respectable salary, a cozy apartment, and even some future investments. I undoubtedly appear to be living the American dream from the outside. However, something that happened recently has been making me face my history, and I'm finding it difficult to deal with. After 17 years of total quiet, my parents, 60 million and 58 million, reached out to me and asked for my assistance with my sister, 13 million. You must be aware of our past in order to comprehend the significance of this. My parents never wanted me as a youngster. Before I was born, they had been trying for a daughter for years, and they were openly disappointed to have me instead. As a child, I frequently heard parents call me the spare, or a remnant in conversations with friends or family. We weren't impoverished because my dad was a real estate agent and my mom taught high school, but they always pretended that my presence was depleting their finances. I can still clearly recall family get-togethers where family members would try to persuade my parents to be thankful for their healthy son. I learned to keep quiet during these conversations, but my parents would still say things like, "Unless it's a girl, we don't really have a child yet." My aunt would say things like, "At least he's smart and well-behaved," or, "Many couples can't have children at all." Their remarks still had a profound impact, especially during family gatherings or holidays. I began to develop a strong interest in computers and programming in middle school. Using whatever resources I could find online, I would spend hours training myself to code in the school computer lab. After noticing my enthusiasm, my computer science teacher began to mentor me and even allowed me to stay after school to work on projects. However, my parents would either nod absently or shift the conversation to their ongoing efforts to have another child whenever I tried to discuss my accomplishments with them. When I was 15, everything changed. My sister was my parents' miracle child, finally born after years of trying. It was like a switch flipping in our home when she was born. There was love, excitement, and celebration all at once, but none of it was aimed at me. They gave her everything, including their time, money, love, and attention. Although I recognized that she was their top priority, the disparity in their treatment of us was unpleasant and striking. I can still clearly recall my junior year victory in a state-level programming competition. A minor college scholarship was part of the award. My parents were so enamored with my sister's block stacking that they hardly looked up when I brought the trophy and certificate home. However, her accomplishment of stacking 3 blocks on top of one another was worthy of a cake and photo celebration with the family. I pushed myself into my academics and coding at school because I knew that education was the key to my freedom. I began working as a freelance web developer on the side, keeping the money I made hidden because I thought I might need it in the future. That intuition was correct. In retrospect, I believe my parents had been preparing this for some time since, rather than throwing a party for my 18th birthday, they sat me down for what they called an important discussion. They clarified that my sister's playroom and learning area required my room. They had already made the decision that I would go right away. They completely shut me down when I attempted to explain that I needed time to find a place and save money. They said I'd had time to get ready and should be able to handle things myself. My father gave me a $500 envelope containing what he referred to as startup money, and gave me until the weekend to depart. It happened on a Tuesday. I stuffed my laptop, some clothes, and the about $3,000 I had surreptitiously collected from my freelancing business into my old high school backpack and a few trash bags. As I packed, my sister, who was only 3 years old at the time, watched from the doorway, unable to comprehend what was going on. The initial years were harsh. While being cautious not to overstay my welcome anywhere, I couch-surfed between friends' homes. I worked a variety of jobs, including day labor at construction sites, nighttime shifts at 7-Eleven, and freelance coding whenever I could find customers. In between employment, I would spend the day sleeping at public libraries, utilizing their computers to learn new programming languages and search for better prospects. I survived on whatever was on offer at the dollar store and ramen noodles. I sometimes went to bed hungry because I wasn't sure if I would have enough money for my next meal. The worst time of year was in the winter, when I occasionally had to decide between having enough food to eat and paying for a warm place to sleep. I made an effort to stay in touch with my parents during those formative years in spite of everything. I would periodically give them a call in the hopes of seeing even the slightest indication that they were concerned about my welfare. However, they were obviously waiting for the conversation to end, and each exchange was brief and awkward. They never inquired about my needs or how I was doing. They just remarked, "That's nice," and shifted the conversation to my sister's preschool accomplishments when I told that I was enrolled in community college courses while working. I quit trying after being the only one who reached out for 2 years. Even after I taught myself full-stack coding, they never gave me a call to see how I was doing or left a message on my birthday or on holidays. I recall being so desperate to let them know that I had arrived, but their phone had already been cut off. I learned so much about survival and independence in those first several years after being expelled. I continued to code while working several jobs. I would use my phone to study programming documentation during my breaks at the convenience shop. I would work on minor freelance assignments at the public library in between building site shifts. With free Wi-Fi, air conditioning, and, most importantly, computers where I could practice coding, the library turned into my haven. When a small firm decided to hire me as a junior developer, I finally got my break. My freelance work portfolio and my contributions to open source projects impressed them. Although the pay wasn't high by IT standards, it changed my life. I was able to buy a little studio apartment for the first time and was no longer concerned about where I would sleep every night. I pushed myself into the task, working 70-hour weeks and learning as much as I could about cloud computing, database administration, and system architecture. Like a sponge, I took it all in. After my coworkers saw how committed I was, I quickly took charge of modest initiatives. I kept working on open source projects and creating my own apps on the weekends and at night. I had discovered something I genuinely liked doing, so it wasn't just about the money anymore. When one of the big IT corporations saw my contributions to their open source platform, it was the true turning point. They extended an invitation for an interview, and following 6 rounds of technical interviews, I was offered a job that fundamentally altered my life. After 7 years, I am now in charge of a large project team as a senior software engineer. I have enough cash to feel secure about the future, a modern apartment in a safe building, and a solid investment portfolio. Before my father's number showed up on my phone 3 days ago, after 17 years of total silence, I believed I had finally put an end to my past. It was startling to hear his voice. His voice seemed older, almost frantic. "It couldn't wait," he added. They had to discuss my sister. I was left reeling by the discourse that ensued. "It looks like my 13-year-old sister is having a lot of problems. She frequently skips school, has been caught shoplifting several times, and hangs out with a group of older teens whom my parents disapprove of. More concerningly, she has had multiple encounters with local police authorities and drugs have been discovered in her room twice. 3 different rehabilitation programs have already been tried on her, but none of them appear to have been successful. When my father mentioned their financial predicament, it became evident why they had called. More than $200,000 has been spent on counseling sessions, various treatment programs, and legal bills. They had sold the majority of their valuables, maxed out many credit cards, and remortgaged their home. They are in dire need of assistance and are now considering a $75,000 specialist long-term treatment center. With tears in her eyes, my mother called and said they had nowhere else to go. The phrase, "family needs to stick together," and the fact that I am their only chance to save my sister were repeated by her. I was struck by the irony of hearing these remarks from the same folks who expelled me when I was 18 and never looked back. When I was sleeping in my car in between couch surfing arrangements, where was this sense of family unity? On all those evenings when I went to bed hungry, where was it? In addition to aid with their credit card debt and mortgage payments, they are requesting support with the costs of the treatment program. They require over $100,000 in total. If I couldn't give the entire money right away, my father even recommended that we arrange a payment schedule. To be honest, if I wanted to, I could assist them. I have a secure financial situation thanks to years of frugal living and wise investing. However, I feel physically uncomfortable at the idea of granting them access to my finances. I acquired this money by working hard and making sacrifices for years, frequently going without food and housing while learning to code. I can't sleep at night because of how complicated this scenario is. Since my sister is only a child, I feel bad for even considering helping. She never requested to be born into this mess, and perhaps things would have turned out differently if someone had supported me when I was a teenager. However, I then recall how my parents handled me, how they dismissed me without question and never once inquired about my whereabouts for 17 years. They contacted again yesterday, requesting a face-to-face meeting. They claimed to want to make amends and provide an explanation for everything. They offered to drive the 4 hours to visit me and proposed that we meet at a fancy restaurant in my neighborhood. Their zeal unnerves me in some way, as if they're making an excessive effort to sway events to their advantage. According to my partner, 34F, I should set clear limits. She has personally witnessed the amount of effort I have put into rebuilding my life and getting over my childhood trauma. She fears that allowing my parents to return could reverse years of emotional growth. Although he thinks I owe my parents nothing, my best buddy, who let me sleep on his sofa during those difficult early years, advises me to think about assisting my sister directly if I so choose. I'm totally conflicted right now. My rational side tells me to keep the distance that has helped me succeed. My parents still view me as a resource to be utilized rather than a beloved son, thus they haven't changed. Their true motivations are evident from the way they are handling this matter, concentrating on the money rather than trying to make atonement for the past. However, my emotional side keeps thinking about my sister, a disturbed adolescent who may be misbehaving due to the same poisonous familial dynamics from which I fled. By refusing to assist, am I sustaining the abandoning cycle, or would aiding merely make my parents' manipulation possible? Those terrifying evenings spent sleeping in my car taught me to never take for granted the life I've worked so hard to create. I feel like I'm being pulled back into the craziness that I've been trying to avoid for years. Should I assist them and run the danger of being manipulated again? Do I make an effort to assist my sister directly? Or should I continue to set the boundaries that have helped me recover and grow? I'm sure I'll question any decision I choose. I might be angry with them for dragging me back in if I assist. I could always question whether I could have changed my sister's life if I didn't. This decision is weighing me down, and I could really use some outside insight. First update. I chose to meet my folks at a downtown coffee shop after reading your advice and comments. I reasoned that being in a public setting would help maintain decorum and provide me with a convenient way to leave if necessary. I was immediately struck by how much they had aged when I first saw them enter. In addition to having black circles under their eyes and a lot more gray hair than I could recall, they were worn out. They didn't take long to delve into specifics. It seems that my sister's problems are more serious than they first said over the phone. She has had to attend several rehabilitation programs, all of which they have had to pay for out of pocket, in addition to her substance abuse and legal issues. She hasn't gone to a full week of classes in months, so she's not just missing school periodically. She frequently slips out with individuals who are obviously a bad influence, frequently going missing for days at a time. My parents weren't lying to me about their financial circumstances. They showed me their phone records. To pay for these costs, they have sold the majority of their prized assets, including the house I grew up in. They are currently having financial difficulties and live in a tiny apartment. According to their estimates, they will only be able to survive for a few more months if they sell some family artifacts. I felt uneasy because of this underlying expectation that pervaded our talk. My duty as their son, to assist them was one of the family obligations they constantly bringing up. They seem to assume that just because we are related, I would step up regardless of what they had done in the past. It was evident from the way they spoke that they hadn't really acknowledged their previous treatment or truly digested how they had wronged me. I could feel all of my previous hatred and rage rising as they continued. None of this was their fault, in their opinion. They dismissed my expulsion at the age of 18, claiming it was just parenting, and that they had acted in the best interests of the family, at the time. They behaved as though their treatment of me was entirely appropriate. They now expected me to overlook everything and intervene to solve their issues. I came to see that they were seeking a solution, not understanding or forgiveness. And my money was that solution to them. I was their final option because they needed someone to shoulder the financial load of all the choices they had made over the years. I listened to what they had to say before firmly telling them that I was unable to assist them. I clarified that when they abandoned me, I had put a lot of effort into starting a life on my own and that I was no longer in a position to help them, either morally or emotionally. I was clear that I didn't feel obligated to get them out of a situation that they had established for themselves. My refusal was not well received by them at all. Their tone altered entirely, and their expressions hardened. They accused me of being callous for not assisting my sister, branded me selfish, and claimed that I was leaving my family. Their eyes were filled with disappointment and rage, which I could see. It reminded me of my early years. Nothing had changed. They continued attempting to use guilt to make me feel as though I owed them money. I was more conflicted as I left that meeting than when I arrived. I feel somewhat relieved that I defended myself and established boundaries. However, another part of me feels bad, as if I'm abandoning them when they're at their lowest. It's difficult to describe, but it seems weird to leave them in this way even if I know they profoundly wounded me. I can't stop thinking about my sister, whom I don't even know, and their predicament. Although I'm sorry for her, I don't think I can help her. It hurts to know that even after all these years, my parents still only regard me as a tool to solve their problems rather than as a unique person with a life and challenges of my own. It's difficult for me to let go of the guilt. Is it wrong of me to persist with my choice? Should I have looked for a compromise? I can't stop reliving the encounter in my head, questioning whether I made the proper decision. Second update. Since my last post, which was only a week ago, things have gotten even more bizarre. Only a few hours earlier, I got a call from an unfamiliar number. I heard my sister's voice for the first time when I responded. I was completely unprepared for this. I only have hazy memories of her from when she was a newborn, just before I moved out. The call got off to an unexpectedly good start. Considering what I had heard about her behavior, I was surprised to hear a courteous, almost pleasant voice. She started by requesting that I assist our parents with their present financial predicament. It was evident that she had practiced this pitch because she was making a big deal out of how they were having trouble and how I could save the family. I made an effort to respond politely but firmly, stating that I had to make the best choices for myself because of the complexity of my connection with our parents. Everything changed at that point. Her attitude changed abruptly. In a matter of seconds, she switched from being courteous to becoming enraged, accusing me of being self-centered and leaving her to handle our parents' problems. She had always been envious of her and insisted that I was abandoning my family. She said I was being arrogant since I had left and begun living on my own, whereas they had been my backers the entire time. I was stunned by what she said. They had a hauntingly familiar sound, as if she were repeating something she had heard countless times. She talked about my assistance with such arrogance, as though she really thought I had a duty to intervene and make everything right. I was so shocked that I was unable to react. I was being forced to make up for years of decisions I had nothing to do with by this person I had never dated. She hung up before I had a chance to comprehend her emotional outburst. I tried to make sense of everything as I sat there looking at my phone. What was the source of this animosity? Why did she believe I had left her? I required clarification. I was determined to find out what was happening, so I called my folks. I immediately questioned them whether they had been telling my sister that I had left them and her behind when they first picked up the phone. After a revealing silence, they eventually came clean. They had been giving my sister an entirely distorted explanation for my departure for years. They informed her that they had severed their relationship with her out of spite and that I couldn't bear to share their attention with a younger sibling. I was portrayed as a conceited older brother who left the family because I was envious of her. They had completely removed from their story the fact that they had made me feel alienated from the day she was born and expelled me as soon as I became 18. It was as if someone had taken my breath away. My sister has grown up thinking that I was the bad guy in this tale. Given that she had been fed misinformation about who I was and why I left, it's no wonder she felt as though I had abandoned her. She had been carefully kept in the dark about the fact that my parents had made me feel unwelcome from birth and had evicted me from the house. That realization caused me to hang up on them. Although it has just been a few hours since our previous talk, they haven't made another attempt to get in touch. I'm upset with my parents for misrepresenting me to my sister and giving her the impression that I abandoned her, but I'm also upset with my sister for snapping at me and demanding my assistance as though I owed it to her. It's difficult to get rid of this resentment, but I'm also experiencing a new form of guilt. I wish my parents had been honest with her about my reasons for leaving. Perhaps my relationship with my sister would have been different if they had. Although I might not have been able to provide financial support to my parents, I could have developed a relationship with my sister and perhaps helped her steer clear of some of these behavioral problems. Now, though, it seems impossible to repair the harm. Even whether I want to try is up in the air. My family returned in the worst conceivable way, just when I thought I was done with them forever, which makes the whole scenario tiring. It's not that easy for me, even if a lot of commenters have advised me to simply ban my parents and move on. Whatever you want to call me, this is still family, and I believe that I should at least be aware of what's happening. Even though I'm in no position to provide financial support for my family, I can't help but notice that this is the first time they've contacted me. Nevertheless, I can see that my sister is too engrossed in their version of events to see things any other way, and my parents are still attempting to control the situation to achieve their goals. I'm at a loss on what to do. I can't get rid of the sense that any decision I make will be the wrong one. I'm even more convinced that keeping my distance is the proper decision after the way they've misrepresented the reasons for my departure. I feel bad for my sister though. Her conduct and relationships are obviously being impacted by the skewed perspective of her family history that she was raised with. I wonder if this damage can be fixed or if it's best to leave it alone. Third update. Since my last update, which was a few months ago, I've had plenty of time to think things through and let things calm down. It's been quieter for me, to be honest, but only because I choose to avoid the mess my sister and parents had produced. I'm coming to realize that sometimes taking a step back and avoiding letting their drama take over my life is the greatest way to achieve serenity. My parents gave me another call about a month after I had last provided an update. I wanted to hear what they had to say, so even though I was dreading it, I picked up. They were even more desperate this time, and they accused me of being dishonest in order to get money from me. They described the dreadful situation, how they were in danger of losing everything, and how they wanted me to intervene and make things right. The guilt trip about family is supposed to stick together was their first attempt. When that failed, they resorted to threats, claiming that if I didn't assist them, they would ruin my life. They then claimed that I was their only hope, changing their strategy once more. To be honest, I felt disgusted. They continued to threaten me in spite of everything that had transpired, and they never once stopped to admit how poorly they had treated me. I refused to back down and reiterated that I was unable to provide them with financial support and that I was not responsible for solving their issues. I reminded them that I wasn't responsible for cleaning up the mess. They had made these decisions. Of course, that did not make them pleased. For the next month, they continued to phone, alternating between threats and guilt trips. They eventually stopped phoning. I assumed they had finally come to the conclusion that I would not give in. I didn't hear back from them for a month, and to be honest, I thought that might be it. However, I received another call around a week ago. I nearly didn't answer, but my curiosity won out. Things had only deteriorated. They informed me that they needed to file for bankruptcy. They were essentially starting over with nothing after selling nearly all they owned to pay off their debts. They then revealed even more shocking detail. My sister had moved in with one of her friends and had severed all ties with them. Even though she is just 13, she managed to move in with a friend's family, who my parents claim tolerates her misbehavior. They said it was best that my sister left them because they could no longer see themselves supporting her when I questioned why they didn't call the police. In a sense, they have also abandoned their second child. They initially attempted to place the blame on me. They claimed that none of this would have occurred if I had simply assisted them when they requested it. They said that everything went south because of me. Naturally, they were unable to acknowledge their own responsibility for their acts. I was furious. I bluntly told them that their actions and how they had treated me were to blame for everything that was happening to them. I brought up the topics of how they treated me like a second-class person in my own house, how they neglected me when I needed them, and how they expelled me when I reached 18. I informed them that they continued to try to place the responsibility on me while ignoring the fact that that had an impact on me. At that point, they began to retreat and eventually ceased making excuses. They expressed regret for everything they had done to me and offered an apology. They expressed to me their wish that they had acted differently. They seemed to be saying everything that needed to be said, But it was too late. In addition to the fact that they had ruined my sister's and my own lives, I couldn't simply ignore how they had treated me for years. They were now suffering the repercussions of their decision to push me away. I must admit that I felt sorry for them, but I also realized that I couldn't risk the life I had created for myself in an attempt to mend what was already damaged. I informed them that I needed to keep my distance and that I was unable to assist. Despite their displeasure, I stood by my choice. I was still upset with them for what they had done to me after I hung up. However, I felt sorry for them at the same time. It's too late now, but I wish they had taken the time to realize what they were doing incorrectly when they had the chance. I've come to terms with the fact that I can't save them, and I'm learning to accept that. I have no idea what the future holds for my sister or them. I just know that I won't let their errors disturb my tranquility. They can't drag me back into their mess. I've come too far. I have much more important things to worry about right now, but maybe in the future I'll try to get in touch with my sister once more to see if I can assist her get back on track. All I can do is hope she takes this lesson to heart and makes wiser decisions than our parents did. That's about it for me, then. I won't be checking in on my family for a very long time. Even though I'm aware that this isn't the best conclusion, I've come to terms with it. I sincerely appreciate all of your guidance and encouragement over this trip. It has enabled me to remain steadfast in my choices. My parents sued me for cutting off contact and tried to drag me back into their drama. Their manipulation led to a court battle. I got my friend's sister pregnant, but she lied about it. My parents disowned me, but now that they know the truth, they are pleading with me. Okay, so here's the thing. I need to get this off my chest because my life became a total wreck around a year ago. Let me begin at the beginning because, believe me, this is one of those situations where you're just like, seriously, what the hell? I never imagined that I'd be here sharing this on Reddit, but I suppose that's what happens when your family goes crazy and you're left standing there, wondering, how did this even happen? My friend Dave has a sister named Jenny. Both of them have been in my life for years. It's nothing big, is it? We all grew up in the same area and occasionally hang out. Jenny was never quite like the others. I don't mean to come across as cruel, but she was dealing with some mental health issues. To be honest, it wasn't my business, and I don't know all the specifics. Everyone knew Jenny struggled, but Dave never mentioned it much and I didn't ask. In any case, Jenny unexpectedly called me a year ago to tell me she was pregnant. All okay, that's cool. With the exception of one little detail, she claims that I am the father. I swear my brain just short-circuited at that very instant. I thought, wait, what? Now, let me be quite clear, I have never, ever hugged Jenny, much less had an intimate relationship with her. I was therefore unable to even comprehend her making such a ridiculous claim against me. I told her straight away, Jenny, I don't know what you're talking about, but there's no way I'm the father. We've never been close like that. However, she simply repeated it repeatedly, as if I were going to magically recall a night that never occurred. To put it mildly, it was strange. Though I was secretly freaking out, I attempted to remain composed, thinking perhaps this was a result of her mental health issues or something. This is the point at which things start to go wrong. A prenatal paternity test is something Jenny declines to take. She refused to move, even though I was sitting there thinking, if you're so sure it's my kid, why wouldn't you just take the test and prove it? It was a guilt trip city, and I wasn't buying it when she said things like, you need to be there for your child, and, you're abandoning us before the baby's even been born. I therefore made it plain that I would not sign anything if she chose not to take the test. I had no intention of legally binding myself to a child that wasn't mine. Easy, isn't it? That should be the end of it, I thought. I was mistaken, boy. The familial drama begins. My parents found out a few weeks later. My parents have this whole traditional values thing going on, and the moment they learn about the issue, they lose it, like, totally lose it. I still love them though. I'm just standing there trying to speak, but they're not listening, and they're calling me names and calling me a shame and a deadbeat. They wouldn't listen to me when I informed them, Mom, Dad, this isn't my kid. Jenny's just making stuff up. They couldn't seem to get rid of the idea that I was the one who brought this baby into the world. After that, there were many ugly arguments. To be honest, I'm still upset about things that were said that I probably can't take back. Despite my repeated assurances that it wasn't my child, my parents persisted in pressuring me to act morally and become a father. They didn't care about it. They saw me as already guilty. They stated they couldn't believe I would refuse my own child and that they didn't raise me to be a deadbeat. I was not even in the same state when Jenny would have become pregnant, which makes the situation even more bizarre. Yes, she allegedly became pregnant while spending a whole month at a friend's house. My parents dismissed this when I brought it up to them. People make mistakes, they stated. Yes, this was more than a simple error. This was a serious charge that might destroy my life. At this point, Jenny is approximately 6 months along in her pregnancy. The entire family has now turned against me. Every phone contact, text message, and family meal revolves around the idea that I must mature and assume responsibility for this child. I was going crazy. I felt as though I was in a bad dream, and no matter what I did or said, no one took me seriously. Fortunately, most of my friends supported me, but even a few of them began to have doubts. For example, "Are you sure, man? Maybe you don't remember something." My parents finally gave me the ultimatum. They're casting me out of their lives, disowning me, and kicking me to the curb if I don't take charge and behave like a father. They were dead serious, despite my initial belief that they were bluffing. They made it clear to me that I would no longer be accepted in the family if I didn't comply. Indeed, they disowned me after I refused to give in. That hurt, let me tell you. I was angry, perplexed, and simply hurt. They decided to believe someone else over me, even though they were the ones who reared me and were meant to support me. I was thrown out by my own family as if I didn't exist. It was cruel. After the baby was born, things became even more bizarre. Playing the part of a proud grandmother, my mother was present at the hospital. It wasn't until later that I found out. I had to deal with some legal issues to get the paternity test completed because Jenny was still refusing to do it. Guess what happened when the results were in? Not my child. I had no possibility of becoming the father. And I had a simultaneous feeling of relief and rage as soon as I held the paper in my hands. Finally, they'll see the truth. They'll realize they were wrong, and everything will go back to normal. That was my thought when I sent my parents the results. Instead, they began bombarding my phone with requests for forgiveness, money offers, and apologies. In an attempt to make things better, my dad even mailed me several $100s. The problem is that I retained the money. Yes, I did accept it. After everything they had to do to me, I felt like I owed them. But pardon them? I made it plain that I would not expose myself to such treachery again if they were prepared to disown me for such a thing. I understand, I truly do. While the majority of my friends supported me, others, along with my therapist, began to say things like, "Maybe you should give them another chance. They're your parents after all." However, how can you simply forgive someone who was willing to discard you so readily? When someone believes a falsehood about their own child, how can you trust them? I'm currently caught between the belief that I did nothing wrong and the question of whether I should even make an effort to mend my family's relationship. I can't get rid of the sensation that they let me down when I needed them the most, though, because every time I think about it, I recall how fast they betrayed me. Okay, so you would think that things would settle down after the drama involving Jenny's kid and my parents, wouldn't they? Not at all. My life had different ideas. If anything, the situation continued to get worse. You would think it would have ended with me proving I wasn't the father, but wow, I wish it had been that easy. It turns out that people would do anything to avoid accepting responsibility if they don't want to acknowledge that they made a mistake. I therefore thought, okay, now my parents will realize they were wrong, and maybe things can get back to normal, after the paternity test results showed that I wasn't the father. However, rather than providing the solace I had hoped for, things became much more problematic. To begin with, Jenny went totally crazy. She began circulating the area with tales that I had interfered with the test in some way or had fabricated it. Yes, you read correctly. She believed that I had somehow persuaded an entire laboratory to falsify the results to support my claims. I mean, how could I possibly do that? I'm not a genius who can rig DNA testing. I'm simply an ordinary guy. Jenny, however, was not listening. She was determined to paint me as the antagonist in her tale. She went around claiming that I had deceived everyone into believing I wasn't the father and that I was leaving her and the child. It didn't matter that it didn't make sense. People began to trust her. Rumors from small towns traveled quickly, and soon I was being seen as a scumbag by people at the grocery store. I even had people come right up to me and question why I wasn't taking charge of my child. It enraged me. Nobody appeared to care that I had the test results to show that I wasn't the father. I was being held responsible for something I had nothing to do with, while Jenny was out there acting like the victim. Never in my life have I felt so powerless. Being betrayed by your family is one thing, but what about when everyone in the community believes you are the villain? That has a distinct sound. What about my parents? They were still making an effort to be polite, but it was obvious that they were also at a loss for how to respond to the scenario. My mother kept phoning and leaving heartfelt, lengthy voicemails expressing her desire for her family to reunite. She wanted to brush everything under the rug, as if nothing had ever happened, and didn't even discuss what had transpired. She even invited me over for dinner, as if it would suddenly undo all the harm they had caused. It was offensive in addition to being awkward. They believed that a few family meals and some forced grins would make everything okay after what they had to do to me. Like they didn't even grasp how much trust they had broken, they just said, "Let's move on." There was no apology or recognition of how severely they had messed up. And that's the problem. Trust cannot be restored with a hug and a dinner once it has been shattered in that way. Rebuilding requires a lot of labor and effort, and they weren't even prepared to acknowledge their mistakes. The worst part was when my father attempted to buy me off. He simply emailed me to offer to buy me a new automobile if I returned to the family. As in, what? Did they believe they could simply buy my pardon? I wasn't even sure how to react because it was so disconnected from reality. For a long time, I just gazed at the email, trying to determine whether it was a cruel joke. My dad was serious though. I didn't answer. I was unable to. How can you respond to such a thing? Correctly repairing things was not important to them. Simply because it was convenient for them, they wanted me back in their life. And I became aware of how little they truly understood what they had done when they believed that hurling money at me would make everything better. The worst aspect, however, was discovering later that Jenny had begun contacting people I knew in an attempt to include them in her drama. She even tried to persuade Samantha, my ex-girlfriend, that I was this awful person who had left his child behind. After years of not communicating, Sam suddenly texted me, saying, "We need to talk." I didn't know what she was talking about at first, but when she revealed that Jenny had been attempting to rekindle old drama by contacting her, I nearly lost it. I told Jenny to cease over the phone. I wasn't going to allow her to include my friends and ex-partners in her mess. I was done with the lies and the games. However, she simply hung up after laughing. Talking to a wall was like that. Nothing I said would reach her since she was so engrossed in her fantasy world. By now, I was thinking about hiring a lawyer quite seriously. Even though I didn't want to go that far, I had no other option. I felt like I had no one on my side while Jenny was out there damaging my reputation and my parents were supporting her actions. Yes, I had the support of my closest friends, but even they were unaware of how awful things had gotten. At some point, I had to decide. I couldn't continue to wait for the next insane claim or rumor to surface, living in a condition of continual tension. I made the decision to sever all connections, not just with Jenny but also with my parents. It wasn't simple, in fact, it was awful. However, I realized I couldn't allow them to continue to bring me down. I sent my parents a lengthy email outlining my feelings of betrayal, my failure to trust them, and my inability to trust them going forward. Nothing was sugar-coated by me. I was honest with them, telling them that I wasn't ready to forgive them and that I wasn't sure if I would ever be. I advised them to start by sincerely apologizing and accepting responsibility for their conduct if they want to have any chance of a future relationship with me. No more acting as though nothing was wrong. There's no more ignoring issues. Regarding Jenny, I blocked her on all platforms. Her machinations were becoming too much for me to handle. I wasn't going to allow her to continue entangling me in her mess since she wasn't my concern. I even had to inform her brother Dave that I would not be able to spend some time with his family. Dave has always been a great buddy, so that was difficult, but I had to prioritize my own health. I took them off a few months ago, and to be honest, I've been relieved. Even if I occasionally feel bad or question my decision, I know that ultimately I made the right choice. Even though it's difficult, there are moments when you have to leave. It's messy and convoluted, to be sure, but at least I'm not always watching for the next catastrophe to occur. At last, I'm able to breathe. But man, I never would have believed you if you had told me a year ago that this is where I would wind up. I suppose that's just the way life is. First update. Okay, so this is where it gets even stranger. I believed that the pandemonium would be resolved if I severed my relationship with Jenny and my parents. I reasoned that if I cut them out of my life, everything would settle down and I could move on. Naturally, however, things are not so simple. Terminating them? And that was only the start of a whole new problem. A few weeks after blocking Jenny and sending the email to my parents, I received an unexpected contact from Mike, an old acquaintance from high school. He suddenly asked how I was doing, even though we hadn't spoken in years. Okay, that's random, I thought at first, but then he informed me that my parents contacted him. In the past, Mike and I weren't even that close, so why would my parents get in touch with him? That was a serious warning sign. It seems that they had been attempting to persuade others to speak with me on their behalf. I'm speaking of longtime acquaintances, distant family members, and even folks I don't really know. They were telling everyone that they were concerned about me and that I was in a horrible position. They seemed to be attempting to paint me as the unstable one. What's the worst? They were presenting the entire situation as though I should have apologized for interrupting them. Mike didn't mind. He wanted to alert me because he knew something was wrong, but it went beyond that. I began receiving messages from a wide range of people over the course of the following few days, including some I had just met a few times and others I hadn't spoken to in years. It was crazy. Everything they were saying was the same. Your parents are really worried about you. Or, you should give them another chance. Somehow, they had persuaded everyone that I was the villain in this scenario, that I had lost my mind and had to make amends. It was unbelievable to me. My parents were out here waging a full-fledged public relations campaign to paint me as the villain while I was simply trying to move on with my life. I had the impression that I was in a strange parallel dimension where nothing made sense. I tried to avoid the drama as much as possible, but it kept coming back to me. When they contacted my employer, it was the last straw. You heard correctly, my parents gave my workplace a call. I'm not even sure how they obtained the number, but they managed to locate my boss's phone number and called the office to inform him that I wasn't feeling well. How embarrassing must that have been? One day, with a serious expression on his face, my employer took me into his office and asked me how things were at home. I was taken aback. At first, I wasn't even sure what to say. When your boss asks if your parents believe you've lost your mind, what do you say? Fortunately, he was really understanding when I told him the whole issue. Even if he expressed regret for bringing it up, the damage had already been done, guy. My own parents were now attempting to interfere with my work. They seemed intent on ruining everything for me simply because I refused to comply with their demands. Then there was nothing I could do. To obtain a restraining order against them, I went to a lawyer and began the process. Even though I didn't want to go that far, I had no other option. They were interfering with my friends, my career, and my mental health. Even if it meant officially cutting them off, I had to defend myself. The procedure was drawn out and tense. Along with the paperwork and court dates, there was a great deal of tension. However, I also experienced a strange sense of relaxation. I felt like I was finally taking charge of the matter. I will no longer allow them to take over every aspect of my life. No more allowing them to control the story. Naturally, chaos ensued when they learned about the restraining order. In a lengthy, guilt-ridden email, my mother told me how she never thought her own son would act in this way and that families should always remain united. She said that I was the source of all the suffering and that I was destroying the family. I didn't bite, but it was textbook manipulation. I didn't answer. It grew worse before it got better, though I wish I could say that was the end of it. One day, my car was vandalized when I got home from work. The word liar had been keyed into its side by someone. I didn't have any evidence that it was my parents, but really, who else could it be? Other than a few close friends, I hadn't disclosed the restraining order to anyone. The only people with an incentive to do such a thing were my parents. They had to strike out in any way they could since it seemed like they couldn't lose control. I reported it to the police, but it was never resolved. Another reminder that sometimes the ones who should love you the most can become your worst adversaries, even if you attempt to do things the right way. In order to be safe, I then began parking my car at a friend's house. I have to stop taking chances. In case they tried something similar, I even put security cameras around my apartment. I had the impression that I was constantly on edge, waiting for anything to happen. But after a while, things began to settle down. After the restraining order was granted, my parents were prohibited from getting in touch with me or visiting my house or place of employment. My shoulders were greatly relieved. I was able to breathe for the first time in what seemed like an eternity. Even after several months, I'm still getting my bearings. I had to explain the entire scenario to my friends and coworkers and make sure they understood the truth, which required a lot of damage control. While some were doubtful, the majority were supportive. Do you honestly think your folks would go that far? I understand. It's difficult to accept. You understand, however, how far some individuals will go when they feel like they're losing control since you've been there yourself. In retrospect, I never thought things would become this terrible. It's amazing how easily a family may turn against you if you don't follow their rules. All of this has taught me one vital lesson, though. You cannot allow anyone, not even your family, to dictate how you live your life. Even if it hurts, there are times when you have to make the difficult decision to leave. I have no idea what the future holds for my parents and me. Perhaps they will come to their senses and truly apologize. Perhaps not. In any case, I'm done allowing them to rule my life. I'm not looking back. I have my own road to follow. Second update. Okay, so this is when things start to change. I assumed things would finally calm down when I obtained the restraining order and began attempting to start over. Unexpectedly, however, life had other ideas. My folks found a new method to play tricks on me just when I was starting to feel like I could breathe again. It wasn't direct contact this time. It wasn't sending emails or damaging my car. No, this was messed up on a completely different level. I'm sitting at home one day, taking care of nothing, when I receive a letter in the mail. That's not too strange, is it? This letter, however, came from a lawyer. I initially assumed it had to do with the restraining order, possibly some last-minute paperwork or something. However, no. A lawsuit was filed. For what, you ask? My own parents were suing me. Suffering on an emotional level. I was reading something that I couldn't even believe. They were actually suing me for interrupting them, claiming they were entitled to compensation since my actions had seriously damaged their mental well-being. They went so far as to say that I had cut them off from the rest of the family, which was absurd because it was they who isolated me, not the other way around. For a good 5 minutes, I just sat there and stared at the letter, trying to take in the situation. Who, after all, does that? Because they are upset over being cut off, who sues their own child? I was at a loss for what to do. There was a part of me that was extremely worried out, and another part of me wanted to chuckle at how absurd it all was. This was legal now, and it was going to get really unpleasant. It was no longer just a family drama. I immediately called my attorney. This was too much for me to do alone. I was as surprised as she was. She had witnessed many unpleasant family issues, but bringing a lawsuit against your own child for emotional distress? Even for her, that was novel. We discussed the lawsuit's specifics, and even though most of it was obviously false, I felt we couldn't ignore it. Since they were sincere, I had to defend myself. The weeks that followed were filled with stress, phone calls, and meetings. The findings of the paternity test, the restraining order, and the harassment I had been experiencing were all pieces of proof I needed to collect. It felt unreal that it had come to this, even though my lawyer was sure we could win. When I refused to allow my parents to dominate me anymore, they tried to drag me through the mud in court. The problem is that they went beyond the case. Unfortunately, they had to go farther. In an attempt to turn other family members against me, they began contacting them. I began receiving messages from relatives I hadn't spoken to in years, including aunts, uncles, and cousins. "Why can't you just make peace with your parents?" was what they were all saying. "You're acting self-centered." They seemed to have been indoctrinated to believe that I was the bad guy in this whole situation. I was incensed about the entire scenario, not just my parents. It seemed like they always managed to change the story and paint me as the villain, regardless of what I did or how hard I tried to defend myself. Because you set limits, your parents are suing you for emotional distress. How can you convey that to someone who is only hearing one side of the story? I eventually had to cut off even more individuals because of it. I unfriended people on social media, blocked family members, and generally cut off any ties to that aspect of my life. I couldn't keep defending myself to people who had already made up their minds, not because I didn't care about them, I did. It was tiring, and I had had enough of defending my choices to those who refused to consider the wider picture. The court date eventually arrived. I arrived with my attorney, ready for whatever bullshit they would hurl at me. And it was a circus, I tell you. My parents had a full sob story prepared about how they had always supported me, how they had attempted to help me get through difficult times, and how I had rudely interrupted them without cause. Since they were the ones who initially disowned me, it was quite amazing how they portrayed themselves as the victims in all of this. But it didn't sit well with my lawyer. She dissected their claims in detail, presenting the judge with all of the proof of their harassment, including the paternity test and the restraining order. By the end of it, you could tell the court wasn't buying their story, and it was awful. The judge gave me a favorable ruling. In the end, it was a minor success because the lawsuit was obviously dismissed and my parents were compelled to pay my legal bills. It didn't feel like a victory, though, even though I did win. There was still a lot of aftermath to cope with, and it seemed like I had just left a nightmare. My parents made a last-ditch attempt to reintegrate into my life following the case. They wrote me this lengthy, heartfelt letter in which they expressed their regret for everything, their desire to put things right, and their inability to stand the thought of losing me. To be honest, I didn't even answer, and it was the same old guilt-tripping rubbish they had been doing from the beginning. I had already decided that I would not return. A person can only endure so much until they are forced to leave permanently. Indeed, it was painful. No matter how terrible things become, it's not simple to cut off your family. However, there are situations when it's essential for your own mental health. No matter how much they pretended to love me, I couldn't allow them to continue entangling me in their mess. I refuse to let their poisonous form of love to continue to contaminate my life. That's where I am at the moment. I'm moving on, the restraining order is still in effect, and the case is behind me. Although it hasn't been simple, I'm learning to live without the commotion and the never-ending worry about when the next catastrophe will strike. It feels pretty damn wonderful to feel like I have some control over my life for the first time in a long time. I have no idea what the future will bring. Perhaps things will change in the future. They might not. But for now, I'm concentrating on taking care of myself and repairing the aspects of my life that they attempted to destroy. Though it has taken a while, I am beginning to glimpse the end of the tunnel. Third update. Okay, so if you've been following along, you would think that the restraining order and the legal issue would put an end to the chaos. However, no. My family managed to give me a final surprise. To be honest, this one made me shake my head since I didn't believe they could go any lower. However, here we are. The situation had finally begun to settle down a few months following the court's decision in my favor. For the first time in what seemed like an eternity, I was able to concentrate on starting again after severing my connections with everyone who was stressing me out. No letters from lawyers, no sporadic communications from old friends, just quiet. At least that's what I believed. I ran into my cousin Melissa one day while out on errands, doing routine tasks like grocery shopping. Now, throughout all of this drama, Melissa and I hadn't spoken much. Although we were never particularly close as children, we always got along. I decided to say hello to her when I spotted her. We ended up talking for a while, and initially it was just your typical conversation, catching up on work, life, and other things. She suddenly interrupts me, though, saying, "Hey, did you hear what your parents are planning?" I went cold. "Are you planning?" I asked, experiencing that old pit in my gut all of a sudden. Melissa sighed and continued, although she appeared a little uneasy, as if she wasn't sure if she should even tell me. "Yes, next month there will be a large family reunion. It seems that they have been telling everyone that they hope you and them will be able to reconcile." It was unbelievable to me. They were actually preparing an ambush reunion in an attempt to reintegrate me into the family. They were inviting everyone, including distant relatives, family friends, and individuals I hadn't seen in years, Melissa revealed when I asked for more information. What's the kicker? They had been pretending that I was aware of the entire situation and informing everyone that I would be present. I was enraged. They had made me out to be the villain if I didn't turn up, even though I hadn't agreed to anything. My parents' standard tactic was to control the issue, paint me as the bad guy, and attempt to guilt-trip me into complying with their wishes. I told Melissa up front that I wasn't going, and I thanked her for informing me. Even she appeared somewhat conflicted, as if she were falling for my parents' "we just want to fix things" line of reasoning. She wanted me to go and put things right, and I could see it in her expression. However, I was not going to fall into that trap after everything they had done. That evening, I went home and gave it a lot of thought. I felt compelled to say something even though I knew I wouldn't be attending the reunion. Since I couldn't ignore this, I made the decision to send my parents a final email outlining everything in detail. I sat down and sent them an email the following morning. It was brief but straightforward. I informed them that I was aware of the reunion and that I would not be attending. I made it plain that I didn't want to participate in any coerced reconciliation, certainly not in front of a large group of people. I advised them to respect my limits first if they were sincere about making things right. And there was nothing else to discuss until they were able to accomplish it. To be honest, I didn't need a response and didn't anticipate one. This was the last time I needed to correct the record. Naturally, though, my parents were unable to ignore it. My dad phoned me a few days later. He left a lengthy, meandering voicemail about how I was destroying the family and how this reunion was meant to be a new beginning for everyone, but I didn't answer. He even said, "Your grandparents would be so disappointed in how you're handling this," in an attempt to put me under guilt. That voicemail really got to me. It made me think of all the times my parents had manipulated me and used guilt to get what they wanted, not because I believed it. They would use any tactic they could to make me feel like the issue, even if it meant bringing up my grandparents, who, incidentally, had always been there for me. They were unable to acknowledge that perhaps, just possibly, they were the ones who needed to examine themselves closely. I left the voicemail unanswered. What was the purpose? I was not going to allow them to drag me back into their drama after I had finished speaking. However, it continued to bother me for days after that. I thought I was simply refusing to make peace, and I kept thinking about the reunion and all the family who would be present. I questioned how many of them were receiving the distorted version my parents were giving them, and how many of them truly understood the whole story. In the aftermath of the reunion, I never heard from my parents again. On Facebook, I came across pictures of joyful grins, family embraces, and other such scenes. My parents were grinning and behaving as if nothing had happened, as if they hadn't just spent the last year attempting to ruin my life. Seeing them act as though everything was flawless was strange. However, I suppose they were always skilled at acting. Melissa informed me the reunion had been unpleasant when I saw her again a few weeks later. It seems that many people were expecting me to arrive, and some awkward talks ensued when I didn't. According to Melissa, my parents' attempts to explain my absence were not well received. Some family members even began to wonder why I wasn't present and why my parents hadn't been more forthright about the whole thing. After all, I suppose not everyone believed their story. And I suppose that's the current situation. Even though I've been able to put the drama behind me, I know it's always there, just beneath the surface. I've come to terms with the fact that my parents are unlikely to acknowledge their mistakes. I can't alter them, but I can safeguard myself, continue to live my life independently of them, and concentrate on the individuals who genuinely care about me. It has been a long journey, and I will admit that there are still moments when it hurts. It's difficult to cut off relatives, and sometimes I question whether I made the right decision. But I knew in my heart that I had to. They kept attempting to pull me into a toxic loop, but I had to choose me, my future, and my mental health. That concludes this crazy journey. Things may or may not change in the future. In any case, I'm tired of allowing my family to dictate how I live. Now that I have my own road to follow, I'm doing it on my own terms for the first time in a long time. My father crushes my dreams to protect the golden child and refuses to pay for my tuition, but I get my sweet revenge. I have a younger brother, 28, and we were raised by our dad, 56, ever since we were in middle school. My dad has always favored my brother over me, and with time, I got used to it. I was never the kind of son that my dad wanted because, unlike him, I had no interest in sports or doing the typical macho stuff that boys do. I was always more into more typically feminine things, which is why I was a huge mama's boy growing up. I loved everything to do with the kitchen, reading books, and even singing. My dad tried to make me play football with him, but I was no good at it, so gradually we grew apart. My brother, on the other hand, was exactly the kind of son that my father wanted. He was a rough and tough boy, not afraid of getting dirty while playing or even getting hurt. He was the perfect son for my dad, and it was very obvious that he loved my brother way more than he loved me. He'd always have great things to say about my brother but never me. My mother, however, never played favorites. She was fair to both of us, and that's why I loved her more as well. I did put in an effort to befriend my dad and spend time with him, but once we'd grown apart, he didn't seem too keen on fixing our relationship either. Unfortunately, the glue holding our messed up family together, my mother, passed away when I was in 8th grade. She'd been suffering from cancer, and by the time we realized it, it was too late for her to be saved. She was gone before we knew it. My mother's passing pretty much devastated me, and I kind of spiraled during that time. My only solace was the kitchen, and I'd whip up something new every day as if my life depended on it. My mother was a great cook, and she'd tell me often that had she not been forced into taking over her dad's business, she probably would have become a chef. So cooking was the only thing that brought me any comfort, since my dad and brother were no help in dealing with my feelings. They suppressed any emotional reaction they'd had to my mother's passing, and if anything, grew even more distant from me when, in normal families, something like this would have brought us closer. My fixation on cooking pissed my dad off even more, and he'd keep bugging me to get out of the damn kitchen and do something more manly. One day, when he'd had enough, he even told me that if he saw me in the kitchen again, he'd make me do all the other household chores as well. He told me to be more like my brother and man up, which ended in a huge fight where I told him he never loved me, and he agreed to it. It was finally out in the open, and I guess it was pretty much the last day that my father and I spoke to each other so openly, because after that, I stopped trying to win him over altogether, and he didn't seem to care about it either. For the next few years, I spent all the time I had in my room, listening to music and studying new recipes. I was determined to make this whole chef thing work out, not just for myself, but also for my mother. Meanwhile, my dad and I only spoke when it was absolutely necessary. My brother didn't care about me much either and ignored me, just like our dad did. So after my mom passed away, I basically had nobody I could count on. Finally, when it was time for me to apply to colleges, I decided to apply to a few of the top culinary schools as well as normal colleges, so that I'd at least have a shot. I didn't know if my dad would agree to it, but I had to try. At the very least, I'd already interned at a restaurant secretly that summer and had some experience. I had even managed to make them write a recommendation letter for me, which helped greatly. I ended up getting accepted into several of the schools I had applied to, including one of the best, which just so happened to be in France. I was thrilled that this was finally happening for me, but I was equally nervous since this would mean having to ask my dad for permission. I'd already made up my mind to beg him to let me go if he seemed reluctant, because I just absolutely had to make this happen for myself. I wasn't prepared to give up on my dreams under any circumstances. So I did tell my father about it eventually, and while I was ready for him to reject my request, saying that it wasn't a masculine profession, I was absolutely not prepared for him to decline paying my tuition at all. I still remember being really confused when he told me that he wouldn't be paying for my education at all, since it wasn't as if my dad was poor in the slightest. As a matter of fact, he was pretty well off and could easily afford to send me to France, but money wasn't the reason he wasn't ready to pay for my tuition. It was the fact that if I went to France and joined such a reputable school, it would make my younger brother feel insecure. He was struggling with his grades and couldn't bring himself to focus, so my dad wanted me to either go to community college or find a way to pay for my own tuition. I was astonished that he would do something so cruel to his own son and didn't know what to say to him. I tried to tell him that I needed this, but he was hell-bent and absolutely unwilling to pay for my tuition. He even told me that my brother's well-being was his topmost priority and that he didn't want me competing with his son. I could hardly even believe that this was happening because I couldn't imagine any other father in the world crushing their child's dreams like this just for their favorite. After a lot of pleading and sobbing, when he still refused to budge, I ended up getting into a huge fight with him where I said a lot of things to him and then left his house for good. I started living with my maternal aunt, my mother's older sister, instead. The only reason I hadn't moved out earlier was because I found comfort in the house where I'd grown up with my mom, and also because I didn't want to change schools, which I'd have to do if I moved in with my aunt, since she lived pretty far away from the high school I went to. I told her all about my dad and how he'd outright refused to pay my tuition, and that I needed her help. It felt like crap asking her for a ton of money since she wasn't as rich as my dad, but she reassured me that she'd take care of all my expenses. Somehow, she managed to get all her friends to pitch in and sent me to the culinary school of my dreams, and I'm always going to be grateful for that. Once I got there, I worked part-time as well and tried to make the most of my time there to make all the money that was being spent on me worth it. I worked really, really hard and made my way up. When I graduated, I was one of the most skilled chefs there and even got a job just a few months after I graduated. I started working at a really high-end French restaurant, and I sent half of my salary back to my aunt to repay whatever debt I had. Slowly but steadily, I was just lucky that I didn't have to rely on a student loan, or maybe I'd never be able to pay any of it off. Anyway, I worked in France for a few years before finally moving back home, once I'd saved up enough to open up my own restaurant. It's been a couple of years, and in the meantime, I worked at another restaurant here as the head chef while also working towards my goal of opening up my own restaurant someday. It was all finalized a few weeks ago, and I was able to finally open up the restaurant I'd been working towards for so long. Two of my friends from back when I was in France also joined in on my business idea and became co-owners with me, which is why I was grateful when they allowed me to choose what we were going to name the restaurant. They happened to be from the same state, so we were all okay with opening our restaurant in my city of choice as well. I chose to name it after my mother, which was a really lucky coincidence for us since my mother actually has a really beautiful and uncommon name in the city we called our home. It was all finally falling into place. A few days back, we even had a little party for a few select guests before we were officially open for business. Of course, I invited my aunt and a few of her friends who'd also pitched in to help pay for my tuition. I also invited some of my friends back from school, but that was pretty much it. I didn't invite my father and brother because of obvious reasons. Even if I'd wanted to, I couldn't have since I hadn't spoken to them ever since I'd left home, and neither had they bothered to ever get back in touch with me. I guess all of us were better off this way, but I should have known that they would definitely show up to piggyback on my success someday. And that's exactly what happened. At the party we threw, they showed up an hour before the party was due to begin but weren't stopped by security since we shared the last name. They claimed that they were here to surprise me, and at least that bit was true. I was definitely surprised when I saw them. My dad and brother greeted me like nothing awful had ever happened in the past and were really warm towards me, probably for the first time in my entire life. I was shocked to see them, so I just froze when they first entered the restaurant. My buddies noticed that something was off, and after politely greeting my family, they left us on our own. I'm thankful that they were able to pick up on my discomfort. I still hadn't recovered from the shock of seeing them again when they dropped another bomb on me and showed me a gift that they'd brought for me. It was a portrait of my mother, and my dad even told me that he commissioned it for me to hang up in my restaurant. As soon as he'd heard that a new fancy restaurant with this name was opening up in our city, he'd known that it was definitely none other than his son. He even told me that he'd always known that I had it in me. My brother, too, was jumping on the bandwagon and praising me, telling me that he was immensely proud of me. I couldn't believe my ears and knew instantly that something was very strange about all of this. I didn't say much and kept waiting for them to get to the point because I knew there must have been a reason for them to be here. I let them speak, and eventually, they did get to the reason they were here. Apparently, my brother was working as a bartender now, and even that was possible just because my dad had managed to convince a friend of his to give him a job at his club. My brother's grades had kept falling throughout high school and college, and that's why he didn't end up in the high-paying positions my dad had always expected from him. On top of that, he'd also been slacking during his high school football games, which is why he wasn't able to get a sports scholarship either. Ironically, he's the one who ended up having to go to community college because he got rejected everywhere else. What they wanted me to do was make my brother a partner in the business so that he'd have a more respectable position, even though he had done absolutely zilch to deserve it. I had the urge to laugh in their face but somehow managed to hold back and instead told them that I'd think about it. I wasn't going to think about it though. I just didn't want to turn them away. I wanted them to stay for the party because I had a much better plan in mind, to humiliate my family, who'd come out of the woodwork as soon as they received word of my success. They seemed reasonably pleased, but boy, oh boy, they had no idea what was about to come. After a while, our guests started arriving, and in an hour or so, everyone we'd invited was there. I spent the evening socializing while my dad and brother also did the same, and I even heard them boasting about me to a few people while I marveled at their sheer audacity. Towards the end of the party, it was time for the hosts, namely me and my partners, to give a toast. My friends went first since I wanted to save the best for last. Then, finally, it was my turn to speak. That day, I was finally going to speak my heart out. I started off by thanking all my guests and raised a drink to my mother first since she was the reason I'd even ever been able to achieve so much. I strongly believed that it was her faith in me as a child that had made me believe I could do any of this at all, and that had stayed with me even after she was gone. After I'd paid my due respects, I decided to get to the real respect as well. I brought up how I'd had to take a loan from my aunt and her friends to go to culinary school and thanked her as well. Then finally, I got to the reason I'd had to take a loan for my tuition in the first place, my family. I brought up how I'd grown up with a father who never loved me or had any faith in me, and always berated me for having feminine interests like cooking. I had a younger brother who was the replica of my dad. I told them all about how my dad had refused to pay for my tuition out of fear that I'd end up becoming more successful than my younger brother, who was his golden child. This is why I ended up leaving home, but despite all odds, I was able to rise and become who I am today. So in a way, they did deserve some credit for creating all the hardships I've had to face. Otherwise, I never would have found out how resilient I was. A lot of people shot my dad and brother the nastiest looks they could manage while I was saying all of this, and even they had the good sense to at least look ashamed, even though I knew that they didn't feel that way in the slightest. Anyway, I then walked over to my dad and brother and actually hugged them, putting up the same pretense that they had when they visited me today. "Two can play this game," I announced. Because you'd shown up to celebrate my success today, I'd forgiven them for whatever had happened in the past, and I was even ready to give my brother the job of a bartender at my restaurant. To other people, this obviously seemed like a really emotional reconciliation, and they ended up actually clapping for me at the end of my speech. There were a few wolf whistles. Only my family and I knew that this was nothing more than an attempt to humiliate them, which I'd done quite successfully. But they had to smile and act like they were super grateful for what I'd done since they couldn't exactly storm out angrily, which is exactly what they wanted to do. After a while, when the crowd had cleared out and it was finally time for us to go home, my dad and brother confronted me right outside my restaurant. They were furious, and I swear there were angry tears in my brother's eyes. They demanded an explanation for what I'd done. If I'd never intended on making my brother a partner, then I should have just turned them away as soon as they arrived. I just laughed and told them that this was my form of paying them back for everything they'd done for me over the years. This is exactly what you deserve. Then I walked away and didn't bother to look back, even when I heard my brother crying about how this was the cruelest thing, and even yelling after me to tell me that I'd regret this. But I didn't care since I was already in my car and was driving away. That happened a couple of days ago, and I haven't heard from them since. My aunt thinks that I might have gone a little too far with this one and should have just kicked them out at first, but I don't agree with her. This was well deserved. I'd had enough of humiliating my father and brother. Update 1. Hey, I decided not to reach out to my family to apologize, in spite of what my aunt had said about me being way too harsh. I don't feel sorry about what I did, so I'm not going to pretend I do and go out of my way to say so. They could have taken the opportunity to apologize to me when they visited me, but they didn't. I explained this to my aunt as well, and while she still believes I shouldn't have done what I did, She hasn't said much about it. I guess this is just one of those areas where we agree to disagree, and I'm okay with that. In other news, my brother has made sure that he goes behind my back to talk crap about me to all our friends from school. It's unfortunate that we went to the same high school, since this just means that random strangers from school are now texting to confirm the rumors that I'd humiliated and then kicked out my dad and brother from my restaurant after feeding them 3-day-old food on purpose. Yeah, he exaggerated the story to make himself seem like the victim, which is pretty unsurprising. Ordinarily, I wouldn't care about petty rumors, but I don't want potential customers taking these rumors seriously. So, I've texted my brother that if he doesn't stop spreading lies about me and my restaurant, then I'll make sure that he loses the job he has right now too. I'm hoping that it works because I really don't feel like dealing with their unnecessary crap right now. I'm really busy with work, and this just isn't the time. Update 2. LOL, my brother texted back saying that he was going to stop only when I'd make him a partner. I don't even understand what level of idiocy and delusion this is. Besides, if he wants to be a partner, then isn't it a pretty stupid idea for him to be talking crap about the same restaurant? I'm pretty sure this is my dad's tactic to ensure his darling son lands a high-profile job without doing any real work. But unfortunately, it's not going to work with me. I've told him that if he doesn't stop, then he'll be hearing from my lawyers and that he's in absolutely no position to be negotiating with me right now. The only reason I haven't done anything yet is because I don't want to get caught up in unnecessary drama, but I'll definitely mess him up if he tries anything funny after this, and he should take this as my last warning. I really hope he does, for his own good. Update 3. So, guys, it's been around a month since the last update, and since I've been really busy, I haven't been able to fill you in on what happened after that. My brother did stop talking crap about me behind my back, but they were still pretty desperate to join in on my success. So, my dad decided to pay me a visit with my brother a few weeks ago, just to intimidate me. They showed up at my house, threatening to sue me for using my mother's name for my restaurant, and even told me that they'd already spoken to a lawyer. So, if I didn't want any trouble, I needed to make my brother a partner as soon as possible. Obviously, I called their bluff immediately since no lawyer would take up such a stupid case. I think they were forgetting a very important fact. She was my mother too, and not just his wife. As far as I was concerned, no law could stop me from using her name. By then, I'd had enough of their bullcrap. So I told them that if they didn't leave me alone, they'd be forcing my hand, and I'd have no option but to call the cops. My brother lost his temper at that point and tried to grab me by the collar, but luckily, my dad held him back. I think it was the constant humiliation that had finally gotten to him and he'd snapped. Well, it wasn't my fault, and they were lucky that I didn't call the cops right then. I told my dad that he needed to get the hell out, but he only told my brother to go cool off in the car and that he wanted to speak to me in private. After my brother left, he tried to manipulate me by telling me that if my mother knew what I was doing to them, then she'd be really upset with me and I should bury the hatchet. At this point, I told him to leave me the hell alone because even I was at my limit. He couldn't just use my mother to get his way. That was just low. To be honest, we were way past the point of reconciliation. Not once had either of them apologized to me, even once, so I really didn't understand why they expected me to forgive them without even asking for it. As for what my mother would feel, I'm sure she would have felt equally let down back when my father had refused to pay for my tuition, and for that matter, every freaking time he made me feel awful about myself. So, he should be the last person to give me a sermon about what my mother would and wouldn't like. I know she's proud of me wherever she is, and nothing that my dad says is going to change that. At least my restaurant is doing well, and hopefully, we'll be able to expand soon enough. Father called me worthless, praised my brother as his golden child. Now my revenge is about to begin. Since the narrative finally came to an end and retribution was meted out cold, I, 25M, feel compelled to tell it. While I was treated as though I had no value, my 20-meter brother was always our father's golden child. This isn't just your average family partiality. It was systematic, harsh, and had a lasting impact on my entire youth. From the outside, my life appeared to be ideal as I grew up in a California suburban home that was apparently upper middle class. We appeared to be the perfect American family. Mom was a loving presence, Dad worked in finance, and we lived in a wonderful house. However, things were quite different behind closed doors. My father was hardly there in my life from the time I can remember. On weekends, he would occasionally be there in person, but he was never there for me emotionally. He always used work as an excuse, citing late-night calls, crucial clients, and interminable meetings. However, Dad suddenly had all the time in the world 5 years later when my brother was born. He went from being an absent parent to the most dedicated father in the world, not to me though, like someone flipping a switch. At the age of 8, I became aware of computers. Mom thought I might like learning about the old PC she brought home from her office. It was love at first sight, and she was correct. As other children engaged in sports or video games, I found the workings of computers to be fascinating. After spending hours attempting to comprehend code and write simple programs, I began learning basic programming from library books. My mother recognized my enthusiasm. Although she wasn't tech-savvy herself, she could see how my eyes brightened when I discussed my most recent endeavors. She would spend hours sitting with me, asking me questions and pushing me to give straightforward explanations. "You're teaching me too," she would smile and remark. Some of my most treasured recollections are of the times when we shared my passion for technology. My fascination with computers, however, was viewed by my father as a personal failure, his inability to raise a normal son. "Real men play sports," he would say, his dissatisfaction evident in his voice. "Stop wasting time with those computer games." He never bothered to learn the difference between Python and JavaScript, which I was educating myself, and they weren't games. When I tried to explain what I was really doing, I was received with waves of disdain or eye rolls. He handled my brother in a glaringly painful contrast. Dad instantly became super dad when my brother, who was 6 years old at the time, expressed an interest in football. He attended every practice, coached his team, and purchased the greatest gear. Dad spent hours instructing my brother in perfect throwing technique, turning our backyard into a training ground. I would sit by myself with my computer in my room, listening to their bonding and laughter. My mom did her utmost to maintain equilibrium. She was aware of the situation and made every effort to compensate for Dad's partiality. She helped me set up for scientific fairs, attended my computer club meetings, and always made sure to acknowledge my accomplishments, even if Dad didn't. When she said, "You're special in your own way. Don't let anyone make you feel less than you are." I recall a specific night when I was 12 years old. I had just completed my first actual program, a straightforward game that I had written myself. I couldn't wait to share it with someone. I went to find Dad because Mom was working late. As usual, he and my brother were practicing football in the backyard. Before attempting to grab his attention, I patiently waited for about an hour. "May I show you something, Dad? I created a game." He didn't give me a glance. "Not right now. We're busy, don't you see? This is significant. This weekend, your brother has a game." Everything became crystal clear in that moment. He would never value my accomplishments enough. That night I returned to my room and sobbed. However, I also decided that I would succeed for Mom and myself, not for him. Then my life's darkest day arrived. My mother unexpectedly died of an aneurysm when I was 13. She was there one day to make breakfast and inquire about my most recent coding project, and then she left. Although the loss was terrible, the aftermath was even worse. Dad's partiality grew obvious and unfettered in the absence of Mom's balanced influence. I realized my place in the family in the days after Mom's passing. Dad used athletics as a way to cope with his loss and threw himself fully into my brother's life. He was present at every school function, practice, and football game. In the meantime, I worked through my grief by myself in my room, seeking comfort in writing increasingly intricate programs in an effort to produce something that would please Mom. I can still clearly recall my first significant accomplishment following Mom's passing. I took first place in the state computer science fair when I was 14 years old. According to the teacher, I had developed a program that could assist in organizing the school library system. I had put a note on Dad's refrigerator 3 weeks before the fair, which was on a Saturday. I spent the entire day at the fair waiting, taking pictures, congratulating and watching the parents of other children arrive and depart. I gazed up in hope each time the door opened, but he never appeared. I learned later that night that he had attended my brother's football practice, which was simply a regular session and not even a game. He hardly looked at my blue ribbon when I brought it home. After saying, "That's nice," he returned to his task of assisting my brother with his homework. All the way through high school, the trend persisted. Dad's pride and delight was my brother, who was the best quarterback. His most recent game or his chances of receiving a college sports scholarship were the topic of every dinner talk. As I pushed food around my plate, I would sit there listening to Dad talk about how my brother will one day succeed as a businessman and follow in his footsteps. I got snide murmurs or outright interruptions whenever I tried to discuss my accomplishments in programming contests or the websites I was creating for nearby companies. Dad would respond, "That's enough about computers," and then return the focus to my brother's most recent touchdown. I developed the ability to keep my head down, concentrate on my task, and make plans for the future. I was aware that I would need to set my own terms for success. At 16, I began working as a freelance programmer, creating websites for local small businesses. Since I knew I would need the money for college, I saved every penny. With its assortment of computer components and coding books, my room became a haven. I was wasting my talent, Dad would murmur as he passed, shaking his head. I learned more than simply programming via my freelance business. I gained knowledge of project management, client relations, and business. I had a strong portfolio and a developing reputation in our local business community by my junior year of high school. I was earning a respectable income for a youngster, and some customers even began recommending me to others. I was reminded of Mom by a local bookshop owner who was one of my regular customers. She truly wanted to know what I was doing, therefore she would constantly inquire about my most recent efforts. She said she had never seen someone so young with such a good work ethic and even offered to write me a letter of recommendation for college. My senior year of high school was the true turning moment. A number of renowned computer science schools, including one at a Silicon Valley tech school, had accepted me. Because of my stellar marks, I was even awarded a partial scholarship. However, I still required tuition assistance. I made a thorough presentation for Dad, showcasing my scholarship offers, admission letters, and business strategy outlining how I will continue to support my school through freelancing. I even supplied data regarding possible return on investment and employment opportunities in technology. I prepared for weeks in the hopes that he would eventually be persuaded by a rational, practical approach. Less than 5 minutes passed throughout the meeting. He remarked, "I'm not wasting money on your computer hobby," without even glancing at my meticulously crafted pages. "Your brother has a lot of promise. That money is necessary for his upcoming business degree." My brother didn't care that he was having academic difficulties. Dad believed that I could do no right and my brother could do no wrong. I was unable to contain myself any longer. My voice trembled as I added, "Mom would have supported me. She believed in me." His expression stiffened. "She isn't present, is she? We also do things my way while you're living with me. Instead of wasting time playing with computers, your brother will pursue a legitimate career." I gave my aunt, Mom's sister, a call that evening. After Mom passed away, she continued to stay in touch, occasionally checking in and sending me birthday cards. She remained silent for a while after I explained what had happened. "Your mother would be very proud of you," she continued. "I'll see what I can accomplish." My aunt didn't have much money. Although she was a high school teacher, she ended up being my savior. She offered to contribute as much of her savings as she could. She informed other friends and family members about my circumstances and my potential. With the combined assistance of several of Mom's old acquaintances and my own freelancing earnings, I was able to accumulate enough money for my first year of college. I was determined to make it work, even if it meant taking out loans and working part-time. Dad hardly lifted his eyes from his newspaper on the day I departed for college. My brother didn't say goodbye since he was too preoccupied with football practice. The only person who came to say goodbye was my aunt, who gave me a big hug and gave me an envelope containing some additional cash she had saved. College was enlightening. I was surrounded by people who recognized and valued my love of technology for the first time in my life. My aptitude for programming, which had been disregarded at home, was appreciated. My work ethic and inventiveness were commended by my professors. I poured myself into my education, continuing to work as a freelancer and keep my scholarships. I began creating what would eventually be my key to success during my junior year. It was more than just another software. It was a fix for a prevalent issue I had observed while working as an intern at a number of IT firms. During a late-night coding session, I conceived the concept and felt it had promise right away. I spent every free moment I had working on it, including weekends, evenings, and in between classes. I could sense that this was different from my roommate, who thought I was crazy because I was continuously coding and not sleeping. This was my future, not simply another project. In the midst of all of this, I would occasionally hear Dad say, "Your computer hobby will never amount to anything." The words that had once caused me such pain now strengthened my resolve. I was getting closer to disproving his shadow with each line of code I produced. During my time in college, I maintained contact with my aunt. Like Mom, she was my biggest supporter and always had faith in me. She understood my passion even though she didn't grasp the technical aspects of my app idea when I told her about it. The statement, "You sound just like your mother when she got excited about something," brought tears to my eyes. Dad and my brother did not attend the ceremony, but I graduated with honors. But there was my aunt looking proud. Like Mom, she had seen my ability early on. There was no more obvious contrast between her sincere encouragement and my father's rejection. If Dad had cared to find out, I would have caused him a heart attack for the risk I took after graduation. In order to concentrate on creating my software, I declined multiple lucrative employment offers. I worked 18-hour days, ate ramen, and lived in a small studio apartment. My aunt still had faith in me, and she would sometimes send encouraging comments and care packages. In the meantime, I was informed of my brother's difficulties in his business program through family rumors spread by my aunt. To prevent him from dropping out, Dad had to pay tutors and make large payments. Nevertheless, Dad believed that my brother had genuine potential and that my tech job was merely a passing phase that would ultimately fail. They had no idea how drastically things will alter throughout my time. But with the release of my app and the beginning of my company's explosive growth, that's where the next update starts. The events that followed would serve as the ideal pretext for the most fulfilling form of retaliation against their years of contempt and rejection. I'll reserve those specifics for updates, but I'm still in awe of how everything worked out. Karma, let's say, has a way of coming full circle, and sometimes the best form of retaliation is enormous success, particularly if you can use that success to impart some very specific lessons to those who questioned you. The upcoming update will describe how Dad's golden child's true potential resulted in a completely different outcome and how my useless computer pastime became a multi-million-dollar business. Keep an eye out. I continue to smile at the satisfaction of what transpired afterward. Update 1. Since my last post, it's been quite the journey. Many of you requested information about how my app really took off, so here is the whole tale of how my useless pastime became a multi-million-dollar business. I found the cheapest apartment in Silicon Valley after graduating, which was just a cupboard with a bathroom. The location was important, but the rent still consumed the majority of my savings. I needed to be in the center of things, where possible partners and investors might meet for coffee. It was a harsh first 3 months. I spent 18 to 20 hours a day coding while subsisting on energy drinks and quick noodles. I began my app in college as a way to streamline corporate communication systems, which I found to be a major hassle when working as an intern. However, it was a very different task to transform a functional prototype into a product that was ready for the market. The root of my breakthrough was unexpected. One morning, as I was taking a break from my part-time job as a barista to pay my rent, a man in a suit saw me coding. When he inquired what I was working on, I chose to give him my elevator pitch rather than my typical evasive response. As it happens, he was working as a project manager for a large tech business, handling the very type of communication problems that my program was intended to address. He offered to use his team to beta test my app for 6 weeks. I received practical input from real users. Although there were bugs, UI problems, and features that needed to be adjusted, the app's fundamental operation was sound. Above all, the team adored it. Even after the beta test was over, they began utilizing it for all of their projects. As soon as word got out, other teams in the organization wanted to use it as well. Their head of innovation, who was considering investing, was introduced to me by the project manager. However, they were hoping for more. More features, more refinement, more evidence that this was scalable. For 2 weeks straight, I worked non-stop to create new features and integrate all of the comments. My aunt, who is usually supportive yet concerned about my health, gave me care packages with coffee and snacks. When she said, "Your mother would tell you to take better care of yourself," I could sense the pride in her voice. It was a weird meeting with the investors. Wearing a suit I borrowed from a friend, I entered a room full of executives. As I displayed the program, my voice remained firm despite my trembling palms. There was silence when I was done. I will never forget what the chief of innovation stated next. "This isn't just a solution. It's the future of corporate communication." In exchange for a 15% share in my business, they promised to invest $2 million. Although the valuation exceeded my expectations, they also had other goals in mind. They aspired to be my first significant customer, deploying the software throughout their whole company. After that, things happened quickly. My initial hires were outstanding coders I knew in college who immediately supported my idea. I continued to live in my modest flat, but we moved into a proper workplace. Every dollar invested was used to grow the business. More interest was sparked by the app's success with our first significant customer. Other businesses began contacting them. We negotiated agreements with 3 Fortune 500 firms in less than 6 months. Our staff expanded from 4 to 20 members. Not only was revenue consistent, it was booming. We conducted a second funding round a year following the initial investment. At a $100 million valuation, we raised $15 million this time. The app my father had rejected was now a major force in business software. When I informed my aunt the numbers, she started crying. She then revealed to me something I was unaware of. 6 months prior, she had visited my father in an attempt to persuade him to make amends. "He just got lucky," was his reply. "It won't endure." However, it did endure. Indeed, it continued to expand. We continued to solve larger challenges, develop new products, and innovate. Prominent tech journals began to write about us. I received invitations to give talks at conferences. My name was well known in the industry. The finest aspect. I never once contacted my brother or father despite all of this prosperity. I kept my distance from them, concentrating on creating something worthwhile rather than disproving them, even if they could see my accomplishment in the news, on tech websites, and in trade publications. That tactic proved to be ideal as the subsequent events, which I will discuss in the upcoming update, demonstrate the precise nature of karma. Let's just say that my father's confidence in his business sense and the golden child's true ability were going to be put to the test in a way they never anticipated. You'll want to know how my brother's promised economic success worked out and what transpired when they finally had to confront the truth about how they had treated me in the past. Update 2. Since my last update, things have drastically changed. Do you recall my father's constant insistence that my brother had genuine commercial potential? That story simply blew up in a big way, and I was right there in the thick of it. I found out through business contacts that my brother, with Dad's support, had launched a chain of upscale sports bars. The idea was straightforward: upscale locations where business leaders could enjoy elegant game viewing. In order to finance this sure thing, Dad had to liquidate a sizable amount of his retirement fund. He was confident that my brother's innate financial acumen would ensure its success. My brother's total inexperience in restaurant management, he had never even had a service position, should have been the first warning sign. That was beneath him, Dad had always claimed. Rather, he appointed managers who were none of his former football friends and had no relevant experience. All flash, no substance, their business plan was essentially a joke. They utterly neglected fundamentals like inventory control and employee training while spending outrageous sums on ostentatious settings and extravagant decorations. My brother's conviction that wealthy people would pay anything served as justification for the exorbitant charges. After observing their operation, one of my developers, who was formerly employed in restaurant technology, declared it to be a disaster waiting to happen. Their inventory management was essentially non-existent. Their point-of-sale system was antiquated, and their staff turnover was skyrocketing as a result of poor management. From day one, the first location lost money. My brother persuaded Dad to create a second location, claiming that they only needed to scale up to be profitable, rather than tackling the underlying problems. Dad took out loans to make it happen because he still had faith in his golden child's unfailing business acumen. The violations of the health code followed. It turns out that things go awry when you assign inexperienced friends to handle the meal service. Both sites received numerous citations. A critical article published by the local restaurant review blog went viral in the business world, which is precisely the audience they were aiming for. The actual kicker: my brother had been manipulating the figures to keep Dad from knowing how much they had lost. They discovered that each store was losing more than $50,000 a month. Due to subpar service and negative evaluations, their upscale clientele had vanished. My business, meantime, was doing very well. We had recently signed an agreement with a large chain of restaurants to use our management software throughout all of their locations. This software may have avoided many of my brother's business blunders. I didn't miss the irony. Dad had invested almost all of his retirement money in my brother's failing business. When the second location failed even more quickly than the first, he had to take out loans. They had enormous debt and no means of repaying it. My aunt informed me that Dad had to list his house for sale. After his reputation in the local business community was ruined, my brother returned home. He was unable to escape the fact that he was incompetent after all those years of being the golden child with innate commercial acumen. This is where things become fascinating, though. Guess who had the chance to purchase the debt bundle that was sold to a collection agency? My company. That is correct. The universe can be funny sometimes, but this isn't how I had planned it. I haven't taken any action yet. I'm reserving that for later. My aunt recently told me that they're going to swallow their pride and seek my assistance, which is something they have never done before. You won't want to miss the story's conclusion, which will be revealed in the upcoming update. All those years of being the worthless son had, let's say, prepared the final scene. You don't always need to aggressively seek retribution. Sometimes the best course of action is to just stand back and let others deal with the fallout from their own choices. In Update 3, everything will come full circle in the most fulfilling way imaginable. Update 3. It's better than I could have ever scripted, and this is the last update. My brother and father finally arrived at my workplace yesterday without any prior notice or appointment. They simply showed up, seeming totally out of place in our contemporary computer environment. At first, they didn't recognize me. Since they last saw me, I've changed. Being successful has a way of altering your personality. My assistant messaged me while I was in the middle of a virtual meeting, saying, "Two men are demanding to see you. They say they're family." As I concluded my meeting, I made them wait in the foyer for 45 minutes. With screens showing our company's most recent accomplishments and press attention, I could see people becoming more and more uneasy through the glass walls. My brother continued to fumble with his collar. Dad appeared to have aged by 10 years. The expressions on their faces were amazing when I eventually got my assistant to let them in. Taking in the vista of Silicon Valley, the awards on the walls, and the proof of the success he never thought imaginable, Dad's gaze flew across my corner office. My brother and I could hardly look at each other. Dad said, "Son," without the normal authority in his voice, "you've done well for yourself." The compelled acknowledgement nearly made me chuckle. Even today, classic Dad was unable to offer a direct compliment. After a period of silent wriggling, I said, "What brings you here?" Initially, they attempted to dance around it. Dad made an effort to strike up a conversation about my computer business. He still couldn't bring himself to refer to it as a tech firm. My sibling gazed at his footwear. My parents chose my sister's baby shower over my wedding. Am I the asshole for walking away and cutting ties? I, 35M, never imagined that I would be sharing my innermost thoughts on Reddit, yet here I am, lost, and turning to strangers for online guidance. Please be patient with me while I attempt to sort out the chaos that has become my family life. It's a lengthy and intricate narrative. I was raised in what I always assumed was a standard suburban American middle-class family. For the first 10 years of our life, my sister, 32F, who is 3 years younger than I am, and I were inseparable. We truly enjoyed each other's company, and our parents encouraged us to be close. For hours, we would construct intricate Lego towns, invent our own coded languages, and defend our backyard fort against fictitious intruders. We laughed a lot, shared secrets, and formed a friendship that I believed would last a lifetime during those formative years. However, things started to alter as we approached adolescence. It was mild at first, so subtle that I was unaware of it. My sister began displaying a new fiercely competitive side, not only for me but also for our parents' approval. I can recall when I first became aware of it. I had just joined the junior varsity baseball team at the age of 14. My parents were preparing a small celebratory supper, and I was ecstatic. My sister unexpectedly revealed that she had been selected to represent her class in a city-wide art competition the morning of the dinner. My celebration quickly became a shared occasion, with the majority of the attention being on her rare opportunity. These attacks increased in frequency and sophistication over time. Whenever our dad had a pastime that month, she would suddenly get interested in it. She would be honing her swing every day if he started playing golf. My sister became an avid reader and was always eager to discuss the newest book when Mom started a book club. I attempted to dismiss it as typical sibling rivalry, but it was more than that. She would force our parents to make a decision by scheduling significant occasions on the same days as my activities. For example, Mom thoughtfully planned a family movie night for my high school graduation celebration. Or she arranged a charity bake sale on the day of my state championship baseball game. This behavior was not entirely unknown to our parents. She always had an excuse ready when they called her out on it. "I didn't realize," or "it just worked out that way," she would explain with a completely innocent look. With one parent attending each function, they would typically wind up splitting their attention. When they had to make these decisions, I could see the remorse in their eyes, but it didn't alter the reality that they were being controlled. The competition continued as we grew older. It simply changed. My sister seemed to spend her entire life conforming to our parents' expectations, while I followed my passion for technology and developed a career in the field. Despite being accepted to her desired school, she decided to attend the college they recommended. She gave up her personal hobbies to pursue the career they were always discussing. Instead of dating the creative types she used to be attracted to, she even dated the kinds of men they liked. Please understand that I adore my parents. Even when I took a different route than they had in mind, they have always been there for me. They celebrated my promotions, assisted me in moving into my first apartment, and were always ready to offer guidance. But when it came to my sister, there was always this undercurrent of approbation. Although they would never express it directly, they were clearly proud of the decisions she made. Their excitement when she called with news was evident, as did the way they would boast about her to their acquaintances. A few years back, while we were both at home for the holidays, I made an attempt to discuss it with my sister. I questioned her about if she was actually content with the decisions she was making and whether this was the life she had always desired. I was shivered by her response. "You don't get it, do you?" With a smile that stopped short of her eyes, she said, "You win like this. You get what you want when you give them what they want. I suppose you've never been excellent at the game, but it's not difficult." I was plagued by that conversation for years. It helped me comprehend that my sister, with whom I had constructed forts and developed coded languages, was no longer with me. Someone I hardly recognized took her place, someone who viewed our familial ties as a contest to be won. Let's fast forward to the present. I've been dating my girlfriend for 5 years, and we are recently engaged, 33F. We became inseparable after meeting at a computer convention and connecting over our love of obscure sci-fi series. She is intelligent, compassionate, and has supported me through all of the family strife. We've developed a life together, and last year I made the proposal. I was so happy that I couldn't wait to tell my relatives about it. My parents' response was, at best, ambivalent when I phoned them first. Naturally, they applauded me, but their enthusiasm was noticeably lacking. The first thing my mother asked was, "Have you told your sister yet?" It hurt, but I dismissed it, blaming the surprise for their muted response. My sister, who had been employed overseas by a big corporation, reported that she had been married in a small ceremony abroad around the same time. We were unable to go because of travel restrictions and the pandemic. I could see the guilt gnawing at our parents, who were horrified that they had missed it. They spoke about how they could make it up to her and planned a late celebration over the course of several hours of video conversations. My sister then revealed yet another shocking fact a few months ago. She was expecting a child and would be returning to the United States for a prolonged stay. For 6 months, she and her husband, 34M, would be living with our parents, working from home, and getting ready for the baby. I was initially pleased for her. She is still my sister despite our complex relationship, and it was exhilarating to consider becoming an uncle. In an attempt to connect with my prospective niece or nephew, I even began to look at onesies with geeky messages. Then, however, things began to deteriorate. My parents appeared disinterested and preoccupied when I attempted to include them in the wedding planning process. The topic of my sister's pregnancy or her impending visit somehow came up in every conversation. They would wind up talking about how they were redoing the guest room for my sister's stay when I called to ask their opinion about venues. They had missed her wedding, after all, so I tried to be empathetic, but it was annoying. I recall one extremely depressing event. Finally, I had located the ideal location for the wedding, a stunning lakefront resort that my fiancé and I adored. My mom and I were on the phone when I enthusiastically described the location and asked if she and Dad would want to join us for a visit. What did she say? "That sounds lovely, honey, but we have a lot going on that weekend. We promised to be there via video call for your sister's first ultrasound." You get it, don't you? Though not in the sense she intended, I did comprehend. I realized that, once more, my sister's life was becoming more important than mine. I realized that even if she was on the other side of the globe, she could still ruin my moments. Last week was the real hit. The day of my wedding coincided with my sister's announcement that she was throwing a baby shower. She gave me the naive expression I was all too familiar with when I confronted her about it. She remarked, her voice brimming with fictitious worry, "Oh, I didn't realize that was your wedding date. However, it's the only day that works for everyone, and I'll be returning to my country shortly after. I take it you can adjust the date. You haven't even sent out invitations yet." However, invitations had been sent out. We had paid many non-refundable deposits, reserved the space, and engaged caterers. Not only was it inconvenient to change the date, but it was now all but impossible. I was enraged. This was my wedding day, the day my fiancé and I had been fantasizing about and planning for months, not just some high school function that she could ruin. I summoned a family meeting right away to resolve this. From the beginning, the family meeting was a complete failure. The tension was evident when we assembled in our parents' living room. Sitting next to me, my fiancé placed a comforting hand on my knee. Our parents occupied the armchairs, appearing uneasy, while my sister and her spouse occupied the opposite couch. I began by outlining the significance of this day for my fiancé and me, how we had been preparing for months, and how upset we were that my sister had chosen the same day for her baby shower. I outlined every realistic reason why we couldn't alter the date, including the out-of-town guests who had already booked their trips, the deposits, and the invites. My sister's countenance changed as I was speaking. The phony innocence had vanished, and in its stead came a calculating expression that I was all too familiar with. She began her counter-argument as soon as I was done. Her voice trembled a little as she started, "I understand you're upset," a performance I had seen many times before. "However, you must comprehend my stance. Being abroad has caused me to miss a great deal of family time. Before the baby is born, this may be my only opportunity to rejoice with everyone. Furthermore, a baby is a far bigger event than a wedding, let's face it. Another wedding is always an option, but this is my first child." Her audacity surprised me into silence. I could feel my fiancée shaking with rage next to me as she squeezed my hand. My sister went on, addressing our parents. You missed my wedding, Mom and Dad. Will you also be absent at my baby shower? Particularly since it might be your only opportunity to join me in celebrating before the baby is born. I turned to my parents in the vain hope that they would see her deceit. However, as soon as I saw their faces, I knew they would support her once more. My father was the first to speak, his tone tentative. We understand the significance of your wedding, son, but your sister raises some valid arguments. We don't know when we'll all be together again because she's leaving soon. Are you unable to reschedule? Or perhaps we could arrive a little later for your wedding. What I was hearing was unbelievable. My own parents were requesting that I either reschedule my wedding or come to terms with the fact that they would be late for one of the most significant occasions in my life. It was impossible to describe the anger and hurt I was experiencing at the time. We're not trying to choose sides, honey. My mother interjected in a pleading tone. Both of you are equally loved by us. However, this also pertains to your niece or nephew. Do you not want us to be present when the baby is born? The final straw was that. Anger, hurt and fury that had been bottled up for years finally burst out. Equally? My voice trembled as I spoke. You love us just as much? Isn't that a joke? You've never treated us fairly before. When did you ever prioritize my needs and feelings? With trembling hands I got up. That's it then. You continue to choose her despite everything that has happened over the years. All right, make your decision. But be aware that you won't be involved in my life after my wedding if you don't go. I'm finished. I'm done vying for your affection and attention. I've had enough of being the son you only consider while she's not there. There was silence in the room. A look of horror replaced my sister's smug smirk. As though they couldn't believe I was challenging them, my parents sat there with their mouths open. I'm getting married in 2 months, I added, sounding more composed. Until then, you must choose between supporting your son on the most significant day of his life and going to another event that your daughter has planned to control you. Make an informed choice because it will impact our connection for the rest of our life. I ignored their calls and stormed out after that. My fiancée trailed behind, her expression a mixture of pride and surprise. She hugged me while I sobbed when we got home. All those years of feeling inferior and seeing my sister take advantage of our parents came tumbling down. A week later, I'm still steadfast in my choice. I've made it plain to my parents that their decision will have long-term repercussions and my wedding is in 2 months. They have been phoning and texting me, alternating between begging and guilt-tripping, but I refuse to back down. Although she believes I should keep the possibility of reunion open, my fiancé supports me. While some people believe I'm exaggerating, others believe it's time for me to advocate for myself. My need for self-respect and my affection for my family are at odds. Am I the jerk for giving my parents this ultimatum, Reddit? Is this the proper thing to do or am I overreacting? From here, how do I proceed? I feel as though I'm at a crossroads and that I will lose something important whichever route I go. However, I also feel like I'm defending myself and my future family for the first time in a long time. Any guidance or viewpoint would be much valued. Update 1. After a hectic few weeks since my previous article, I thought I should give you all an update. I want to start by saying thank you to everyone who left a comment on my initial post. Throughout this trying period, your guidance and support have been priceless. What has transpired since then is as follows. Last Saturday, my fiancé and I tied the knot. In the company of friends who have become our chosen family, it was a lovely ceremony full of love. However, if I claimed it was flawless, I would be lying. What should have been the best day of my life was clouded by the absence of my sister and dad. My parents persisted in their emotional manipulation and guilt-tripping tactics in the weeks before the wedding. They texted, left voicemails, and even unexpectedly showed up at our flat. They consistently sent the same message. How could you harm the family in this way? Why are you acting so self-centeredly? Do you not realize how much your sister is suffering as a result of this? It was difficult, but I held my ground. There were times when I nearly gave in because I couldn't handle the thought of maybe losing my family forever. Despite everything, my fiancée, who is now my wife, was my pillar of support. She reminded me of the purpose of our actions and the significance of defending our future and ourselves. My mother sent me one last message the day before the wedding. Asterisk. We love you, son, but we are unable to support this decision, it said. We'll be at the baby shower for your sister. We're hoping you'll understand and pardon us one day. I would like to state that I was ready for this result and that I accepted it. However, the reality struck me like a ton of bricks. In our hotel room, I sobbed as a wave of hurt, rage, and intense, excruciating despair passed over me. As I sobbed, my wife comforted me by telling me that we were now beginning our own family. One based on love and respect for one another. The actual wedding was stunning. Where my family should have been, our friends filled the void and rallied around us. I was moved to tears when my closest friend's father even offered to walk me down the aisle. I knew I had made the right decision when I looked into my wife's eyes and spoke my vows. I picked this family because I earned their affection. We are currently in Bali for our honeymoon. With its immaculate beaches and verdant surroundings, this place is a heaven. I would be dishonest if I claimed that the family conflict wasn't interfering with our trip, even though it should be the most restful period of our lives. My sister sent me a long text message yesterday when we were relaxing by the pool. For the remainder of our honeymoon, I was inclined to ignore it and keep acting as though my family didn't exist. However, my curiosity overcame me. Something else was the message. Here's the main idea. Asterisk. I hope you're content right now. Mom and Dad are inconsolable. They were so sad about missing your wedding that they hardly enjoyed my baby shower. What made you so self-centered? Everything has been damaged by you. Simply because you couldn't stand not being the center of attention for once, you've ripped this family apart. Although I've always known you were envious of me, I never imagined you would go to such lengths. When the baby is born, don't bother to come see it. You are not my uncle. I read the message 3 times, twice, and once. I had a range of emotions every time, including rage at her foolishness, hurt at her harsh remarks, and a perverse sense of triumph that she had finally abandoned her naive behavior and revealed her true nature. When my wife saw how upset I was, she inquired as to what was wrong. She reacted with a mixture of disbelief and rage when I showed her the note. She wanted to answer, to finally put my sister in her place. However, I changed my mind. I chose to ban my sister's number instead. Even though it was a modest gesture, it felt like I was getting back some of my mental tranquility. My relationship with my family has been re-evaluated as a result of this entire circumstance. I've spent years attempting to gain their acceptance and to be seen as equal to my sister. However, I'm beginning to realize how poisonous that dynamic was. The rules were rigged from the beginning, so I would never win that game. It hurts, don't get me wrong. A part of me still adores my parents and longs for the close-knit family dynamic. Though I'm sorry that I might never meet them, I can't help but think about my future niece or nephew. However, I know I've made the proper decision when I think back on all the years of manipulation and constantly feeling inferior. My spouse and I have been discussing family a lot, including what it means to us and how we wish to define it. We've made the decision to raise our kids in the kind, encouraging atmosphere I always wanted as a child. We will not put children against one another, but rather appreciate their individuality. We'll be there for both the major and minor events. I'm not sure what the future holds for my sister and parents. Reconciliation is something I want to keep open, but only if there are significant, genuine improvements. Pretending everything is fine while ignoring the fundamental problems is not something I can return to. They would have to own their wrongdoing, accept accountability, and demonstrate a sincere wish to improve. To be honest, I don't think they can do that. Right now, my wife and the life we're creating together are my new family. We're discussing establishing our own holiday customs and fostering a loving, respectful environment at home. It feels appropriate, but it's also a little frightening. I would say this to anyone who could be in a similar circumstance and unsure about whether to confront toxic family members. It's difficult, but it's worthwhile. Your happiness, your self-respect, and your peace of mind are all valuable. Even if they are relatives, don't give them up for individuals who don't genuinely appreciate you. For the first time in a long time, I feel hopeful, even though I have no idea what the future contains. More valuable than any familial approval is the life I'm creating on my own terms with a spouse who values and supports me. Again, I want to thank Reddit for all of your help and guidance. You don't realize how much it means. I'm going to concentrate on enjoying my honeymoon and looking forward to the future for the time being, but I'll provide another update if anything noteworthy happens. Update 2. Since my last update, which was approximately 3 months ago, a lot has transpired. I want to express my gratitude to everyone for their ongoing guidance and support. During this trying time, your words have given me strength. Approximately 2.5 months ago, my wife and I returned from our honeymoon. It was more difficult than we thought to return to real life. It was simple to turn my family's presence out of my mind when we were abroad. However, everything came flooding back when we were at home and surrounded by mementos of our lives before the wedding turmoil. My family made their first attempt to get in touch with me around 2 weeks after we returned. My dad texted me, saying, "We miss you, son. Can we have a conversation?" My wife and I debated how to react for hours after I showed her the note. There was a part of me that wanted to ignore it and stick to our no contact rule. But there was another side that longed for reconciliation, a part I believed I had buried. We ultimately chose to react, albeit tentatively. Halfway between our houses, we decided to meet at a calm cafe as a neutral venue. Despite my wife's offer to accompany me, I chose to attend this initial meeting by myself. Without any protection, I had to confront my parents. I was quite nervous on the day of the meeting. My folks were already seated at a corner table when I entered the cafe. In other ways, they appeared older and more worn out. My dad's shoulders were hunched, and my mom's eyes had crimson rims. We slipped into an uneasy silence as I sat down. My mother was the first to speak. When she continued, "We've missed you so much," her voice broke. We know we made a terrible mistake. We've had a lot of time to think about our actions, son," my dad said, nodding. "We now understand how unjust we have been to you for years, not only during the wedding." As they opened their hearts to me, I listened. They discussed how they had always found it difficult to divide their attention between my sister and me and how they had gotten caught up in the habit of overcompensating for her demanding personality. They acknowledged that they had been oblivious to her tactics and had consistently justified her actions. My father remarked, "We believed we were being fair. However, we now realize that we were anything but. We caused you great pain by allowing your sister to control the dynamics of our household. We sincerely apologize, son." Although I was grateful for their apologies, a few words cannot erase years of suffering and animosity. I answered, "I hear you," in a firm voice. "And thank you for apologizing, but I must make it clear to you that there is no quick fix for this. One of the most significant days of my life was missed by you. As you have done for years, you put my sister's desires ahead of your own. I can't simply forget about that." They gave a sympathetic but painful nod. We spoke for hours. In an attempt to better understand their own behavior and how it had impacted our family dynamics, they told me they had been attending a family therapist. They discussed what they had learned about their parenting approach and how it had fueled my sister and my rivalry. They acknowledged that things hadn't gone as planned at my sister's baby shower. She had apparently complained about my ruining her special day by getting married on the same day for the majority of the ceremony. They had been aware of her tendency toward selfishness as a result of her actions. "We've started setting boundaries with her," my father wrote. "She's not handling it well, and it's not easy. However, we now acknowledge that we have tolerated her behavior for far too long." By the end of our meeting, I felt as though healing was conceivable, though not quite. I committed to keeping in contact with them and making modest efforts to mend our connection. We agreed that my wife would be involved in our conversations and scheduled monthly dinners and weekly phone talks. Regarding my sister, she sent me an email a week following our meeting with our parents. This was the subject line, "I apologize." To put it mildly, I was dubious. I wasn't sure I wanted to hear anything she had to say after her harsh texts on our honeymoon. However, my curiosity overcame me and I clicked on the email. It was unexpected. She wrote, "Brother, I have a significant apology to make to you. For years, I have been egotistical, cunning and plain mean to you. I constantly reminded myself that I was only playing the game and doing what I had to do to advance. However, I now realize that I was simply acting like a bad sister and a horrible person overall. To be honest, I've always envied you. You've always exuded confidence and competence. While I molded myself into what I believed our parents wanted, you followed your passions and created the life you enjoy. I was angry with you because you were free to be who you were and yet be appreciated. I am aware that this does not justify my actions. There is no justification for the way I have treated you, particularly during your wedding. I gravely damaged you by allowing my hatred and jealousy to impair my judgment. I'm currently attempting to resolve my problems in treatment. I'm coming to accept accountability for my deeds and to cease attributing my own failures to other people. I don't think I deserve forgiveness, so I don't expect it. However, I wanted to express my sincere apologies for everything. I hope that one day we will be able to resume our relationship, this time one that is based on respect for one another and true love. Best wishes on your nuptials. I hope the two of you are content with each other. Your sister." I tried to process my emotions by reading the email multiple times. I hadn't heard anything that sincere from my sister in a long time. My wife and I spoke about it for a long time after I showed her. I ultimately made the decision to reply, however succinctly. I told her that I valued her honesty and thanked her for apologizing. I clarified that although I'm not yet ready for a relationship, I'm happy she's seeking support and improving herself. Although I made it apparent that it would take time and be on my terms, I kept the door open for future communication. That's the current situation. I'm repairing my relationship with my parents in a cautious manner. My sister and I are currently in a holding pattern, however we may eventually get back together. Together, my wife and I are stronger than ever as we navigate these turbulent familial waters. I'm not gullible enough to believe that everything has been resolved. We have a long journey ahead of us, filled with challenging discussions and emotional obstacles. However, I feel optimistic about my family ties for the first time in a long time. I want to share this with those of you in similar circumstances. Advocating for oneself can result in positive change, but it can also be difficult. Setting limits, demanding respect, and putting your own health first are all acceptable. Additionally, if sincere attempts are made to resolve the problems, it's acceptable to remain receptive to reconciliation. Once again, I want to thank everyone for their support along this trip. Your words of wisdom and kindness have been priceless. Because of this group, I feel more prepared to face the future, even if I have no idea what it will bring. I was abandoned by my family due to my golden sister's success. Now she's begging for help as the family business falls apart. Hello Reddit, I, 32F, never imagined that I would be sharing my entire being online, but here I am. My life was completely upended in a way I never anticipated. I was expelled from the house by my parents. And why? Because I managed to pay for my MBA without their invaluable assistance, and my sister, 36F, the golden child, couldn't tolerate it. Although it's a lengthy tale, I need to vent and perhaps you guys might provide some guidance or simply a virtual shoulder to weep on. Allow me to illustrate the dynamics of my family for you. I've always been the underdog, the last in line, and the one who never quite fits in. It was obvious from the beginning that my sister was the favorite growing up in a suburban community just outside of Chicago. My folks would hold a parade if she received an A. It was like, oh cool, what's for dinner? If I received an A. You understand. Sarah, my sister, was always the center of attention. She seemed to do better at everything without really trying, and she was more attractive and gregarious. School plays? She took the lead. Captain of a sports team? Naturally. Grades? Perfect scores. I was the awkward bookish kid who didn't want to be in the spotlight and would rather sit in my room and code. My parents were enamored with Sarah as if she were a prodigy when she enrolled in a prestigious business school. They covered everything, including her tuition, fashionable clothes, her apartment in a fancy area of town, and even her excursions to Cancun over spring break. They were often boasting to anyone who will listen about their successful daughter because they were so proud of her. I kept my head down and assumed I would have to handle things alone in the interim. Despite taking out loans and working part-time jobs during my time in college, I was still able to earn honors in computer science. But was there a celebration for me? No, my mother just said, "Dear, that's nice. Have you looked at the pictures from Sarah's graduation? Wasn't she beautiful?" In the present, I have spent the last few years managing projects for a digital company. Although it pays the bills and is a fine job, I'm looking for more. One day, I hope to launch my own business, rise in my job, or even get into top management. I therefore made the decision to apply to a respectable university's MBA program. The catch? The cost of tuition is extremely high, 6 figures to be exact. I had the hope that my parents might lend me some support. After all, they funded Sarah's whole schooling, right? After a family supper one evening, I sat them down and, to my astonishment, the topic of conversation revolved around Sarah's most recent achievement at the family restaurant. I outlined my strategy, gave them an overview of the school, described how it would advance my career and then tactfully brought up the topic of tuition. The expressions on their faces. It would seem as though I had asked them to sell their kidneys or something. They informed me outright that they couldn't pay my tuition, which is fine, I understand that MBAs are costly. But the fact that they refused to even co-sign a loan was what really infuriated me. I only wanted their assistance so I wouldn't be drowning in debt for the rest of my life, not to pay for everything. Their logic. We have already covered Sarah's tuition. Now is the time to consider our future. The worst part is that they also intended to grow the family restaurant. It seemed like they were investing all of their savings in that. What I was hearing was unbelievable. So you could afford Sarah's entire education, but you can't even co-sign a loan for me? Trying to speak steadily, I asked. Well, honey, Sarah's education was an investment in the family business, my mother boldly said. You have an MBA? That's only for you, isn't it? Only for me, as if I weren't related to them? As if they didn't care about my success? I was at a loss. My parents seemed to be putting unnecessary barriers in my path, but I didn't want to miss this chance. When it came to me, they had to be prudent and frugal, but they had no trouble spending a lot of money on Sarah. I had no choice but to ask my Aunt Margaret. Now, let me tell you that my dad's older sister, Aunt Margaret, is quite different from my parents. To be honest, she is far more successful than both of them and works as a neurosurgeon. She has always been nice to me though, and she's also quite grounded. There was always this strange tension between her and my parents. At family get-togethers, they would pretend to be courteous, but I could tell they were resentful of her success in comparison to their own. In particular, my dad detested feeling like he was overshadowed by her. When I was younger, I overheard arguments in which my dad accused Aunt Margaret of being conceited and defaming him. At first, I wasn't particularly interested in involving her, but I was desperate. One day, I contacted her to see whether she would be able to assist me with the tuition. I described the circumstances, my parents' refusal to assist, and the significance of this MBA to me. Aunt Margaret made no hesitation at all. "Of course I'll help," she said. "Why didn't you approach me earlier? It would be an honor for me to invest in your future because I've always believed you have a lot of promise." I felt so grateful, but I was also afraid my dad would find out. He would go crazy if he found out that I had approached his sister behind his back to request money. In order to keep it a secret, I pleaded with Aunt Margaret. Recognizing the complicated family dynamics at work, she concurred. After that, everything was well for a time. Since my tuition was paid for and I was preparing to begin my MBA school, I assumed I was safe. I felt both anxious and optimistic about the future. I felt like I was winning for once. Sarah made the decision to wreck everything at that point. I'm still not sure how she learned that I had asked Aunt Margaret for assistance. Perhaps she snooped through my emails when I wasn't looking, or perhaps she overheard a call. However, she did discover, and as the golden child that she is, she was unable to ignore it. She had to make it into a large, theatrical spectacle. After a long day at work, I was thrilled to share some news about my impending MBA orientation when I got home one evening. However, I could sense a problem as soon as I entered the room. The home was eerily silent, and the air felt heavy with stress. My heart fell as I walked to the living room. Everything I owned, including my books, clothes, and even my bedding, was put up in boxes. I felt as though the house was erasing me. Sarah was standing off to the side with this smug, self-satisfied expression on her face while my parents were seated on the couch, their emotions a mixture of disappointment and rage. I had the impression that I had entered a perverse intervention. My father wasted no time. "Explain this," he asked, tossing me a pile of papers. I picked up the papers with trembling hands, not understanding a word he was saying. I became aware that Sarah had completely lost her mind at that point. She had created these fictitious emails between Aunt Margaret and me, giving the impression that I was betraying the family. The emails gave the impression that I had given Aunt Margaret the trade secrets of our family restaurant in return for her covering my tuition. Recipes, supplier details, and even the restaurant's finances were discussed. I didn't really have access to any of these things, but Sarah did. My eyes were unbelievable. After looking through my laptop, Sarah discovered several emails that I had sent with Aunt Margaret, which she subsequently altered using Photoshop or some other program. She painted me as a traitor of some sort, as though I had betrayed our family. I was taken aback. "This isn't real." I stumbled my way out. "These emails are fraudulent, I would never do this." My parents, however, didn't even pay attention. My mom was crying as they stood there, and my dad was furious and red-faced. He said, "We trusted you, and you stabbed us in the back." They trusted Sarah, regardless of what I said. Since they obviously did. She was always believed by them. It felt as though I had vanished from the world and that all the years I had spent being a good daughter, working hard and never getting into trouble, were in vain. I knew then and there that I would always be second best in their eyes. They would always have doubts about me. My father said, "You must go," in a chilly tone. "We won't have a traitor in this house." I pleaded with them to think again. I made an effort to clarify the MBA and how Aunt Margaret was only assisting me, much like they had assisted Sarah. My parents didn't care, but I didn't want to burden Aunt Margaret, especially since she had already promised to cover my tuition. They claimed I was a traitor and refused to interact with me. Sarah simply stood there the entire time, her arrogant expression never changing. Her eyes said louder than words could. She had prevailed. The sister, whom she always viewed as a rival, was finally gone. That was it. I only had a few boxes of my belongings and the clothing on my back when I fled. I noticed the neighbors looking out their windows while I was loading my car, presumably curious about the drama. I felt totally alone, deceived and embarrassed. As soon as I was in my car, I called Aunt Margaret, crying so hard that I could not speak. Without asking any questions, she told me to come to her apartment right away. Without her, I'm not sure how I would have made it through. I'm currently residing at Aunt Margaret's home. With her offer of a place to stay and her assurance that she still wants to assist with my MBA, she has been a tremendous support system. Nevertheless, I vividly remember that night. Sarah standing there with that arrogant expression on her face, knowing she had won, my parents glaring at me like I was a criminal, and all of my belongings packed away when I walked into my house. I don't know. I'm not sure what to do. Reddit. A part of me wants to defend myself and show that Sarah was lying. If I looked closely enough, I could certainly find proof that the emails were forged, but I also want to break all connections and never look back. For those who are so eager to assume the worst of me, why should I fight? How can I possibly comprehend this betrayal? Given that my own family has abandoned me, how can I go on? In a few weeks, the MBA program will begin and I should be thrilled. However, I'm coping with this emotional trauma instead. I keep going over everything again in my mind, wondering if I missed any clues. Was Sarah this cunning all the time? Were my parents as eager to discard me all the time? After this, how can I ever trust anyone again? Aunt Margaret advises me to concentrate on the chances my MBA will present for my future. Although it's difficult to look past the hurt and rage in the moment, she claims that achievement is the best form of retaliation. I would appreciate any guidance. From here, how do I reconstruct my life? Given that my own sister would go to such extent to harm me, how do I handle this? And when I feel so damaged on the inside, how do I interact with my MBA program instructors and classmates? Here, I feel like I'm drowning. Give me a lifeline, Reddit, if you can. Update 1. It's been a long time, 3 years to be precise, Reddit. Since I last wrote about my family throwing me out, a lot has happened. I wanted to let you know how things have progressed. I started by finishing my MBA program, which had a profound impact on me. I was in a lot of mental upheaval when I first started, but I was able to focus all of that energy on my academics. I graduated at the top of my class, but it wasn't easy. The girl who constantly felt inferior is no longer there. She has been replaced with a lady who is confident in her abilities and doesn't hesitate to express them. I got a job at a prestigious consulting business after graduating. I love my job, but it's tough. I'm in a setting where my abilities and diligence are truly valued for the first time in my life. No more living in the shadow of others. During all of this, Aunt Margaret has been a rock. She's become the loving family I never had, not just a place to stay. We discuss everything from her most intriguing medical cases to my most recent professional endeavor during our weekly dinners. I've learned so much from her about defending my rights and appreciating my own worth. 3 years of radio silence about Sarah and my parents. No emails, texts, or phone calls. It was painful at first. However, as time went on, I came to see that their absence was enabling me to develop in ways that I could not have while living with them. I've created a proud life for myself, free from the need for approval and continual comparisons. However, life can be unpredictable. Last Saturday, just when I thought I had everything worked out, Sarah arrived at my door. I nearly failed to identify her. The air of superiority and the fancy attire vanished. She was wearing a basic sweater and jeans that had seen better days, and she had big circles under her eyes and her hair pulled up in a hurry. She looked discouraged. "Hey," she said in a little voice. "Can we talk?" Curiosity overcame my want to slam the door in her face. I opened the door for her. Sarah sat uncomfortably fidgeting on the couch. "I need your help," she blurted out at last. "The eatery is having problems. Serious problems. The family firm," she said, "was close to going bankrupt. Our parents' much anticipated large expansion had turned out to be a complete failure. They were drowning in debt because they had overextended themselves and took out large loans." When Sarah said, "Dad's talking about filing for bankruptcy," her voice broke. "Mom is in disarray, and I'm at a loss for what to do. Despite my best efforts, I am unable to resolve this." As I listened, I experienced a range of feelings. I had a sick sense of satisfaction. Wasn't this retribution for the way they handled me? However, I also experienced a twinge of, not quite pity, but a near feeling. "Why are you telling me this?" I inquired. "What do you expect me to do?" Sarah's eyes were filled with desperation as she gazed at me. "You're doing fantastically in your new work and with your MBA. I hope you may be able to assist, offer some guidance, or—" I understood what she was asking, but she didn't finish the phrase. She desired money. The black sheep is being rescued by the golden child. The irony was nearly unbearable. I said, "Let me get this straight," maintaining a calm voice. "After everything that happened, after 3 years of silence, you show up asking for help." Sarah was gracious enough to appear embarrassed. Quietly, I know I messed up, she said. I felt envious. All right. You were always so capable and intelligent. I lost it when I learned that Aunt Margaret was assisting you. I apologize. After 3 years, all she could do was apologize. It was dreadfully insufficient. Sorry doesn't cut it, Sarah, I responded. You have no idea what I've been through because of what you did. I know, she responded, her eyes welling with tears. But we're still related, aren't we? Family members support one another. Just give it some thought, please. Family. The word struck me hard. After everything that had transpired, were we still related? I informed Sarah that I needed some time to reflect. With a disappointed expression, she left her number and left. And now I'm here, attempting to decide what to do. On the one hand, I've put a lot of effort into creating this new life for myself. The familial drama, the incessant comparisons, and the sense of inadequacy have all finally left me. Is it really my intention to become entangled in all of it again? However, a tiny part of me still gives a damn. I feel something when I consider my parents' bankruptcy, not quite pity, but also not disinterest. However, there is a part of me that sees this as a chance to show them what they lost when they rejected me. To definitively demonstrate that I am not the failure they have always believed me to be. However, is it worthwhile? After the way they treated me, do I owe them anything? And would things truly change even if I did help? Or, regardless of what I do, would I always be the second best daughter? Reddit, I'm conflicted. How would you respond if I were you? Should I defend myself and let my family work out their own problems, or should I assist them and run the danger of getting injured again? I've been thinking about it for the past few days, but I'm still not convinced. A part of me wants to step up, offer them a helping hand and pull them out of this mess. It might present an opportunity to re-establish our friendship on more equal terms. Another part of me, though, is screaming to go away. I'm still recovering from the profound damage they caused me. Would I truly want to expose myself to that suffering once more? Aunt Margaret and I have discussed it. As usual, she has been encouraging, telling me that she will support me no matter what. However, she cautioned me as well. Sometimes helping others means sacrificing yourself, she stated. Make sure you're not setting yourself on fire to keep them warm. I've been distracted recently, and my coworkers have noticed. Some have listened sympathetically, but I haven't told them the specifics. One of them stated, sometimes the most professional thing you can do is to keep your personal life separate from your work. That statement has stayed with me ever since. The MBA courses on crisis management and corporate turnarounds are still on my mind. It's likely that I could assist them and provide a strategy for escaping this situation. Should I though? Am I accountable? What about the apologies from Sarah? Is it sufficient? Is this just another ploy, or can I believe that she truly feels bad? I'm also concerned about how it might affect my personal financial security. Even though I'm doing well now, I'm not exactly making a ton of money. Assisting them might jeopardize my future ambitions. One thing is certain, this time, whatever I decide, it will be on my terms. I've changed from being that insecure, terrified girl. No matter what occurs with my family, I will always be a strong, accomplished woman who recognizes her value. What do you think, Reddit? Should I put my own health first and let my family deal with the fallout from their choices, or should I offer them assistance? I'd greatly benefit from an independent viewpoint on this. Update 2. It's me again, Reddit. Things have taken a crazy turn since my previous update, and I can't believe I'm back so quickly. Do you recall how I debated whether or not to assist my family with their restaurant problems? The cosmos, however, chose to give me still another surprise. My parents arrived at my workplace a week following Sarah's visit. You read correctly, my office. They just showed up in the lobby one afternoon after somehow figuring out where I work. Talk about a systemic shock. My assistant buzzed me while I was in the middle of a meeting to let me know that 2 people were requesting to see me. My heart almost stopped when she told me about them. Feeling as though I was walking to my own death, I excused myself from the meeting and proceeded to the lobby. My parents were there, looking older and more worn out than I had recalled. Dad's shoulders were hunched in a manner I had never seen before, and Mom's hair had turned fully gray. The weight of 3 years of stillness hung between us as we simply stared at one another for a minute. Dad finally stated, "We need to talk," in a rough yet oddly diminutive voice. I took them to a coffee shop nearby since I didn't want to have this discussion at work. An uneasy hush descended upon us as we sat down with our beverages. Determined not to make things easy for them, I waited for them to speak. Mom was the first to break. She added, "We were wrong," in a shaky voice. "We ought never to have expelled you. We ought to have paid attention to you. We sincerely apologize. Over the last 3 years I had dreamed of this moment countless times, but now that it was actually occurring, I felt nothing. There was only a hollow emptiness. No relief, no joy, not even rage. Dad added his voice. You should return home. We can overcome this difficult period as a family once more. To give myself some time, I took a drink of my coffee. Why now? At last, I inquired. Why after 3 years of silence? After they looked at each other, I realized there was more to this tale. The depth of their desperation became evident as they started to explain. The restaurant was a total failure, not merely having financial difficulties. In addition to going overboard with the expansion, they had been taking shortcuts and breaching the law to stay afloat, including tax evasion, health code infractions, and even some dubious supplier transactions. They now faced possible criminal penalties in addition to bankruptcy. Dad said, "We need your help," in a voice that was just audible above a whisper. "Your business knowledge, your connections, you could save us?" Stunned, I sat there. My parents, who had dismissed me on false pretenses and had always viewed me as second best, now viewed me as their only hope. "Let me get this straight," I remarked, finding it difficult to maintain my composure. "You kicked me out, believed the worst of me without any proof, didn't contact me for 3 years, and now you want me to bail you out of your illegal activities?" Mom attempted to grasp my hand as she reached across the table. I retreated. With tears in her eyes, she continued, "We know we don't deserve your help. However, we remain family. We're at a loss on what to do, so please." Family. That word was used once more. However, as I observed them, I came to the realization that they were no longer members of my family. Aunt Margaret, a member of my family, had given me unwavering support. My family consisted of the friends I had established at work and in my MBA program who respected me for who I was. I inhaled deeply. I said, "I'm sorry." And I was surprised at how composed I felt. "But I am unable to assist you. What you're asking, money isn't the only factor. You're asking me to sacrifice all I've worked so hard to achieve, including my job and principles. I'm not capable of doing it." Their shocked expressions were nearly funny. They obviously didn't think I would say no. Anger colored Dad's face. "After everything we've done for you," I interrupted him. "What have you done for me? You mean denying me support for my education when you paid for Sarah's, excluding me on false pretenses and favoring her throughout my life?" Now Mom was crying aloud. "Please, sweetie, we'll lose everything." I experienced a little pang of guilt. Then I thought back on the previous 3 years, including the hardships, the suffering, and the development and accomplishments I had made on my own. I stood up and said, "I'm sorry you're in this situation, but these are the results of your own actions. I am unable to save you." "We'll be ruined," Dad yelled as I turned to go. "Is it your preference?" I stopped and turned to face them. "I want you to accept responsibility for your actions," I stated. "I want you to understand how much you lost when you threw me out. What I really want, though, is to be free of your drama and manipulation." I left my parents behind and left the coffee shop after that. I felt as though a burden had been lifted as I entered the street. I had finally chosen myself, set my boundaries, and confronted them. However, the tale doesn't stop there. I gave that confrontation a lot of thought. I came to the realization that merely leaving was insufficient. My parents' actions were unlawful, and if they persisted, others might suffer harm. I therefore had to make a tough choice. I reported what I learned about the restaurant's unlawful operations to the appropriate authorities, including the police, the IRS, and the health department. Although I knew it was the right decision, it wasn't an easy one. The consequences were severe and quick. Screaming and sobbing, Sarah called me and accused me of ruining the family. I don't know what grounds my parents believed they had, but they alternated between pleading for assistance and threatening legal action in their voicemails. But I didn't back down. I informed the authorities of what I knew and made it apparent that I was not involved in any unlawful activity. Aunt Margaret was there for me during the difficult few weeks, reassuring me that I was acting morally. Although the inquiry is still underway, the eatery has reportedly been closed while a thorough audit is conducted. Sarah and my parents are facing severe legal repercussions. Although it's not a joyful conclusion, it's a fair one. In my case, I'm doing all right, actually better than all right. With everything, there's a feeling of closure. The harmful family dynamics that hindered me for so long have now been broken. I have a successful career. I've even received an approach regarding a possible promotion. I feel like I've found a true professional home because of how supportive my coworkers have been during this process. I've never been closer to Aunt Margaret. After everything calms down, We're arranging a trip together, so we have something to look forward to after all this worry. I'm not going to act like it's been simple. There are times when I question whether I made the correct decision and feel bad. However, I know I made the correct decision when I think back on all the suffering they inflicted on me, including the years of manipulation and partiality. Here I am then. I felt confused and alone after being evicted from my house 3 years ago. I am now independent, prosperous in my work, surrounded by individuals who truly care about me, and at last free from my family's poisonous influence. Although some may have wished for a joyous family reunion, this is my tale, and I'm glad of the progress I've made. Remember this: if you're struggling with toxic family members or tough choices, you have the right to put your own health first. You are entitled to establish limits. Additionally, there are instances when the family you choose matters more than the one you were born into. I appreciate Reddit's support along this journey. You have no idea how much your guidance and assistance have meant. Cheers to fresh starts and making our own happiness. My parents always favored my adopted sister, even pushing me to combine my store opening with her graduation. This time, I got my revenge. I'm a 24-year-old male who grew up in what appeared to be a normal suburban middle-class family, but my parents' actions have caused me chronic suffering all of my life. Their entire reputation in our neighborhood was based on the fact that they were these wonderful people who, in all honesty, loved their adoptive daughter even more than their biological son. Few people are fully aware of the impact this had on me. My adoptive sister Emma, who was 3 at the time, was brought home by my parents when I was 6. Everything in my life changed on that day. I was ecstatic when my parents sat me down in our living room and discussed the possibility of adopting a sibling. Most afternoons I waited for my parents to get home from work by playing games in our backyard by myself. The children in the area were either much older or younger than me, and I had no siblings with whom to play. It seemed like the ideal answer to have a sister with whom I could share my toys and hang out during those long days. It was just what I had hoped for when Emma initially came. During those peaceful afternoons at home, we played together, had snacks, and I at last had someone to chat to. But over time, little shifts in my family's dynamics continued to accumulate. Emma became the center of my parents' attention, and they made all of their decisions with her best interests in mind. If Emma wasn't in the mood, they would postpone weekend family activities, modify dinner arrangements to suit her tastes, and rearrange their schedules so that they could attend all of Emma's school functions while missing mine. I began to feel marginalized in my own household, as if my parents were losing interest in me. There is more to this narrative than just sibling rivalry, even though I am aware that some may assume I'm just jealous. There was a noticeable difference between Emma's and my parents' approaches to childcare. My mom quit her 8-year accounting job to become a full-time mother within a week after Emma's arrival. In contrast to when I was born, Mom returned to work as soon as her maternity leave ended, putting me in the care of different people. I spent most of my time at my grandparents' little apartment or with whatever teenage babysitter they could afford that month because my parents were constantly worried about money back then and worked extra and weekend shifts. The babysitting situation was anything from perfect. Instead of truly watching me, these sitters, who were mostly high school students looking for additional money, often saw their position as an opportunity to hang out with their partners. As they sat in the living room, texting or chatting on their phones, I would spend hours by myself in my room. Sometimes, when they thought I was sleeping, their boyfriends would sneak in through the garage or climb through our rear window. My parents would terminate the present sitter after I repeatedly told them about these instances, then hire a new one who behaved similarly. During years, this cycle persisted, and I felt that no one genuinely cared about my welfare during the majority of my early years. I believed that everything would improve when Emma arrived. I took my responsibilities as a big brother seriously, even though I was only 6. I gave her access to all of my toys and even assisted her in learning the letters, as much as a 6-year-old could. It was good to have my mom at home all the time. I believed we would finally be able to do everything I saw other children doing with their mothers, such as going to the park or baking cookies. Rather, as the big brother, my mom expected me to be mature and self-sufficient while spending all of her time and energy on Emma, treating her like a princess. When my parents changed the plans for my birthday, things really started to get tricky. Emma's true birth date was unknown to the orphanage and she had been discovered abandoned at a shopping mall. After conducting a number of tests, including dental work, developmental evaluations, and physical examinations, the doctors determined that she was around 3 years old at the time of her discovery. My parents decided that Emma should share my birthday rather than keeping the date she was given at the orphanage or picking any other day of the year. They portrayed this concept as though it were a unique privilege for me. I began to notice small differences every year, but those early combined birthday celebrations were tolerable. Even though I continued to get gifts and eat some cake, Emma started to dominate the gatherings. Family, friends and relatives would show up with twice as many presents for her, gushing about how wonderful it was that we celebrated together and hardly seeing me. Emma's backstory appeared to captivate everyone, who treated her more like a queen than a mere child. As everyone gathered around Emma to listen to her recount the same adoption tale they had heard dozens of times before, I sat there, silently opening my gifts, trying not to feel invisible at my own birthday celebration. I still find it annoying that my parents had Emma share my birthday. She was already officially given a date by the orphanage, the day she was discovered. We could have chosen any day that may have been Emma's special day, such as my aunt's birthday in September or my grandparents' anniversary in March. However, my parents purposely picked my birth date because they thought it would help Emma feel more a part of the family. The one special day of the year when they are the focus of attention for the majority of children is their birthday. However, my parents used this innocent youthful delight as just another reminder that Emma's needs came first. They concluded this choice with sentimental platitudes about sharing and family ties, which prevented a 6-year-old from expressing dissatisfaction without feeling self-centered. The only person who appeared to realize something was off was my uncle. During that first joint party, he drew me away to ask if I truly felt comfortable with everything. By the time I was 10, I no longer celebrated birthdays but loathed them. Emma was in charge of every step of our combined celebrations, from picking princess themes that made me feel uncomfortable at my own party to selecting a cake that I didn't even enjoy. The issue with the guest list was especially unfair because I was only allowed to invite 5 of my friends, but Emma would bring 20 or more from her different activities to our home. Because of this rule, I had to pick my friends carefully every year, which occasionally strained my bonds with those who were unable to go. After I was unable to invite my best buddy to my 11th birthday, we stopped communicating for weeks. When I wanted to invite a 6th buddy one year, the inequity of these parties became even more apparent. My parents denied the request right away, claiming that our home could already host as many people as possible. Emma's pals and their mothers, who needed to supervise their daughters at all times, were able to find space nonetheless. My parents used their go-to justification that girls require extra supervision to brush off my worries when I brought up the fact that my pals arrived alone. Emma's friends and their mothers, meanwhile, occupied our entire living room and treated me like a guest at what should have been my birthday. On multiple occasions, I plucked up the nerve to propose holding separate parties. Every time I tried, my parents would cut me off with prepared answers about Emma's challenging past. They would bring up her terrible beginning in life for the 100th time, utterly disregarding the fact that they were making a difficult present for me by consistently denying my feelings, or they would tell me that she didn't know her true birthday, as if that somehow justified taking over mine. I always felt bad about bringing up the topic in these chats, as if I were being selfish for wanting a day to myself. I eventually gave up arguing over my birthday. In what had become Emma's special day, featuring her brother, I learned to put on a smile and play my part. The pain persisted. It simply became a recurring emotion on each birthday. Emma unwrapped twice as many presents than I did during these parties, and I would sit silently in the corner and try to look joyful while family members swooned over her and hardly acknowledged me. Finding my passion for making things with my hands was the one silver lining in all of this. Making a pencil holder out of an empty cereal box one dull afternoon was the beginning. Before long, I was turning a variety of everyday objects into works of art. Bins of gathered materials, such as broken jewelry, plastic bottles, and old newspapers, anything I could repurpose, filled our garage, which became my go-to spot. I watched do-it-yourself videos for hours on end, learning new ways to make everything from elaborate jewelry to gorgeous wall hangings. My works, which were solely mine and which Emma was unable to share or take over, gradually filled my room. By my early 20s, what began as a therapeutic pastime in my teens had developed into a lucrative internet business. I worked a day job at a local coffee shop and spent many hours improving product images, writing descriptions, and running my online store. Social media users began taking notice of my handcrafted goods, and soon I had loyal clients from all across the nation. With cabinets brimming with supplies, and a special shipping station in what should have been my dining room, my tiny apartment was transformed into a workshop. My funds ultimately allowed me to create my own physical store after 3 years of meticulous financial planning, working overtime, and reinvesting nearly every penny of earnings. I discovered the ideal location, a former boutique with exposed brick walls and lots of windows in a bustling shopping area. 2 months ago I signed the lease, and in my free time, I designed exhibits, planned the store layout, and planned a grand opening event. This was meant to be my chance to shine, to prove to everyone that the boy who sat in the corner on his birthdays had accomplished something meaningful. I even engaged a local photographer to capture the entire occasion. My folks reacted in a predictable way when I told them about the store opening. After 5 minutes or so of their seeming excitement, my mother revealed that Emma was graduating from college at the same time. They suggested that we combine the opening party with Emma's graduation celebration before I had even finished outlining my preparations. My dad nodded as though this was the most sensible notion ever, and my mom remarked, "Think about it, we can invite everyone once instead of making them come to 2 separate events." The irony of attempting to combine my milestone with Emma's once more went unnoticed by them. I declined right away, stating that I wanted my accomplishment to be the main focus of this celebration. When I resisted, my parents seemed surprised, as if they didn't understand why I wouldn't want to share this moment with them. Using their tried and true guilt-tripping strategies of making things easy for everyone, they persisted in pressuring me, accusing me of being selfish and challenging. They used the same expressions they had used when I was a child. "It's only one day, and why can't you be more understanding?" But this time was different. I had worked alone for years to establish this business, staying up late to fulfill orders, interacting with challenging clients, and learning every aspect of business management by making mistakes. I firmly said that this event would exclusively be about the debut of my store. They were no longer successful in making me feel bad. My parents became irate and said they might not attend the opening at all when they saw that I wasn't going to back down. I told them that was their decision for the first time in my life. I was left feeling bewildered and frustrated by the entire event. Instead of being proud and encouraging, they were attempting to minimize my achievement by making it about Emma once more. Here I was, their kid, accomplishing something important all by myself. They didn't think I deserved a celebration of my own, even though I was an adult with my own company. I was no longer a 6-year-old who could be persuaded to share his wonderful day, but the same patterns from my early years were reoccurring. Regardless of who came to celebrate, I made the decision that my store opening would be my time alone. Update 1. I got hundreds of answers after venting my unhappiness online, but one message in particular truly resonated with me. My parents had unwittingly given me the ideal opportunity for retaliation, someone pointed out. The more I considered it, the more obvious it became. A college graduation would inevitably be eclipsed by the opening of my business, especially when I could give everyone first dibs on my merchandise. Directly beneficial things always pique people's curiosity more. I agreed to my parents' proposal in a message rather than continuing to oppose the combined celebration. I informed them that I had changed my mind and that I believed they were correct to gather everyone for a single, large celebration. My parents were ecstatic at my seeming change of heart, likely believing that their guilt trips had won me over once more. I continued to be cooperative throughout all of the planning sessions, nodding in agreement as they talked about food possibilities and decoration ideas. As I had anticipated, my parents took full charge of organizing the celebration. They planned the catering, made arrangements with all of our family members and guests, and reserved a pricey location, all in keeping with Emma's graduation theme. Every choice, including the color scheme and the kind of music to be played, was created with Emma's preferences in mind. The invitation card served as the last piece of evidence that I had made the proper choice. The phrase "celebrating Emma's graduation" was printed across the top of these ornate, gold-bordered cards. Nowhere, not even in the small print at the bottom, was my store announcement mentioned. This was exactly what I had planned, but my parents undoubtedly believed I would be unhappy. Everyone in attendance would be completely taken aback by my revelation because they were all focused on Emma's accomplishment. During those weeks, I worked quietly to finish the details of my store debut and prepare my own contents. My parents had invited almost everyone, so the party location was just what you would anticipate. I couldn't have timed my announcement more perfectly. The bartender noticed me and gave me a fresh glass of champagne just after all the remarks but before the cake cutting. As I got up, everyone's eyes were on me, presumably anticipating another homage to Emma. While my parents were busy welcoming guests, I worked with the venue personnel to create my promotional materials earlier. I didn't need sentimental appeals or flowery wording, my declaration was direct. I just said that next month, after years of developing my online business, I will establish my first physical location. Groups gathered around me in a matter of minutes as people inquired about the store's location, the goods I would be carrying, and the exclusive deals I would be providing to friends and relatives. My aunt was now showing everyone photos of my products on her phone after she had just completed speaking about Emma's academic accomplishments. There was a noticeable difference between my parents' private and public responses. As family members congratulated me, they forced smiles and nodded in agreement, maintaining their typical flawless demeanor in front of the guests throughout the evening. However, I could sense the stress in their body language, my dad's jaw tightening whenever someone brought up my store, and my mom's hands trembling a little while she served cake. Emma disappeared from her own graduation celebration shortly after her champagne toast failed, and hardly anyone listened to her rehearsed speech about her time in college. My mom's facade eventually broke when the last relative left and the caterers started to clear up. The mom, who had taught me to share the spotlight for years, confronted me and accused me of spoiling her daughter's graduation celebration. Calmly, I stated my stance, stating that I had just announced my business as scheduled and that this joint celebration was their idea, not mine. My father's response demonstrated the extent of their partiality. He jumped right to blaming me of jealousy rather than admitting that they had been treated unfairly for years. I had seen this trend since I was a little child. Any attempt to assert my own space was viewed as selfish or envious. After 20 years of holding back, I finally said it. I detailed every celebration, birthday, and moment that had been appropriated and turned into Emma's unique time. For once, I was just expressing the facts about their behavior pattern and wasn't requesting sympathy or compassion. My parents resorted to their standard defensive tactic, making the same claims they had made all through my early years. They brought up Emma's terrible beginning, her desertion, and the fact that she didn't know her biological family, which made her need further help. These were the same excuses I'd heard at every family get-together, school function, and birthday where my needs had been neglected. However, I didn't feel bad about what they said this time. I had worked with my therapist for years to process these emotions, realizing that their actions were motivated by their desire to be viewed as saviors rather than Emma's needs. We were all unaware that Emma had come back to the location and was waiting in the doorway when we confronted her. Putting on the dramatic show that had always worked so well for her, she rushed into the room with mascara streaming down her face. She blamed me, saying that I was envious of her position in the family and had always detested her. In actuality, I had spent my early years attempting to be the ideal big brother, giving up my personal space and festivities, all the while being informed that it was never enough. Instead of being the recipient of our parents' unrelenting favoritism, she was now behaving as though she had been the target of my anger. The days after the celebration demonstrated how ingrained my parents' partiality was. They concentrated only on Emma's injured feelings, ignoring the ways in which their actions had exacerbated the problem. They contacted me over and over again, requesting not just an apology, but also that I pay for Emma's vacation so she could get over the stress. Their request was quite ridiculous. They wanted me to pay Emma thousands of dollars only because people were genuinely interested in my business success rather than Emma's graduation. They demanded that I give them my hard-earned money so they could pay for Emma's vacation after she felt overshadowed at one party. My answer to their demands was straightforward. I left. I was done playing their game after years of attempting to be understanding and accommodating. My parents appeared surprised that, unlike so many times in the past, I wouldn't give in and apologize right away. Their trump card had usually been Emma's tears, but they weren't working this time. Nothing would ever change, as evidenced by their inability to recognize the hypocrisy. Emma was furious over sharing attention at one occasion, but I had been forced to share or give up the spotlight at every celebration for 20 years. I had already attempted to discuss these matters with my family. I made several attempts to discuss my parents' partiality with them during my late teens and early 20s. I tried a variety of strategies, including polite conversations at family dinners, long emails outlining my emotions, and even suggested family therapy. The identical response was given to each attempt. Emma had a difficult start in life. This expression became their go-to justification for anything I said that hurt or irritated them. When I was 19, I sobbed as I talked about how lonely I felt at my own birthday parties during a particularly trying conversation. All my mother could do was remind me of Emma's desertion. I eventually came to terms with the fact that my parents couldn't see their own actions clearly after years of this habit. At the age of 21, I left their home and rented a modest apartment across town with the first earnings from my internet business. Our relationship has grown more surface level ever since. We occasionally visit one another at family get-togethers, send each other birthday greetings, and share significant life events, but there is no longer any genuine connection. No in-depth discussions or emotional exchanges. I've stopped expecting them to change or see things my way, but they still don't understand why I've separated myself and continue to blame me for not being more understanding of Emma's needs. Update 2. My parents surprised me with an even more absurd demand just when I thought they had had enough of the commotion surrounding the graduation party. They unexpectedly showed up at my flat prior to the big opening of my store. They sat uneasily on my couch at first, acting casual as they inquired about the store's preparations. However, they then disclosed their true motivation for coming. They wanted me to appoint Emma as the store manager. Their argument was that she shouldn't have to go through the typical job search process like everyone else because she had a college degree. They seemed to believe that I had a duty to give Emma a ready-made job because I had worked so hard to develop this company over the years. When my parents enumerated Emma's qualifications for running my store, the conversation swiftly turned bizarre. My dad claims that her primary qualifications were that she was pretty, smart, and had a general business degree, as if being physically attractive had anything to do with managing a retail establishment. I had studied customer service, inventory control, and company operations for years, but it seems that Emma's beauty outweighed all of that knowledge. My mom didn't hesitate to suggest that Emma should also cut the ribbon during the store opening when I mockingly inquired if they wanted me to do anything more for their precious daughter. What was she thinking? Emma might feel less important at the graduation celebration, but it would make up for it. They believed Emma deserved more publicity, therefore they wanted me to give a management position in my company to someone who had no retail expertise and allow her to serve as the face of my store opening. However, this was no longer about birthday celebrations or toy swapping. This was my source of income, my career accomplishment, and something I had created on my own without their assistance. They reacted to my rejection in the same way they had always done. By manipulating my emotions. The guilt trips came first, followed by charges of selfishness and threats. With the same firmness that she had used to make me share my birthdays, my mom offered them an ultimatum. Either I give Emma what she wanted, or they wouldn't come to the store opening. Emma's arrogant expression as they threatened me informed me that she expected me to comply, just as I always did. They were all startled when I instructed them not to come at all and agreed to their requirements instead. Even without my immediate family present, the store opening surpassed all of my expectations. The room was crowded with my extended family, devoted clients from my internet business, and encouraging friends. I told my family members the truth without feeling ashamed or sorry when they nervously inquired about my parents' absence. Some expressed sympathy, while others were uneasy, but I didn't care about controlling other people's emotions in relation to my family's circumstances. After opening for several months, my store is doing quite well. Expecting me to come apologizing like I had so many times before, my parents tried their customary silent treatment, but now their silence is peaceful instead of terrible. To fit their idea of the ideal family, I no longer feel the need to shrink myself. Mom sold our dad's house to buy her new husband a boat. Now she's begging me for a place to stay after he left. Behind our backs, Mom sold our dad's house to purchase a yacht for her unemployed new husband, who later left her for someone else. She spent all the money and now begs to live with me. If that's the right description in this context, my 50F mother has had a pretty interesting life. My grandparents felt that women should take care of the home and family, so it was okay that she was never a good student. She still adheres to the same values that she was raised with. At the age of 20, 2 years after graduating from school, she married my dad. She gave birth to my older sister Jasmine, now 29F, when I was 21, and to me Bianca, now 27F, 2 years later. Dad was always closer to my sister and me. He was quite supportive, although he didn't agree with Mom. He made it a point to always be there, enrolled us in a number of extracurricular activities, and pushed us to succeed academically. I enjoyed drawing, so Dad surrounded me with art tools. Dad also made sure my sister never missed a day of soccer practice since he saw her potential there. My mother was tremendously annoyed by the fact that he was constantly there for us. She disapproved of our pastimes. She disliked that we were intellectually minded, and as a result of our nature, and Dad's encouragement, she actually lost a lot of respect in her family. We were disliked by my maternal grandparents in particular. When Dad died when I was 11, everything changed. He died a few days after being hospitalized following an automobile accident. My mother suffered a severe financial and emotional setback as a result, and naturally, so did the rest of us. We were done financially, but I don't want to discuss the mental turmoil we endured since it is irrelevant. We didn't have enough insurance to pay for the thousands of dollars Dad's hospital stay had cost. My mother had no savings of her own because she was unemployed, and the majority of his savings were used to cover the bills. I recall that we had to sell a lot of our belongings a few weeks following his passing. My sister stopped attending soccer practice, I sold my painting supplies, and we were assigned housework. I detested every aspect of my life's transformation, but since I was still reliant on my mother, there was nothing I could do about it. My paternal grandparents helped out at that point. They lived 3 states away, so we didn't see each other very often, so we had never been close, but they were always kind to me when I did see them. My grandfather was startled to learn that Mom had sold my belongings to make ends meet when he came to see us. He offered to pay for our interests and pastimes, but my mother rejected the idea, claiming she needed the money to support us rather than to finance our useless interests. She advised him to send money for power or groceries if he so desired. My grandfather became irritated and offered to cover the additional expenses if she worked to earn a living. She was in charge of making sure we survived, and he would only assist if she did her job. That's what happened when my mother said no. My mother was still receiving donations from family members and hadn't begun working at that time. Additionally, we had a lot of these handouts in some months and almost nothing in others. Our expenses were primarily covered by her parents. Because she sincerely believed that it was a man's job to provide, she flatly refused to find a job, claiming that the males in her family had a responsibility to support her. For several months, this continued, and her parents felt sorry for her and us and they took care of us. However, that money suddenly stopped being received on a regular basis. Due to Mom's extreme financial hardship, Jasmine and I had to work to supplement our income. We could be seen at a neighbor's house every weekend, weeding their garden, strolling their dog, etc. Even though it was difficult, Mom didn't start working. When her parents finally had enough, they sat her down to have a conversation. They informed her that they could no longer provide for her and us since they had made plans for how they would spend their retirement years and could no longer afford to care for us. Mom was really surprised by this since she had thought that because Dad had passed away, her father should be responsible for looking after us because men provide. Given how my grandparents had brought her up, it was difficult to dispute with such reasoning. However, they were now shifting their position. According to them, the husband's role was to support his wife, and if he passed away, the wife would have to take care of the children. My mom and her sister had been informed that all of their possessions would pass to their brother, so they were effectively cutting her off. There was a lot of crying and name-calling during the confrontation, but my grandparents refused to back down. My mother sought assistance from Auntie Janice, her sister. Now, Auntie Janice loved us and was a wonderful woman. Although they didn't spend much time with us, her husband, a surgeon, was willing to assist. However, the amount of money we received from them was insufficient to sustain a family of 3. Mom then returned to my paternal grandparents. In exchange for my mom working, my grandfather was more than happy to assist. We couldn't have survived without their assistance, so she was forced to accept. Our lives had returned to normal after she secured a well-paying housekeeping position at a neighboring hotel. We were able to return to a comfortable lifestyle with the assistance of our grandfather and uncle. For the next 2 years, until I was 14 and my sister was 16, this arrangement persisted. Our mother introduced us to Dan at that point. Her new lover, Dan, was interested in marrying her. After just one glance at him, Jasmine and I felt repulsed. I'm not kidding when I say that he smelt and looked like a pig. It seemed like he hadn't taken a bath since high school. He had a lost expression on his face and smelled like cigarettes, as though he was unable to hear anything that was said to him. Needless to say, Jasmine and I harbored a deep hatred for him in addition to our disapproval. Regretfully, Mom professed to be deeply in love with him. Jasmine and I were pledged to silence, and they were married in a hush-hush ceremony. We had to keep Mom's second marriage a secret from Dad's side of the family. She was concerned that our grandparents would discontinue the monthly payments if they learned, and because it was a sizable sum, we truly couldn't have survived without it. Jasmine and I therefore said nothing. When Mom married Dan, I'm not sure what was going through her mind, but I believe she believed that if she married and had a guy in her life, she wouldn't have to work any longer and he would take care of everything. She quit her work and returned home a week after they were married, so I'm sure she assumed that Dan's unemployment was the issue. It was a persistent one. He was only able to work for 2 months at a time, after which he would spend his time playing video games at home and only hunt for a new job when he became tired of them. This man didn't intend to support any of us, so all of Mom's dreams came crashing down. In order to get some spending money, Jasmine and I resumed working odd jobs for people. Therefore, my mother's sister's husband or my father's parents provided the majority of the family's income. To put it mildly, it was dysfunctional, and Jasmine and I were eager to go. We concentrated on school and our part-time jobs, avoiding contact with Mom and Dan. For the following 4 years, until I departed for college and stopped talking to Mom, this was the setup. Mom and Dan were having issues by the time I was about to leave. To be honest, neither my sister nor I were surprised to learn that Dan was not just unemployed but also a chronic cheater. Things were messy, but Mom continued ignoring them or forgiving him. After I started college, I stopped talking to my mother. My mother somehow always knew what was happening in my life since I kept in touch with my grandparents, aunt and uncle. I found a respectable career after graduating from college at the age of 23. The issue was that my promotions and raises were little because I graduated just before COVID. Life kind of stopped for a while because I was unable to save as much as I had hoped. The wonderful grandpa offered me some assistance, but I declined because I didn't want to burden him. Fortunately, I didn't lose my job, so I shouldn't be too upset. I received a significant pay increase and a promotion at work a few months ago. Since I had also saved money over the COVID years by living as cheaply as possible, this put me in a good position to purchase a modest home. Despite my goal of owning a home by the age of 25, I was content with the 2-year wait. I'm not sure how, but my mother discovered that I had purchased a home. She called me and said she had not seen her baby in a long time and wanted to meet up. Since I hadn't seen her since my last semester of college, I sensed something wasn't right. After that, neither she nor I had ever volunteered to meet. I promised to get back to her and let her know when I had some spare time. I had no intention of ever getting back to her. She went on to say that I had to notify her right away since it was essential. I excused myself and hung up the phone since I knew she was asking for something. She phoned me again 2 days later and said she needed my assistance since she was in a bit of a mess. She stated she had heard I had purchased a home and wanted me to allow her and Dan to move in before I could even consent. In essence, they wanted to live with me in my home. Her arrogance made me chuckle uncontrollably. I expressed to her my surprise that Dan was still alive and my wish that she had moved on from him. I informed her that, contrary to her assumption, I did not own a house. Rather, it was an apartment with a balcony, and the 3 of us could not possibly fit there. I hoped the size and space argument would be sufficient to dissuade her because I didn't want to explicitly tell her that I didn't want her there. I had been too optimistic though. She then informed me that I could leave the flat as it was only 1 bedroom, allowing her and Dan to move in together. I informed her that was not possible because I had put in a lot of effort to have someone else reside in my home. I also needed to pay off my mortgage. She lost it when I told her that I would rent her the going rate. She began yelling at me, claiming that she hadn't brought up her daughters to be such leeches, and that she couldn't believe I was renting from my own mother. She could go somewhere else to beg for crumbs, I told her, and I didn't have time for her or her yelling. I blocked her after hanging up. Jasmine told me she hadn't received a comparable call from Mom when I contacted her. A month has passed since their last conversation, during which Mom inquired about her residence. Jasmine informed her that she and her partner had moved in together and were saving money for a home. Why Mom needed a place to stay in the first place was beyond me. Dan had moved in with us in our dad's old house, where we grew up, and she still owned it. I didn't understand why she felt the need to relocate so quickly. To inquire about the residence, I gave my paternal grandparents a call. I finally realized what was actually happening at that point. My grandfather's name was on the house where we were raised. When my grandparents died, it was technically meant to go to Dad. It was agreed that my father and his brother, our Uncle Liam, would each receive a house that belonged to my grandfather, allowing them to live there without paying rent. This was intended to provide them with a solid foundation in life and enable them to make real estate investments for their kids. Therefore, the deed to the house we grew up in was legally in my grandfather's name rather than my father's. My grandma insisted that Grandpa keep the house in his name after Dad passed away so that Jasmine and I could inherit it as adults. But Grandpa didn't want to cause Mom any more problems because she was unemployed. I believe he also felt sorry for her, which is why he gave my mother ownership of the house when she requested him to. This was done with the idea that the house would be delivered to us when Jasmine was 27 and I turned 25. I now think this is the reason Mom warned us not to bring up the fact that she had married Dan. But soon, word spread. Grandpa claims that when they learned that she had remarried, they were angry because she had concealed it from them. At that point, they sought to transfer the house's ownership as quickly as possible. They insisted on finishing the papers to ensure that Dan and Mom couldn't do anything with the house because Jasmine was an adult and I was almost one. However, Mom cleverly informed them that Dan had moved on to someone else a few weeks after they had made their plans known. Her uncontrollable tears naturally caused my grandparents to give up on pursuing the ownership issue. They eventually forgot about it, and it became less important. Since then, they had only sometimes communicated with her, and that was the last time they discussed the house with her. I informed Grandpa that Mom had called to express her desire to move in with Dan at my place. What had happened to Dad's house, if such were the case? Since he was unaware that she had reconciled with Dan or that she was relocating, he indicated he would make an effort to learn more. This makes me uneasy, and I have a hunch that more drama will soon break out. Edit. To all of the commenters, I'm shocked that I was unaware of such significant information about my mother's life. This is what happens when you don't communicate with her. I don't regret my decision to shut her out of my life. I left the house and her life as soon as I reached 18, and ever since, I've been quite formal with her. I was unaware that Dan had left her and that he would return because of this. Jasmine and I were children, which is why we were unaware of the mansion. Both our grandparents and our mother were supposed to keep us safe. For this reason, the subject of real estate or home ownership was never discussed. We were minors at the time, and Grandpa and Grandma were dealing with our mother, who was meant to look after us, not defraud us, so they never considered talking to us about it. Jasmine and I are currently unaware of what transpired with Dad's house, but we plan to ask Mom and, if necessary, plan an intervention. I'll keep you all informed. Update 1. It's not good. Jasmine, her boyfriend, my grandparents and I made the decision to meet with Mom 2 weeks after my initial post in an attempt to find out what was going on. She was taken aback when we arrived because we had not informed her of our arrival. The finest aspect? A young couple opened the door when we arrived at our house, which was Dad's house and the place we grew up in. They claimed to be the property's owners, but at first we assumed they were Dan's family or perhaps Mom's acquaintances. They were telling the truth, but I didn't trust them, so I wanted to laugh. Without telling Jasmine or me or obtaining my grandparents' approval, Mom had sold the house. It's also interesting to note that the sale took place more than 6 months ago. There is nothing we can do now because she secretly sold our house 6 months ago. Regretfully, she was the legitimate owner of the house and had the right to sell it because my grandparents never finished the paperwork and ownership transfer. Everyone is shocked by this, and we all feel deceived and repulsed. We made an effort to locate her residence. It was in a 1-bedroom apartment in a seedy part of downtown, surrounded by junkies. I wasn't shocked to see that this was Dan's apartment because he seemed to be a junkie himself. Mom went white as a ghost when she saw us all standing together. We refused to let her shut the door as she attempted to do so. Fortunately, Jasmine's boyfriend, who is 6'4" and somewhat scary, was with us. Dan was sitting on the couch, smoking a cigarette and wearing a disoriented expression as we pushed our way inside. Mom gave us a tense greeting, but we immediately attacked. I informed her that Mom had sold Dad's house without telling Jasmine, me, or our grandparents, and that I knew it was meant for us. She started crying and claimed that Dan wouldn't have returned if she hadn't done it. She basically broke down in tears as she related how Dan had abandoned her twice for 2 separate women. Grandpa had truly departed when Mom told him Dan had left during their talk about the house. For him to return, she had to beg and plead. After being evicted from his new girlfriend's home, he eventually came back. Then, a year later, Mom discovered that he was having an affair with a girl who was just barely out of her teens. I simply stared at her as if she were crazy. When he was so troublesome and not supporting her in any manner, I questioned why she hadn't left him. I didn't have the patience to feel sorry for her, and she didn't respond to that. My grandmother was enraged. She yelled at her mother, telling her that she didn't want to hear justifications for her extreme failure. The house Jasmine and I were meant to live in was all that mattered to her. According to Mom, Dan wanted to purchase a yacht, so she sold the house. I don't know much about boats, but I do know that this man decided he wanted a boat after working as a coast guard at a beach a few miles away for a few months. If Mom didn't assist him in purchasing one, he threatened to abandon her once more. Thus, my mother, the world's greatest genius, sold her home and spent a portion of the proceeds to purchase a boat for this fool. She handed him the remaining funds rather than keeping them for herself. He used every last cent of it. He had to sell the yacht and purchase the apartment they were residing in when they had nothing left. And you know what? They detested it. Mom wanted to ask if I could allow her and Dan to remain with me because of this. When her story was over, she conceded defeatingly that she was certain I would no longer allow her to remain with me. Jasmine attacked her before I could respond, and wow, she was vicious. She enumerated the ways in which Mom had failed Dad as a wife and us as a mother. In order to support her uncaring husband, she had taken away the one thing that would have allowed us to remain connected to our father. She informed Mom that she would never hear from her again and that she was dead to her. I agreed with Jasmine, but I was still in shock and couldn't say much. I didn't want to do anything with my mom. Mom broke down in tears and said that she didn't deserve to be treated this way. We informed her that she did. Most significantly, she had deprived us of a link to our father and our early years. She had also stolen from our grandparents. We had no intention of ever forgiving her. We went out. She has since attempted to contact our grandparents and us, but none of us are able to get through to her. The money and property are permanently gone, and there is nothing we can do about the house. Although I realize it's a pipe dream and not really realistic. I'm thinking about accumulating money and purchasing it if it ever goes up for sale again, since I don't want to lose that aspect of my youth. My grandparents are devastated and incensed, but they are unable to help. We keep telling Grandpa that he couldn't have known she would do this, but he still curses himself for putting his trust in her. It's just a depressing situation, and we all feel powerless. Update 2. Dan departed from Mom once more. It may sound harsh, but I adore every aspect of it. Jasmine and I have not replied to her apparent attempts to contact us using new numbers and other means. She made an effort to include Aunt Janice. Last week, she called and asked me to speak with Mom. I told her everything and told her not to get involved. She was appalled as she was unaware that we were to inherit the house. She blocked her after apologizing for attempting to support Mom. The only information I received from Mom came from Auntie Janice, who informed me that Dan had abandoned her. Mom has nowhere to go and is now homeless. At first, Auntie Janice and her husband were open to taking her home, but they firmly objected after learning what Mom had done to us. Mom sent me an email yesterday. She essentially stated that she had nowhere to go, was homeless, and was down and out. She requested permission to live with me while she sought employment. She won't seek work, and if I take her in, she won't ever leave, so I know it's a lie. I feel awful about letting her live on the streets, but I also don't want her here, which is why I haven't replied yet. There just isn't anyone who would be willing to assist her. Even though I know she is solely to blame and that she caused this, I still feel bad for her. I know she will wreck my life if I give in, so I'm hoping I don't. Update 3. Jasmine said she received something similar after I told her about Mom's email. She acknowledged that she was secretly tempted to assist her but had not replied either. Since we both know Mom's personality, Jasmine informed me she would back my choice but that I give it careful thought. She will take over and ruin any tranquility I may have if I allow her inside. Thankfully, after a lengthy conversation, Jasmine made sense to me. In the end, I answered Mom. I sent her a lengthy email informing her that I would never, ever assist her. I vented all of my feelings, including disdain, hatred, wrath, and betrayal. I don't know if she has replied because I flagged her email as spam. I sent her the contact information for a few women's shelters that might be able to assist her, but that's all I'll do. She no longer deserves our assistance because she has been financially and emotionally irresponsible throughout our lives. I have requested Auntie Janice to keep me out of her affairs because I have no idea what she will do. I don't require her life updates. She was the worst part of my childhood and is no longer my mother. I'm prepared to let her go. My aunt posted a video exposing my parents calling me a freeloader, despite all I've done for them. My name is Cameron, and I grew up in the shadow of a star. That star represented my older sister, Lily. Our house was usually full of people, uncles, aunts, cousins, you name it. They'd crowd into our backyard like ants at a picnic, drawn by the promise of my mother's wonderful barbecue and the opportunity to see Lily play. Our backyard was like a stage, with its beautifully groomed lawn and the large oak tree providing the perfect backdrop. Dad would light the grill, the aroma of charcoal and sizzling meat filling the air, while Mom went around making sure everyone had a drink in hand. "Lily, sweetie," Aunt Marge would call out, her voice cutting through the din, "why don't you give us a little song?" All eyes would immediately turn to my sister. Lily would bounce into a chair, her golden curls bouncing and a naughty sparkle in her eyes. She'd clear her throat dramatically and then, like magic, belt out asterisk my heart will go on asterisk in her best Celine Dion impersonation. The adults would go wild, clapping and yelling as if they were at a live concert. Mom and Dad were beaming with joy and Dad frequently wiped a tear from his eye. Meanwhile, I'd stand to the side, attempting to blend in with the shrubs. It wasn't that I didn't want to participate, but every time I opened my mouth to sing it sounded like a cat being strangled. What about poetry? Forget about it. The words would jumble on my tongue, leaving me red-faced and stammering. My family has whispered that I am so unlike my sister. Not only were the relatives present but Mom and Dad made it plain who the family's star was. While Lily was shuttled between ballet courses, singing lessons, and art workshops, I was left to my own devices. Not that I cared much. I sought refuge in the dusty old books that adorned our shelf. The only person who appeared to understand me was Great Aunt Maggie. She'd discover me hidden behind the garage or in the treehouse, nose buried in a book. "What adventure are you on today, Cameron?" she'd ask, snuggling down next to me. I would look up, thankful for the interruption. "Oh, just reading about ancient Egypt," I'd say, showing her the cover of my most recent find. Maggie nodded, her eyes gleaming. "You have a good head on your shoulders, girl. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise." Those moments with Maggie were like a balm for my soul. She did not ask me to perform or be anything other than who I was. With her, I could simply be Cameron, the quiet bookish girl who preferred the company of paper and ink to the commotion of family gatherings. But, as much as I treasured those memories, they couldn't take away the agony of being the neglected child. Every time Lily learned a new song or received an award, my parents would lavish her with praise and gifts. New clothes, the latest electronics, you name it. "Lily got it, what about me?" I received hand-me-downs and signs of frustration. School became my refuge. While I wasn't the most popular student, I did find my rhythm in class. I wasn't content to simply sit there and let the lessons wash over me. No, I was determined to understand what the lecturers stated. "Mrs. Thompson," I'd say after class, my voice soft but steady, "could you please explain that bit about mitosis again? I didn't quite understand it." She would smile, clearly pleased with my involvement. "Of course, Cameron. Why don't we discuss it together?" If a teacher couldn't spare the time, I'd request book recommendations. My backpack quickly became overloaded with extra reading material. I'd stay up late studying those books, trying to master every subject. All of that hard work paid off. By the time I entered high school, I was at the top of my class. For once in my life, I was the best at something. I even made a few friends, other bookworms who didn't mind my quiet personality. As graduation approached, our home became Lily Central. Mom was continuously assisting her in putting together her portfolio for the advertising and public relations department at a prestigious college. "Oh honey, this campaign idea is perfect," Mom would enthuse when she looked at Lily's work. "You're so talented." I'd roll my eyes and retreat to my room, engrossed in my studies. But one night, over yet another family meal centered on Lily's college ambitions, something in me broke. "I'm going to college too," I blurted out. "I want to study management." The hush that ensued was deafening. Then, to my surprise and hurt, they all started laughing. "Oh sweetie," Mom murmured, brushing away her tears. "We don't have the money for that. You'll need to acquire a job following graduation. You're simply not as talented as your sister." I felt as though I had been slapped. But I'm the top student in my class," I stammered, angry and embarrassed. "I get straight A's." I raced inside my room and returned with my report card, slamming it on the table. They all leaned in to look, their eyes widening in amazement. "Well, I'll be damned," Dad said, scratching his head. "When did this happen?" "It's been happening for years," I snapped. "Not that any of you ever noticed." Mom had the decency to show shame. "Cameron, we had no idea," she began, but Dad interrupted her. "Look, that doesn't do anything. We spent all of our savings on Lily's education. There is nothing left for you, Cameron. I'm sorry, but that's simply how things are. You'll work at my cousin Frank's restaurant after graduation." I turned and ran, ignoring their calls. I rushed up the stairs to my room, slamming the door so hard that the walls trembled. As I dropped into my bed, sobbing coursing through my body, I felt something inside me tighten. "Fine," I thought, stiffening my fists. "If they don't help me, I'll find another method. I'll show them all Cameron can do." The following several months were a blur. Lily left for college, accompanied by sad goodbyes and triumphant parental embraces. Meanwhile, I redoubled my efforts in my studies, aiming to graduate at the top of my class. During this period, I found myself spending increasingly more time with Great Aunt Maggie. Her little pleasant abode became my safe haven from the stress at home. One afternoon, while we sipped tea in her bright kitchen, she asked me the question I had been dreading. "So Cameron," she asked, her sympathetic eyes fixated on my, "what are your plans after graduation?" I looked into my teacup, fighting back tears. I'm not sure, Aunt Maggie. Mom and Dad will not assist me with college. They claim there is no money left after paying for Lily's education." Maggie was quiet for a time before reaching across the table and squeezing my hand. "Cameron, dear, I have some savings. I would like to give these to you for college. You're as brilliant as a whip, and I'll be damned if I waste that brain of yours." The reality of her words struck me like a tidal wave. I fell into tears, stunned by her generosity and the understanding that my dreams had not died after all. "Thank you," I sobbed and threw my arms around her. "Thank you so much, Aunt Maggie." The months passed quickly, and before I knew it, I was going across the stage at graduation, diploma in hand. As I searched the crowd, I noticed Aunt Maggie smiling at me. My parents were also present, looking proud but uncomfortable. Mom strolled in one evening as I was poring over college brochures. "Cameron, honey," she continued, her voice syrupy sweet, "your father's cousin Frank has called. He has a waitressing position for you at his restaurant. Isn't this exciting?" I took a deep breath. "Actually, Mom, I won't need that job. I am going to college." Dad appeared at the doorway, unhappy. "And how exactly do you plan to pay for that?" "Aunt Maggie is assisting me," I stated, my chin held high. "She's giving me her savings for tuition." The stunned hush that ensued was almost hilarious. Then, to my surprise, Dad's face became red with fury. "Absolutely not," he exclaimed. "If Maggie has any money to spare, it should go to Lily. She wants a car for her advertising job following graduation next year." I couldn't believe what I heard. "Are you serious?" I spit. "This is my chance to get an education, To make something of myself. Don't be selfish, Cameron, Mom interjected. Your sister needs that money more than you do. No, I replied, my voice shaky but firm. This is my money now, and I'm spending it on education. End of discussion. From then on, living at home became miserable. My parents either ignored me totally or yelled at me for the tiniest things. The tension was suffocating. After a particularly scathing dispute, I called Aunt Maggie in tears and revealed everything. Pack your bags, sweetheart, she stated without hesitation. You're moving in with me. The next day I packed my belongings into a cab and drove away, watching my childhood home shrink in the rearview mirror. As I drove up to Aunt Maggie's house, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. The summer went by in a blur of preparation, and before I knew it I was walking onto the campus of State University. Thanks to my excellent grades and Aunt Maggie's generosity, I was accepted into the management program of my dreams. My first day of school, I felt like I was flying on air. As I sat in my Introduction to Business course, taking in every word, I couldn't help but think, I did it. I'm actually here. Meanwhile, Lily began her final year at her posh institution. I hadn't heard much from her or my parents since I moved out, but I tried not to be concerned. I was too busy enjoying my newfound independence and the exhilaration of college life. However, around a month into the semester, Aunt Maggie phoned me. Cameron, dear, she started tentatively, I think you should sit down for this. My pulse raced as she told me about the family drama I had missed. Lily apparently showed up at home unexpectedly, expressing her decision to drop out of college. What's the reason? She was pregnant. Aunt Maggie claimed Lily had been cavalier about the whole situation. Oh, don't worry, she'd said, tossing her hair. The baby's father is wealthy. We'll get married soon. But the narrative did not stop there. It came out that Lily's boyfriend was not as serious as she imagined. When he discovered she'd also been sleeping with his pal, all hell broke loose. They didn't even know who the father was. Aunt Maggie sighed. I sat there, phone pressed against my ear, trying to digest everything. Part of me felt a sick sense of satisfaction. The golden child had fallen from her pedestal. But ultimately, I was sad for Lily and the mess she had gotten herself into. The saga continued for several months. Aunt Maggie kept me informed of all the gossip from the family parties I no longer attended. When Lily's kid was born, a DNA test proved that her boyfriend was the father. But instead of the fairy tale wedding Lily had hoped for, he just agreed to pay child support. The ultimate blow came when Lily, desperate for employment, accepted a position as a server at Uncle Frank's restaurant, the same job my parents had tried to force on me. As I hung up the phone, I experienced a flurry of emotions. A small, petty part of me wanted to brag, to rub my accomplishment in my family's faces. But ultimately, I felt deeply grateful for where I was and how far I'd come. 4 years passed in a flurry of lectures, tests and late-night study sessions. Before I knew it, I was walking across the stage at graduation, clutching my hard-earned management degree. As I searched the crowd, I noticed Aunt Maggie smiling at me, tears of pride in her eyes. My outstanding grades and glowing references from my instructors helped me obtain a job as a manager at the Gilded Fork, one of the city's most prominent restaurants. The compensation exceeded my expectations, and for the first time in my life, I felt truly accomplished. I knew what I wanted to accomplish after receiving my first paycheck. I marched into the electronics store and purchased the most recent smartphone for Aunt Maggie. Her face brightened up as I showed it to her. "Oh, Cameron," she said, turning the sleek device over in her hands. "This is too much." I grinned and pulled out my own phone. "Not at all. Now let me show you how to utilize it." I spent the following 3 weeks teaching Aunt Maggie the ins and outs of social media. She took to it like a duck to water, particularly enjoying Facebook's video feature. Her page quickly filled up with videos of her garden, cat, and the fabled apple pie in various stages of preparation. During my lunch breaks, I'd view her videos and give comments and likes. It was our method of remaining in touch, even when work kept me busy. My phone buzzed one day when I was getting ready for the dinner rush. I looked at it, astonished to find my mother's name on the screen. We hadn't spoken for years. "Cameron," she said hesitantly. "We were hoping you might come over to talk." After a lengthy delay, I consented. That Sunday, I was standing on the porch of my boyhood house, my hand hanging over the doorbell. Before I could press it, the door opened. "Cameron!" My mother drew me into a close hug. "Oh, sweetie, it's so good to see you." Inside, I found my father, Lily, and a toddler who I assumed was my niece. The atmosphere was tense, but not aggressive, as I had imagined. "You look good, kiddo," Dad observed, his tone stern yet loving. "We hear you're doing well for yourself." I nodded, being apprehensive. I am. I currently work as a manager at the Gilded Fork. Their eyes opened at the restaurant's name. Mother cleared her throat. That's amazing, sweetie. Actually, that is one of the reasons we wanted to speak with you. Over the next hour, they apologized for how they had treated me, confessing their mistake in dismissing my potential. Then came the true reason for the gathering. Cameron, Mom remarked, looking at Lily. We were wondering if you might be able to help Lily get a job at your restaurant. I looked at my sister, who was bouncing her daughter on her knee. She refused to meet my gaze. I'll see what I can do, I concluded. No promises, but I'll ask. True to my word, I spoke with the restaurant owner, Mr. Reeves, about Lily. To my astonishment, he agreed to give her a chance as administrator. Lily began the following week. I watched her intently, half expecting her to fail or make trouble, but to my surprise, she excelled. She was punctual and efficient, and her customers adored her charm. As the weeks went, I found myself becoming more relaxed with her. We weren't best buddies by any means, but we had a good professional connection. Just when I thought I had it all figured out, the universe decided to throw me another curveball, this time a good one. Mr. Reeves called me into his office one day. My heart raced, and I wondered whether I had done something wrong. Instead, he winked at me and asked, Cameron, how would you like to help me expand the business? Before I knew it, I was overseeing the opening of 3 more restaurants. My days became a blur of staff meetings, food tastings, and data crunching. It was grueling, exhilarating, and all I could have imagined. The promotion included a large pay increase, and I suddenly found myself with more money than I knew what to do with. That's when my parents' calls started. At first, it was just minor issues. The roof is leaking, Mom would say, her tone apprehensive. We were wondering if you might be able to help out a little. I was amazed at how nice it felt to say yes and fix their difficulties with a simple transfer of dollars. It began with the roof, then a new water heater, and before long, I was financing a full home restoration. As their financial position improved, thanks to my monthly allowance, the famed family parties resumed. However, when I attended, things were different. Have you heard about Cameron's latest project? Mom would gush to her family. She is opening a new restaurant downtown. We are so proud of her. When I caught Lily's eye across the room, she gave me a little smile. She was also doing well, having been appointed to head administrator at the Gilded Fork. My girls, Dad would say, putting one arm around each of us. Both of them making their old man proud. A part of me wanted to be bitter, to remind them of how they had treated me previously, but a greater part savored in the warmth of their approval, something I'd coveted for so long. As I drove home that night, I felt a wave of contentment rush over me. After all these years, I finally got everything I'd always wanted. Professional achievement and the love and appreciation of my family. I was the golden kid now, but more importantly, I was my own woman, able to stand on my own 2 feet. It was a quiet Sunday afternoon when my world collapsed around me. I was sipping my coffee and surfing through Facebook when I noticed Aunt Maggie had posted a new video. It was from one of the family events I had missed because of job obligations. I smiled and clicked play, expecting to witness the usual scenes of laughter and merriment. What I saw instead caused my blood to run cold. My parents appeared in full color, their cheeks flushed with drink and self-righteousness. Mom was gesticulating madly, her voice slurred yet clear. And Cameron, that ungrateful little freeloader, she said. She rarely provides us anything. We're not made of money, you understand? Dad joined in, his cheeks flushed. That's correct. We're doing okay, thanks to Lily. She's the one who keeps that pricey restaurant going. Cameron only rides on her coattails. The video proceeded with several families nodding and expressing their own criticisms. Lily sat in the corner, looking uncomfortable but not challenging them. As the film concluded, I sat there shocked. How could they? After everything I'd done for them, all the money I'd given them, how could they turn around and say such horrible, false things? With trembling palms, I scrolled down to the comments. I noticed a torrent of messages from my folks. Maggie, erase this video right away. You have no right to post that. Take it down immediately. But Aunt Maggie's reaction brought me to tears. I'm not sure how to delete videos, and even if I could, I wouldn't. It's time everyone knew the truth about how you treat Cameron. She's the one that helps you, and this is how you reciprocate her kindness. Shame on you both. I stayed there for what seemed like hours, watching the video and rereading the comments. The treachery struck deep, reopening scars that I believed were healed. I finally picked up the phone and dialed Aunt Maggie's number. Oh, Cameron dear, she replied in response, her voice filled with sorrow. I take it you've seen the video? Yeah, I said, my throat scratchy from crying. I cannot believe it, Aunt Maggie. How could they? I could hear the rage in her voice when she responded. They have always been like this, Cameron. You just haven't been there to witness it. I'm sorry you had to find out this way, but it might be for the best. You deserve to know the truth. We talked for hours, Aunt Maggie supporting me while I alternated between disbelief, rage, and grief. As darkness fell, I reached a decision. I'm cutting them off, I told Aunt Maggie, my voice steady despite my sadness. There's no more money. There is no more aid. They made their bed and now they may lie in it. The days following the video disclosure were some of the most difficult of my life. My phone was continuously buzzing with messages and calls from my folks, but I couldn't bring myself to respond. Their comments, so nasty and false, ran on repeat in my thoughts. After a week of stillness, I wrote them a short, frigid text. I've watched the video, I know exactly what you think of me, do not contact me again. The money stops now. Their responses poured in immediately. At first they apologized. Cameron, we're very sorry, we did not mean any of it. Please forgive us? But as the days passed and I remained silent, their melody shifted. We are your parents. You owe us. Each message twisted the knife deeper, but I remained steadfast. I had given them numerous opportunities, but they had all turned them down. It was time to stop the loop. Lily, strangely, remained out of it. At work, she was the epitome of efficiency and professionalism. If she felt any anger at losing our parents' financial assistance, she didn't show it. Our interactions were pleasant but distant. I'm not taking sides, she told me one day, following a staff meeting. It's between you and them. I nodded, respecting her impartiality, even if a part of me wished she would advocate for me. But I understood, she needed to focus about her own child right now. As the weeks progressed to months, I found myself relying greatly on Aunt Maggie. Our Sunday video conversations were the highlight of my week. She'd regale me with stories from her garden or her most recent baking escapade, delivering a much-needed dose of normalcy in the midst of my chaotic life. You're doing the right thing, Cameron, she'd tell me when I had reservations. Don't let them manipulate you anymore. To my astonishment, more relatives began to approach out. Cousin Sarah, who had always been nice to me at family occasions, wrote me a meaningful email. I watched the video. Cameron, I want you to know that I believe you're fantastic. What you've accomplished, how you've assisted everyone, you're an inspiration. Do not let anyone tell you otherwise. Uncle Bob, Dad's brother, called me unexpectedly. Kid, I've watched you grow into this beautiful woman. Your parents are fools if they don't recognize how unique you are. Keep in mind that you have relatives on your side. These words of encouragement were like balm to my broken heart. I understood that, while I had lost my parents, I had gained a family that valued me for who I was. As the year came to a close, Mr. Reeves invited me into his office. I went in anxious, wondering if the family stress had influenced my professional performance. Instead, he smiled warmly and announced, Cameron, I am retiring next year. I want you to take over as CEO of the restaurant group. I stood there, stunned into silence. Finally, I stammered out, Are you sure? He nodded, his eyes sparkling. I have never been more certain about anything in my life. You've earned it, Cameron. You are the reason this firm has thrived. It's time you took control. As I exited his office, my mind racing with possibilities, I realized something profound. The little girl who had been overlooked and undervalued had grown into a lady who had exceeded everyone's expectations, even her own. My family sued me to give my house to my golden child brother. Later, they kidnapped my wife, claiming they were saving her from me. I've been harboring this grudge for years, and I'm not sure if I'm seeking guidance or if I simply need to vent. It's difficult to describe, but I suppose I've always known that my family didn't really love me, not in the manner that I should have. My brother, Ryan, is 17 years old and I'm the oldest sister, 24. 7 years is a great enough distance for us to never truly get along. To be honest, I believe that things began to go south as soon as he was born. I could tell as a child that he was the center of my parents' universe. I was just there, and he was their golden child. The more I think back on it, the more I see how messed up everything was. Even if I used to think maybe I was just being dramatic or hallucinating things. For instance, Ryan received a brand new PS5 with everything he could possibly want for Christmas last year. Me, I received socks. Walmart basic white socks, no joke. Even the socks themselves don't matter to me. I could live without them. The thing that bothers me though is that it was the only present I received. As Ryan devoured his presents like a ferocious animal, everyone was gathered around, grinning and laughing. The enthusiasm in the house was all for him. Then there was me, with a little packet of socks in my hand and a phony smile on my face as I was totally disregarded by everyone. What's crazy is that this wasn't an isolated incident. This was how my entire life was. My birthdays? Don't think about it. My family didn't even recognize my birthday until I was about 10 years old. They either forget or stop caring after that. My parents didn't even say happy birthday, so I celebrated my last birthday with college pals. Nothing. No text, no call. For Ryan's birthdays, however, they give it their best. My parents arranged a huge celebration for his 16th birthday last year. They hired a bouncy house, invited all of his friends and relatives, and even hired a magician or other entertainer. They had the entire event catered, and the house was decked out. Like the Super Bowl of birthdays, it was absurd. I wasn't even invited either. Yes, you read correctly. Even my own brother's birthday party did not extend an invitation to me. I only learned about it the day before, and when I brought it up to my parents, they dismissed it, claiming that I was too busy with school to want to attend. To be honest, I tried to forget the entire incident by going out with my friends that day, but even as we spent time together, I couldn't get rid of the feeling that I wasn't welcome in my own family. When my birthday arrived this year, it was the true kicker. Maybe, just maybe, they would at least recognize it, but I didn't anticipate anything. I've learned not to. Nothing. Once more, I spent the day with my college pals. Although it was enjoyable, the tiny celebration they organized for me in the dorms is not the same. Even if it's only a little, your family should enjoy your birthday with you. Every time Ryan turned 10, my parents transformed the house into a ludicrous pirate adventure theme complete with costumes and treasure hunts, reminding me of what I was missing. In the meantime, we enjoyed pizza for my 10th birthday. That was it. And I considered myself fortunate to receive that. The continual reminder that I'm not the favorite, that I never will be, is what hurts the most, not the presents or the parties. I've made a concerted effort to be a good son by doing all they asked of me, staying out of trouble, and getting good grades. However, none of that was important. Ryan has always been charming. He's gregarious, athletic, and everything I'm not. And my folks loved it. I recall being ecstatic to have a younger sibling when he was born. I assumed we would play video games together, be great friends, and hang around like the brothers in movies. However, I quickly discovered that Ryan also had no interest in me. He had all he could possibly want. His friends, his sports. I was merely present. I was the forgotten child, the fallback option. I became resentful of him as we grew older together. At first, I don't think it was his fault, but he began to recognize his authority. In the view of my parents, he could do no wrong. Guess who would be held accountable if we got into a fight? Me. Always me. My parents would simply laugh it off if he made a mistake, or they could even accuse me of not doing enough to assist him. I was always the villain, regardless of what he did. I recall Ryan lying about smashing the TV once. The TV was knocked off its stand as he and his friend were roughhousing. The object was all but broken. Ryan pointed directly at me when my parents got home and said I was the one who had knocked it over. Even if I wasn't at home, you know what? They took him seriously. They confiscated my phone, grounded me for a month, and pretended that I was a criminal. I basically gave up at that moment. In an attempt to escape from home, I began to isolate myself more and spent most of my time in my room or at friends' houses. However, each time I entered the house, it seemed like I was entering a never-ending reminder that I was unimportant. Ryan's room was filled with posters of his favorite sports teams and all the newest technology, whereas mine was tiny and claustrophobic. He seemed to have his own little empire, and I was just a nobody in the background. I will always remember my 18th birthday. I hoped that since I was growing up, they would do something special for me. However, no. It was just another day when I came downstairs that morning. Ryan was playing on his new Xbox, my dad was reading the paper, and my mom was working in the kitchen. No one spoke. Not even a happy birthday card or present. I seemed to be non-existent. I came to the realization that nothing would ever change at that point. Ryan had prevailed. He had stolen everything from me, including my parents' love and care. What's the worst? Most likely, he was unaware that he was doing it. Or perhaps he did, but he didn't give a damn. In any case, it wasn't just the typical sibling rivalry that made me loathe him. I'm referring to *hate*, the kind that keeps you up at night contemplating how much better your life would be without them. I realize it seems drastic, but that's my situation. Anger flares up inside of me every time I see Ryan's face. I no longer find it bearable to be in this family or to be near him. My parents always dismiss my attempts to express my feelings to them, claiming that I'm being theatrical or that I ought to treat Ryan with more consideration. However, why should I? When someone has taken everything from me, why should I be kind to them? I feel as though I'm caught in a never-ending circle of hatred and animosity, and the worst part is that I have no idea how to escape it. All I want is for myself to feel important and valuable. However, I will always be the second best in this family. From here, I have no idea where to go. Perhaps I should break things off with them. Perhaps I should go up to Ryan and tell him how much he has wounded me. Or perhaps I should just continue to separate myself from them and make an effort to live my life without them. I'm not sure. I just know that I can't continue to live this way. No more. My last post was a few years ago, and to be honest, I never imagined that I would return. I believed that the family trouble was behind me forever. However, the nightmare I thought I had escaped has suddenly become worse than I could have ever imagined, since life has a tendency of throwing curveballs. This is a lengthy and convoluted narrative, so buckle up. I took the necessary action after my last post. I cut off contact with my parents. How could I not? I was being tormented by the ongoing disregard and the obvious partiality shown to my younger brother Ryan. I decided to avoid making too much touch. As quickly as possible, I left my parents' house and moved in with a few college pals. To be honest, I felt as though a burden had been removed. Of course though, I still had to earn a living. Since I've always been skilled in graphic design, I began working as a freelancer on Fiverr. Initially, it was only to cover the expenses, but as I gained more customers and established a reputation, it grew into something more. I put in a lot of work, whether it was on the weekends or late at night. I refused to let my achievement be defined by how my family treated me. Then I met her, Megan, and it was incredible. She was intelligent, ambitious, and kind, everything I could have hoped for in a spouse. We clicked right away because she worked as a freelancer managing social media for small businesses. We began working together on projects, supporting one another's professional development. She was the first person, to be honest, who gave me the feeling that I wasn't invisible. She did see me, you know. And since she truly cared about me, she loved me for who I was, not for what I could do for her or out of duty. Our dreams grew as our jobs flourished. After a year or so of dating, we moved in together, and things continued to improve. Our crazy plan was to combine our savings and purchase a home. But we didn't want just any house, we wanted something unique. We searched for months before locating the ideal location, a huge 3-story suburban home. Our combined income allowed us to make it work, even though it was more than we ever imagined we could afford. We were overjoyed. This was something we created together, our dream. 3 days after we completed the transaction, we were formally homeowners. The real nightmare began at that point. My mother called me 3 days after we moved in. I wasn't even willing to pick up at first. Since I moved out, we hadn't spoken much, and the few times we had spoken, it had either been awkward or resulted in a fight. However, I responded for some reason. As if nothing had happened, she chirped, "Hey honey, we're in town and thought we'd stop by to see the new house." I ought to have been more aware. I should have sensed that something wasn't right. I told her they could come over though, even though I should have known better. I reasoned that it would be better to end the visit than to continue avoiding them. My dad, Ryan, and a woman I had never met before arrived at our front door a few hours later. This is where things start to become extremely strange. My younger brother Ryan, the beloved and golden child, wasn't by himself. The female companion? It turns out that was Karen, his fiancée. She was also expecting a child. Yes, you read correctly. Ryan would soon become a father. Nobody had bothered to inform me of my brother's engagement or the impending birth of a child. My first warning sign was that my father began using passive-aggressive language before he had even entered. "Whoa, you bought this house. Surprised you could afford something like this," he replied sarcastically, as if he had been demeaning me all along. However, I dismissed it. I didn't want to get into an argument. Not quite yet. The discomfort increased after they were inside. Megan sensed that something was wrong when my mom tried to strike up a conversation with her. She kept looking at me as if to ask, "What's going on?" At the same time, Karen was pacing the house as if she owned it, while my dad and Ryan were whispering to each other. Then suddenly, my father revealed shocking information. As patronizing as ever, he began, "We've been thinking. It would make sense for Ryan and Karen to move in here since they are starting a family and will need space for the baby." Not quite digesting what he had just said, I just gazed at him. "What? This house is much too large for you and Megan alone," my father went on, utterly disregarding my surprise. "A location like this would be very beneficial for Ryan and Karen as they raise their child. You don't need all this space. What I was hearing was unbelievable. I felt as though my own house was being gaslit. Are you kidding me? After giving me a direct look, my dad said something that made my blood boil. No, we're serious. It's time for you to let your brother have what he needs and move aside. After all, he is establishing his own family and family comes first. You can find a smaller space with Megan. This house will work better for them. I went crazy. All of the years of animosity, disregard, and partiality suddenly surfaced. Are you for real now? This home belongs to us. This place is in our names. Megan and I purchased it. Ryan knocked someone up, so you can't simply walk in here and declare he should have it. Ryan, appearing smug, tried to add something. Dude, you don't really need all this room. Come on, we are parents, you are not. I yelled, that's not the point. The idea is that just because you believe you have a right to something doesn't mean you can just take it. I'm tired of being ignored for you, even though I've done it my entire life. My dad became really combative at that point. In an attempt to frighten me, he stood up and puffed out his chest. Watch what you say, boy. You should be appreciative that we're asking rather than merely telling you to give up the keys. Whether you like it or not, Ryan will own this house. I became enraged. I'm not sure what got to me, but I lost it. I shoved him back into the wall as I pounced at him. Please leave my house immediately. I let out a yell. I was unable to stop Megan from yelling at us to stop. Anger that had been bottled up for years was erupting. After my dad pushed me back, we got into a full-on brawl, hurling punches and cursing at one another. Karen stood in the corner, frantically calling her phone while my mom and Ryan screamed. We didn't ultimately stop until the police arrived. I suppose that when things got out of control, Karen had phoned them. They took my dad and I apart, put us in handcuffs, and dragged us to the station. It was unbelievable to me that this was my reality as I sat in the holding cell. I was sitting in jail because my own father had attempted to take my house from my brother. A few hours later, Megan came to my rescue, but the damage was already done. My family was officially irreparably damaged. However, it didn't stop there. It grew worse, oh dear. In his unending brilliance, my father chose to sue me for the house. In fact, he attempted to sue me, saying that Ryan and Karen were more in need of the house than I was and that I ought to give it to them. I was stunned by its blatant insolence. Thus, we appeared in court. I prepared for the battle of my life by hiring a lawyer and gathering all the required paperwork to prove that the house was in my name. The truth is, though, I had something different planned. I wasn't going to overlook the trail that years of emotional and psychological abuse had left behind. I collected information from acquaintances who had witnessed my parents' treatment of me over the years, including emails, texts, and even eyewitness accounts. I took everything to court. In addition to asserting that the house belonged to me, my attorney claimed that I had spent the majority of my youth being neglected and emotionally abused. I had had enough of being the submissive, quiet son. It was time to defend ourselves. Months passed throughout the court case. My dad did everything he could to paint me as the villain. He portrayed himself as a devoted father who only wanted to act in his family's best interests. Ryan and Karen pretended to be the victims, saying that I was being self-centered for keeping the house and that they needed it for their child. However, none of it was successful. I felt as though a burden had been removed from my chest as the final verdict was rendered. In addition to finding in my favor, the judge mandated that my father compensate me for emotional and psychological abuse by awarding me $120,000. It was unbelievable to me. It felt like justice that someone had finally defended me for the first time in my life. I stopped communicating with Ryan and my parents following the court decision. The lies, the manipulation, and the unrelenting favoritism were all too much for me to handle. Having the house to ourselves at last allowed Megan and I to begin rebuilding our lives. However, the wounds caused by everything that transpired will never completely heal. I still find it hard to comprehend how far my parents went to defraud me, even as I write this. Ryan was the golden child, and I was merely an afterthought. But I suppose that's simply the way things have always been. However, it is no longer the case. About 3 years have passed since my previous update, and I wish I could tell that everything has been going well. I believe that everything had finally calmed down after the chaos caused by my dad attempting to take my house. I believed that I had permanently moved on from the family drama. If I've learned anything, it's that no matter how hard I try to keep my distance from my family, they will always want to pull me back into their toxic mess. Before I get into the recent horror, let me just provide some context. Megan and I were married 3 years ago. I can honestly say that it was the best choice I've ever made, and it was one of the happiest days of my life. After the litigation with my dad, I realized that Megan was the only person I could really rely on because she supported me through all the chaos with my family. Only a few of Megan's family members and close friends attended our tiny, private wedding. My brother, parents, and other family members were not invited. I didn't see the point after everything they had done to me, including the abuse, deception, and litigation. I owed them nothing, and I wasn't going to let their toxic conduct to spoil my wedding day. They discovered it, of course. I don't know how, but a few days after the wedding, my mom sent me a lengthy, guilt-tripping email expressing how disappointed they were not invited. I was okay with my dad not bothering to get in touch. However, it was my younger brother, Ryan, who lost it. I suppose I should have anticipated it. My parents had always gone out of their way to satisfy Ryan, who was known as the golden child. He never accepted accountability for anything in his life, and he always placed the blame for his errors on someone else. The financial status of my parents suffered when the court decided in my favor and mandated that my dad pay me $120,000. They weren't in financial distress or anything, but their standard of living had decreased. Being the pampered brat that he is, Ryan was unable to cope. I suppose that was the beginning of the end for him because he didn't get the house he believed he was entitled to and his father had to pay a hefty sum of money. A few months after the court case, his fiancée, Karen, broke up with him. She took the kid and returned to living with her parents. Based on rumors I heard. Although I never heard the whole story, I'm positive that Ryan's inability to cope with the strain was the reason. I can help with it. He believed that I was to blame for everything, including my dad's legal defeat, their financial difficulties, and Karen's departure from him. Things took a very bad turn at that point. About a month has passed since my wedding. As we continued to adjust to our new life together, Megan and I were relishing the tranquility that came with finally escaping the toxic hold of my family. I made the decision to take a stroll around the neighborhood one afternoon. Sometimes I like to take a stroll around the peaceful streets and breathe in the fresh air to decompress. At least it should have been a typical day. I spotted Ryan halfway down the block. He was standing on the street corner, looking at me with a look of unadulterated anger in his eyes. Uncertain if I was seeing things, I froze for a moment. I didn't know why he was in my area, and we hadn't spoken in years. "Ryan!" Confused, I called out. "What the hell are you doing here?" He charged at me before I could even comprehend what was happening. He was also not without anything. He was holding an iron rod that looked like it had been torn off a building site. "What the, Ryan?" I yelled, attempting to retreat, but he moved too quickly. With all of his strength, he swung the rod, and before I could react, it struck my side. Instantaneous, the pain shot through my ribs like a flame. Gasping for air, I sat down, but Ryan wasn't finished. He lowered the rod once more, aiming for my legs this time. When it struck my left shin, I heard the horrible snap and fell hard, landing on the sidewalk. "You ruined my life." Ryan's voice cracked with rage as he screamed, "You are solely to blame. Everything is ruined because of you, including the fact that Dad went bankrupt and Karen left me." To protect myself, I attempted to stand up, but my body refused to obey. Every nerve in my body felt like it was on fire from the excruciating pain. Ryan raised the iron rod once more as he stood over me, his face contorted in rage. Knowing what was going to happen, I prepared myself, but I was immobile. I had no power at all. My right arm took the following blow, and I felt the force cause my bone to break. Time seemed to slow down. The world around me grew hazy and muffled, like if I were underwater, and my vision went blurry. I lay there waiting for the next strike, wondering if this was how it was going to end, unable to even scream. I'm not sure how long the attack went on, but eventually I heard voices, far away at first, then getting louder. I could hear footsteps running toward me and shouting. I was too far gone to comprehend what was happening when I saw someone take Ryan and pull him away from me. I lost consciousness. I was in the hospital when I woke up. Megan was seated by my bedside, her eyes puffy and red from sobbing, her face pallid. My throat was dry and every muscle in my body ached as I tried to speak. Megan squeezed my hand and said, "You're okay. You'll be all right." However, I wasn't feeling well. My right arm, left leg and ribs were all fractured. I was fortunate to be alive, the doctor stated. Ryan might have murdered me if the spectators hadn't stepped in at the right moment. To stop him, the police had to be called. As I lay bleeding on the sidewalk, Ryan was immediately hauled into custody and placed in handcuffs. The next few days were a haze. As my body gradually started to mend, the painkillers kept me sedated and I was in and out of consciousness. Megan refused to leave my side and remained by my side the whole time. She took care of everything, including hiring a lawyer to handle the impending court case, handling the insurance, and handling the police reports. Because a trial was indeed imminent, Ryan was facing severe jail time due to the severity of my injuries after being charged with assault with a deadly weapon. Megan gave me the specifics when I was at last clear enough to comprehend what was going on. Since Karen had left him, Ryan had gone absolutely insane. He fell into a severe despair, yet he blamed me for his shortcomings rather than owning up to his own shortcomings. The police report states that Ryan admitted to them that he had been plotting the attack for hours while waiting outside my residence. He brought the iron rod he had stolen from a building site close to his flat. The worst part though, he had absolutely no regrets about it. He told the police that I had destroyed his life, that he deserved to punish me and that he was only receiving justice for my actions. He genuinely thought that I was to blame for everything, including our dad's financial difficulties and his fiancée's departure. I was in the hospital for weeks to heal from the fractures. Physical rehabilitation, innumerable testing, and the impending court case were all new forms of agony every day. I was unable to walk for about a month, and even after I was released from the hospital, I spent weeks on crutches and wearing a cast on my arm. According to the physicians, I might not fully recover my left leg's mobility for months, and even then, it might never return. A few months later, the trial got underway. Naturally, Ryan entered a not guilty plea. He believed that I was the one who drove him over the line, and that his actions were justifiable. His attorney attempted to claim that he was in the wrong frame of mind due to all that had transpired with our family and that he had acted out of emotional anguish. However, the proof was incriminating. Several others who saw Ryan assaulting me were eyewitnesses, and they stepped in and contacted the police. The police report unequivocally demonstrated that Ryan had premeditated the attack, and the prosecution had medical papers outlining my injuries. There was no doubt that he had come to my house with the intention of hurting me. One of the most difficult things I have ever had to do is sit in that courtroom and watch my brother attempt to defend what he did to me. Throughout the trial, he didn't even glance at me. It seemed as though he no longer recognized me. The worst part though, it was my parents, not me, who came to support him. They nodded as if they agreed with every word he said while they sat on his side of the courtroom and listened to him spew lies about how I had ruined his life. It felt like being stabbed in the stomach. They still selected him despite everything they had done to me and everything he had done to me. They continued to think that he was the victim in this whole situation. The decision was obvious from the beginning of the trial, which lasted for a few weeks. Ryan received a 5-year prison sentence after being convicted guilty of aggravated assault. After 3, he will be eligible for parole, but to be honest, I don't give a damn anymore. I've come to terms with the idea that I no longer have a family. Not a biological one anyhow. Throughout everything, Megan has been my pillar of support. She is the one person who has supported me through difficult times without faltering. Moving on and achieving both physical and mental healing have been our main priorities. I've been attending therapy in an attempt to handle the trauma of what transpired, but it's taking a while. I feel like I'm finally making progress on certain days, although other days are better than others. On other days, I feel like a shattered, empty replica of the person I used to be, and I can't even look in the mirror. I will never allow my family to harm me again, though. I'm finished with them altogether. Thank you for reading if you have gotten this far. For now, I'm just attempting to live each day as it comes, without knowing what the future will bring. Although there will never be a perfect life, at least I now know who I can trust, and that is more valuable than any family could ever be. My parents perpetrated the most outrageous prank yet, right when I thought I had heard the last of them. About 6 months had passed since Ryan's sentencing. At last, things were beginning to return to normal for Megan and me. We were even discussing creating a family of our own, the nightmares had subsided, and I was improving in therapy. Until last week, things were gradually improving. I was to have lunch with Megan at a cafe close to her workplace. We did it frequently as a way to spend time together and break up the workday. However, she failed to appear that day. I waited at first, thinking perhaps she was simply running late. I called her phone and texted her, but to no avail. My heart began to race. Even if she's only saying she's stopped in traffic, Megan always responds and is never late. A feeling of icy fear crept over me, as if something terrible had happened. When I called her office, they informed me that she had left on schedule. Panic struck. I started driving around the neighborhood since I had no idea what to do and thought maybe she had been in an accident or her phone had died. I received a call from a blocked number at that point. I initially believed it to be a hoax, but I felt compelled to respond. The next thing I heard chilled my blood, therefore I'm glad I did. My mother's voice, which was simultaneously chilly and sickly sweet, said over the phone, "Your wife is with us." We're taking her to a safe place where you can't harm her anymore. My heart stopped beating. What the? I yelled, nearly causing the car to crash. What on earth are you discussing? Where is Megan? What did you do? My dad's voice interrupted. She's with us now. You have twisted her against her family and poisoned her mind. We're acting in her best interests. We're bringing her away from you to a place where she can think rationally. What I was hearing was unbelievable. My wife had been abducted by my own parents. In their perverted story, they honestly thought I was a villain, and now they were stealing Megan, my true love, in the hopes of rescuing her from me. I told them, I swear to God, I'm calling the police if you don't bring her back right now. I'm not sure how I was able to remain composed. My father genuinely chuckled. Do you believe that we fear the police? You are not her family. We are. She would prefer not to have you around. Never in my life had I been so blindly angry. I quickly contacted the police after hanging up. I was going crazy while I waited for them to track down the call. I kept thinking about what they were doing to her and where they may take her. It seemed like an eternity as the hours went by. At long last the police called me. Megan had been located. She had been brought to a dilapidated motel on the outskirts of town by my parents. They were trying to deprogram her by keeping her isolated in a room and telling her to leave me and return to the family. Being the fierce woman that she is, Megan had already escaped the room and fled to the lobby of the motel, where she pleaded with the clerk to call the police. She was safe when the police arrived, and my parents were immediately taken into custody. They face many charges, including wrongful imprisonment and kidnapping. I genuinely don't care what will happen to them now, but I don't know. Personally, I don't think they're alive. It doesn't matter what false beliefs they may have had or what excuse they may have given themselves for their behavior. I will never forgive them for attempting to take away the one person who is extremely important to me. The only thing that matters is that Megan is safe now. However, I will always remember my mother's voice when she stated that they were acting for her own good. They seemed to be living in another reality where I was the antagonist and they were the heroes. I have no idea what the future will bring, but I know that I will never again be with them. It's time to at last, genuinely move on. I found out my parents funded my sister's secret family for years while ignoring my son's medical bills, leading to his death. I never thought I'd write this, but my family's tragedy has utterly ruined me. It tells the story of how my sister and dad betrayed me, causing my 2-year-old son to die. There were 4 of us growing up: my mom, 58F, a math teacher at the local high school; my older sister Sarah, 35F; my dad, 60M, a senior insurance agent at a large firm; and myself, 28F. We appeared to have a lovely life and lived in a nice area, but there was always one major issue: my parents' intense preference for Sarah. Favoritism began at a very young age. Sarah had ballet classes, painting lessons and piano lessons throughout elementary school. My parents told me we couldn't afford 2 kids participating in extracurricular activities when I begged to join any. While I wore her hand-me-downs, Sarah purchased new clothes from the mall. I used her old phones till they broke, but she always acquired the newest iPhone models. Sarah requested braces at the age of 13. Without hesitation, my parents paid $6,000. When my dentist informed me a year later that I also required braces, they indicated we would have to wait due to financial difficulties. I still have crooked teeth at the age of 28, and I never got them. Sarah received a brand new Honda Civic for her 16th birthday. They advised me to work and save money for a car of my own when I became 16. I only bought a used Toyota that broke down after 6 months of working at McDonald's after school for 2 years. All the way through high school, the trend persisted. While I had to work part-time jobs to pay for necessities like clothes and school supplies, Sarah was free to concentrate only on her education and enjoyable hobbies. When it came time for college, I had to start at a community institution, but Sarah attended a pricey elite university. My parents covered all of her costs, including a condo close to her college and a semester abroad in Paris. To pay for my textbooks and bus fare to school, I worked 2 jobs, one as a campus library assistant and another at a coffee shop. After transferring to State University, I was in my 3rd year when I met my spouse, James, 30M. He worked part-time at the college IT department while pursuing an engineering degree. I felt like someone actually cared about me for the first time when we started dating. James was also from a middle-class family, but when he was in high school, his parents died in a car accident. He worked hard to pay for college while living with his aunt during high school. Before we were married, we dated for 3 years. We were saving money for a down payment on a house, so I planned a little courthouse wedding, but James felt that since it was a once-in-a-lifetime event, I should have a genuine wedding. We organized a little ceremony for perhaps 50 people in a nearby church. Sarah said she had an important work meeting, therefore she didn't arrive. Sarah had arranged a family vacation for that weekend, so my parents nearly skipped it as well. When my mom's sister confronted them about it, they abruptly changed their plans. Tommy was born to me 2 years after we were married. With terrible morning sickness and gestational diabetes, the pregnancy was difficult from the beginning. The worst news arrived in 32 weeks. Doctors discovered Tommy's significant cardiac issue during a routine scan. They stated that beginning immediately after delivery, he would require multiple procedures over the course of his life. Despite our grief, James and I were committed to doing everything in our power to ensure our son's health. The day following Tommy's birth, his first surgery was performed. Although the majority of the $150,000 was covered by insurance, we still had to pay $30,000 out of pocket. We took out loans and spent all of our savings. James began putting in extra hours at his engineering job and taking on weekend freelancing work. I was caring for Tommy while working from home as a virtual assistant. Tommy had to have another operation 6 months later. I turned to my parents for assistance because we were already having trouble paying for the initial operation. They had just returned from a Mediterranean cruise with Sarah that lasted 2 weeks. I stated to them that we had previously sold our car and made every feasible cut while displaying all of our medical expenses. They claimed they couldn't help since they were facing financial difficulties. I didn't know the truth, so I trusted them. We barely made it for the following year and a half. James put in 80-hour weeks until he became so worn out that he passed out on the job. I started taking on additional virtual assistant jobs and began using eBay to sell items from our home. During this period, my parents took 3 family holidays with Sarah and gave her a brand new Mercedes for her birthday. They said that because Sarah worked well in finance, she was responsible for paying for all of these. This turned out to be a lie. Tommy deteriorated significantly last month. His heart suddenly stopped working correctly, necessitating emergency surgery that would have cost $50,000. We didn't have a method to get that much money fast, and our insurance had hit its annual cap. I begged my parents for assistance once more, this time down on my knees. I offered to sign a formal agreement promising to give them our house, double the money they owed, and anything else they desired. They declined once more, stating that recent medical expenses had depleted their savings. We were unable to pay for Tommy's surgery, therefore he passed away 2 days later. He had just turned 2. My parents claimed they had to assist Sarah with an urgent matter, so they barely stayed for 30 minutes at his burial. While tidying Tommy's room yesterday, I discovered my dad's old phone beneath the bed. He must have lost it when he was there 3 weeks prior. I checked the phone, which was still functional, and discovered hundreds of texts between Sarah and my parents. I learned the truth in this way, and it ruined what remained of our family. Sarah had been leading an entirely different life, one that none of us were aware of, according to the texts. She had 3 children in Florida with a man named Mark after 7 years of marriage. All this time my parents had been providing for them financially by giving them large sums of money each month. I read through all of the messages for 5 hours. My parents send Sarah $5,000 a month to cover everyday expenditures. Each of her 3 children attended a private school that they paid $2,000 a month for. They provided coverage for their family's trips to Hawaii and Europe. They spent $400,000 last year on a Hamptons vacation home. My parents even covered the cost of their weekly lawn care and house cleaning service. The most recent correspondence concerned Sarah's desire to purchase a beach property. My parents sent Sarah $75,000 for the down payment 5 days before telling me they couldn't save Tommy. Additionally, there were notes about the 3 new iPads and game consoles they had already purchased for Sarah's children as Christmas gifts. The gifts that each child received exceeded the expense of Tommy's surgery. Our monthly family dinner was held today. Every month on the last Sunday, my aunts, uncles, and cousins all gather at my parents' house. In an effort to keep the family close, my mom established this custom 5 years ago. Typically, about 25 individuals show there. Sarah consistently excused herself from these dinners by citing work obligations. I now know that she was in Florida with her clandestine family. I went to supper with my dad's phone. I used screen mirroring to link the phone to the TV after everyone had finished eating and gone to the living room for coffee. I displayed the financial transfers, the communications, and the pictures of Sarah's covert existence to everyone. I told her how my parents refused to help save their dying grandchild, but had paid her $75,000 for a beach house. My mother began to cry and reached out to give me a hug. I stepped back from her. Sitting there, my dad gazed at the floor. With a sneer on her lips, Sarah, who had actually attended this meal for the first time in years, simply sat on the couch. She informed everyone that I was being dramatic as usual and that they should realize that she had 3 children to support and so needed the money more. I questioned her about if Tommy's life was more important than her children. I was crazy for drawing similarities, she said. My mother made an effort to clarify that Sarah was their top priority as she had always required more assistance and had been more emotionally sensitive. My dad went on to say that they assisted Sarah because she lacked my strength and independence. My Aunt Susan questioned them about how they could afford to spend thousands on Sarah's beach mansion and still allow their grandson to die. My parents couldn't respond. Other family members began inquiring about the several occasions my parents and Sarah had taken out loans from them under the pretext of crises. Sarah became irate and said that I had no right to reveal her personal information. She claimed that if anyone learned about this circumstance, her children would suffer from trauma. I informed them that they were no longer my family. In order to purchase a beach property for Sarah, they witnessed the death of my son. I told them that their decisions had killed them, just as Tommy had died. Sarah began to yell that I was jealously attempting to ruin her life. She claimed that because our parents loved her more, I had always envied her. I banned their numbers after leaving their home. I was followed by several family members who promised to help me if I decided to file a lawsuit. Sarah and my parents have been blocked on social media by the majority of my cousins, but some relatives are emailing me to say that I went too far by disclosing Sarah's secret in public. They believe I ought to have dealt with it in private. James agrees with my decision to stop communicating with them, but he believes there was a better way for me to reveal the truth. I don't care anymore, but he is concerned about how this may impact our ties with our extended family. Instead of protecting their grandson's life, my parents decided to fund Sarah's opulent lifestyle, which is why my son is dead. Update. Since I revealed Sarah and my parents during the family dinner, a lot has transpired. Over the years, more relatives have come forward with tales of my parents' deceit and Sarah's manipulation. I'm more and more aware of their deceit with every new story. 3 days after the dinner, I received a call from my Aunt Linda. She sobbed as she informed me about last year's $30,000 loan to Sarah. According to Sarah, her oldest kid developed appendicitis and required emergency surgery. Because she didn't want another child to go through what Tommy had gone through, Linda spent all of her retirement funds to assist. Later, Linda learned that there was no operation. Sarah installed a pool and updated the kitchen at her beach house using the funds. The story of my cousin Emily was even worse. She visited my home last week and told me something that made me feel nauseous. Emily was engaged to Mark, Sarah's husband, 8 years prior. After graduating from college, Emily and Mark became engaged. They sent out invites, organized a lavish wedding, and Emily even purchased her own gown. Mark went missing 2 weeks prior to the wedding. He wrote a note stating that he wasn't prepared to get married. After having a breakdown, Emily required 2 years of therapy. She is aware of the reality now. While Mark was engaged to Emily, Sarah had been seeing him in secret for months. He was persuaded by Sarah to abandon Emily and follow her to Florida. My parents were well informed. They assisted Sarah and Mark in choosing their Florida home. 3 months after Mark's separation from Emily, they even went to their small, secret wedding. They were aware of Sarah's actions and watched Emily battle sadness the entire time. 2 more stories were then released. I was discovered on Facebook by Tom, Sarah's first husband. Sarah's previous marriage to Mark was unknown to me. Soon after graduating from college, Tom and Sarah were married and had a daughter. Sarah emptied their bank accounts and vanished when their daughter was 2 years old. She seized all of Tom's inheritance from his grandmother, along with $40,000 from their savings. Sarah informed everyone that she had to leave because Tom was abusive. Sarah's falsehoods cost Tom his job, his home, and almost their daughter's custody. In order to obtain child support for their now 15-year-old daughter, he had been looking for Sarah for years. Sarah's whereabouts were always known to my parents. They assisted Sarah in creating fictitious documents demonstrating that she was in danger from Tom and paid attorneys to contest Tom's custody claims. Everything became worse when James discovered something in our safe deposit box last week. Like they said they did for all their grandchildren, my parents set up a trust fund for Tommy when he was born. They committed to investing $1,000 each month until he became 18. There should have been more than $100,000 in the trust. We discovered records that demonstrated they had been moving all of the funds to Sarah's children's accounts. James continued searching through our documents and discovered further proof of their dishonesty. My parents were retired and on fixed incomes, so each time we filed for financial aid for Tommy's medical bills, they wrote letters to the hospital stating that they were unable to assist. However, their bank records reveal that they were simultaneously sending Sarah sizable sums. I was contacted over LinkedIn by my dad's secretary. According to her, my dad had been assisting Sarah with corporate funds, classifying the transfers as business costs. In order to demonstrate that Sarah was a business consultant for his insurance company, he fabricated paperwork. According to the secretary, he had sent more than $200,000 in business funds to Sarah throughout the previous 3 years. According to my mom's best friend, who also works at the same school, my mom has been embezzling money from the school's fundraising accounts in order to give it to Sarah. She changed the records to hide it. Each year, the school generated funds for the medical emergencies of its students. This fund was overseen by my mother, who also had access to every account. Since I blocked Sarah, she has been attempting to reach me from several phone numbers. She occasionally threatens to sue me for violation of privacy and defamation. At other times, she calls in tears and says that Mark is questioning her about her history and she wants my assistance. She said in her voicemail yesterday that if I didn't stop anyone from looking into her finances, she would tell everyone that I had abused Tommy. Yesterday, my parents issued a letter via their attorney. They said that if I agreed not to sue them, they would create a new trust fund for my future children. To demonstrate their good faith, they promised to contribute $200,000 right away. They also wanted me to sign a non-disclosure agreement in the letter, which said that I would never speak about Sarah's life or how they helped to sustain her financially. A number of family members have severed all communication with Sarah and my parents. After learning of what transpired, my dad's golfing pals have ceased inviting him to their weekly events. The other members of my mom's book club, who were primarily the parents of her students, no longer wanted to get out with her, so she had to dissolve it. The most challenging aspect is that pictures of Sarah's family traveling to upscale locations while Tommy was ill kept turning up. The same week that we were pleading with my parents to contribute to Tommy's last surgery, someone discovered photos of Sarah's family at Disney World. The matching outfits Sarah's children are wearing in the pictures cost more than what we had to buy to save my son's life. Second update. Our attorney discovered something that clarifies a lot of my parents' actions, particularly their strong preference for Sarah. Sarah is not their biological daughter, as we found out. At the age of 2, she was adopted. They didn't tell anyone, not even Sarah. While our lawyer was looking into the missing trust fund funds, the adoption documents surfaced. Sarah was adopted by my parents following my mother's 4 miscarriages. Because they were concerned that it would impact Sarah's feeling of family, they chose to keep the adoption a secret. Not even our grandparents were informed. In order to avoid being questioned about the unexpected arrival of a 2-year-old, they relocated to a different city immediately following the adoption. The attorney also discovered proof that my parents had assisted Sarah in her scam throughout the years. My parents hired someone $155,000 to fabricate transcripts indicating Sarah graduated with honors after she left college after 2 years. They had a business associate of my dad write fictitious work references for her. Sarah never worked anyplace. All of the jobs she claimed to have had throughout the years were fictitious. In order to obtain credit cards and loans, my parents assisted her in fabricating an identity. They obtained phony papers by using my dad's contacts at the insurance firm. Sarah obtained moreover $300,000 in loans from various banks using this fictitious name. My dad's business provided the funds that my parents used to make the payments. Sarah lost all control when our lawyer informed her about the adoption. She posted all of this on Facebook. She disclosed how my parents assisted her in stealing Emily's fiancé, hiding from her first husband, and concealing her credit card theft. She even acknowledged that she had made false claims regarding the abuse of her first spouse. Sarah shared images of text exchanges that demonstrated how my parents assisted her in fabricating a medical emergency so she could get family members to lend her money. She had a routine. She would choose a financially secure relative, fabricate a narrative about one of her children requiring medical care and have my parents verify her account. In this way, they conned at least 7 different relatives. At last, my parents sobbed and told our lawyer everything. They have supported Sarah and her family with over $500,000 over the last 10 years. They borrowed funds from their retirement accounts, took out second and third mortgages on their home, and my dad even embezzled from the client accounts of his business. I was even more incensed by their response when the lawyer questioned them about why they chose to let Tommy die rather than assist us. They said that if they stopped providing Sarah money, they would be cut off from their grandkids. According to my dad, if the kids ever stopped supporting Sarah's lifestyle, she had threatened to vanish with them. My mother acknowledged that she was aware of Sarah's scheme to take Mark away from Emily. She claimed that Sarah had confided in her that she would stop at nothing to win Mark's affection. Rather than intervening, my mother assisted Sarah in setting up private sessions with Mark. Even the note that Mark left for Emily was written with her assistance. Our lawyer now works with Tom, Sarah's first husband. He has evidence that my parents assisted Sarah in fabricating accusations of domestic abuse against him. To fabricate medical records indicating injuries, they hired a physician. With the aid of these documents, Sarah was able to get restraining orders against Tom, which barred him from visiting his daughter for several years. When my dad's business learned about the stolen funds, an internal investigation was launched. He had been fabricating insurance policies and keeping the premiums, they found out. He used the funds to support Sarah and created policies for non-existent people. He was dismissed by the corporation and is facing criminal prosecution. Concerned about being linked to my dad's scam, a number of his business associates have severed their connections with him. After parents protested that their children were being taught by someone involved in fraud, my mother was forced to leave teaching early. Additionally, the school is looking into the disappearance of dollars from student activities funds. In order to cover their legal expenses, my parents had to sell their home. They could be charged with fraud, embezzlement, and aiding in the creation of fraudulent documents. For making fictitious police reports about her first husband, identity theft, and financial fraud, Sarah is under investigation. Update 3. Over the last 6 months, everything with my family has dramatically changed. In order to settle their legal debts, my parents had to sell their home and the majority of their belongings. They currently reside on the opposite side of town in a little one-bedroom apartment. My dad needs to repay $400,000 that he took from customer accounts after his company won their lawsuit against him. Unfortunately, no insurance firm will hire him, so he is now working as a night security guard. After Mark learned about Sarah's first marriage and all of her falsehoods, her life completely collapsed. Even more information about her past was discovered by the private investigator he hired. Prior to her first marriage, Sarah had another child from a previous relationship. She never mentioned this child to anyone and relinquished her parental rights. The fact that she had left 2 children behind before becoming his wife and father repulsed Mark. Mark obtained full custody of their 3 children after filing for divorce. The judge concurred that Sarah's past of deception and desertion made her an unfit mother. She is not even permitted to visit the kids unattended. Mark and the children returned to their hometown in Texas. He had to obtain a restraining order since Sarah kept creating fresh social media profiles to reach him. Tom, Sarah's first husband, won his appeal for retroactive child support. Sarah was ordered by the court to give him $150,000 plus interest for the years she was missing. They are seizing the meager fortune she received from our grandma last year since she's unemployed and unemployed. Now 15, Tom's daughter won't talk to Sarah or my parents after finding out that they assisted in keeping her from her father. Because of the stolen fiancé event, my cousin Emily sued Sarah in civil court for mental anguish. Sarah and my parents planned the entire thing months in advance, according to old emails that Emily's lawyer discovered. Because Mark's family was wealthy, they specifically targeted him. Last month, the matter was resolved out of court, but as a condition of the deal, Sarah had to give Emily her beach house. James received an offer of employment in Colorado that had complete medical benefits and higher wages. To start over, we made the decision to relocate. We're keeping it quiet this time, but I'm 4 months pregnant. The only people who are aware of the pregnancy are my Aunt Linda and 2 cousins. We've made the decision to stop communicating with Sarah and my parents. Some family members are still attempting to persuade me to pardon my parents. They claim that my parents have learned their lesson and lost everything. I am constantly getting letters from Uncle Bob about how my parents miss us and cry during family get-togethers. However, I informed him that I don't care about their tears because their decisions caused my son to lose out on his entire life. Last week, Sarah was arrested for attempting to use her children's social security information to apply for new credit cards. She is being charged with identity theft. When she was in jail, she called me to seek assistance with bail money. I banned the phone number of the jail. The only positive outcome of this circumstance is the increased closeness of other family members. In Colorado, my Aunt Linda moved close to us to assist with the impending baby. My cousins have established a group chat where we encourage one another and communicate every day. Without Sarah and my parents, we are starting a new family. Every day I still miss Tommy. We talk about him a lot, and his photos are everywhere in our new home. However, I'm happy that my parents and Sarah's truth was revealed. At least they are no longer able to harm others with their falsehoods. Among all of this, the most difficult lesson I took away was that sometimes the people who ought to love you the most are the ones who hurt you the most. However, right now, my attention is on the future and creating a better life with the family members that genuinely care about us. After my husband demanded a DNA test in the delivery room, I uncovered lies and betrayal. But this fight is far from over. Though it's nothing compared to the words that just left my husband's mouth, the agony slices over me like a serrated razor. Still gathering my breath, sweat-soaked and shaking, Adam approaches with his expensive suit flawlessly pressed despite the 12 hours we have spent in this delivery room. "I would like a DNA test," he states. Like he is ordering coffee, his voice is flat and emotionless, not challenging the paternity of our newborn daughter. Her hands still caressing our infant, the nurse freezes. "My child." The space seems to get smaller, and the beeping monitors feel overly loud and invasive. From his charts, Dr. Collins glances up with a worn-out face wrinkling with concern. "Adam, what are you talking about?" My voice seems alien, far off, as though it belongs to someone else. He is not here for me. Rather, he calculates coldly at our daughter. 7 pounds, 4 ounces of perfection. "You heard me, McKenna. I want evidence she is mine." The charge hovers in the atmosphere like poison gas. 12 years of marriage cut down to this instant. I want to shout, toss something, make him feel even a little of the suffering shooting across my chest. I smile instead. Raw and bitter, it sounds terrible. "Get out," I urged. It tastes like metal in my mouth, the words. "Walk out before I call security." "Mrs. Harrison," says Dr. Collins, then Adam cuts him off. He pulls out his phone and fingers are racing across the screen. "I have every right to be here. And every right to demand this test." My attorney notes. "Your lawyer?" I say, then, "You've been chatting to your lawyer while I was in labor?" The only indication he is even capable of shame nowadays is a small flush up his neck. For weeks, I have been getting ready for this. Months. The name comes back to me. My husband was laying this ambush as I was choosing nursery colors and folded small onesies. It strikes me physically like a punch. Between us, bless her, the nurse steps. "Sir, maybe we ought to carry on this outside?" "No." I ignore my aching body's objections and try to sit up straight. Let him stay. Let him monitor the test. Let him see exactly how wrong he is. Adam's countenance doesn't change, but something flickers in his eyes. Disappointment? Release. I am not able to tell anymore. Every micro-expression, every cue was known to me. My hubby started to be a stranger when? "I'll arrange it right away, Dr. Collins responds, his tone precisely neutral. Though I must say, in my 30 years of practice. "Just do it," Adam says quickly. He straightens his tie, a nervous habit I once thought charming. "The sooner we know the truth, the better." Truth. As if he knows what that word denotes these days. Unaware of the tempest building around our daughter, my daughter, I gaze down at her sleeping blissfully in the bassinet. Like mine, her small fingers are twisted into fists. Her dark hair already shows curl. "Fine," I answer, my voice calm in spite of handshaking. "Do the test, but do not expect forgiveness if it shows what I already know." The buzz on Adam's phone is constant. He looks at it and briefly his mask falls. Fear, guilt. He's rushing for the door before I can digest it. Not turning around. "I'll be back tomorrow," he says. "My lawyer will get in touch on the plans." The door clicks closed behind him, and I can suddenly start to breathe once again. Dr. Collins lightly runs her hand over my shoulder. "McKenna, I'm really apologies." "Don't." I grab my phone and my fingertips find Sam's number already. My cousin will act knowing what to do. He routinely does. "Just bring me the test paperwork, and Dr. Collins, make sure it's witnessed at every step." He nods, knowing dawn breaking across his eyes. Of course. I once more study my kid, learning every flaw on her face by memory. Whatever game Adam is playing, whatever falsehoods he is telling himself, one thing is clear, he has no idea what he has just started. 3 days in the hospital has made Sam's flat seem like a haven. Tara runs about the kitchen making tea while I drop into his worn-out leather couch and cradle Emma. Coffee grinds and the familiar aroma of old books help me relax, yet my hands will not stop shaking. Seeing Sam pace, I say, "He's changed all the locks. Changed the security codes too. 12 years of marriage, and he locks me out like I'm sort of a criminal." Sam pauses. His journalist's notebook is already full of scrawled notes. "Think back carefully. Exactly when did things start changing with Adam?" The question strikes like a gut-reversing punch. I close my eyes and search for the instant my marriage started to fall apart. Said it was a major merger, the Preston Tech deal, maybe 4 months ago. He started working late and missed doctor's appointments. Tara puts down a mug of chamomile tea, looking disturbed. "That closed months back." I search sharply. "How can you find that out?" Tara says, "Because my sister works in their PR department," glancing at Sam. "The deal fell through in March." March. When Adam began returning home with designer new suits. When the enigmatic corporate travel started. When he completely stopped caressing me. Sam taps his pen against the pad and says, "Here's what doesn't add up. Why wait until the infant is born to demand a DNA test? Why not do it during pregnancy?" Tara whispers softly. Because he needed a scene. He wanted witnesses. Like freezing water, the insight comes to me. He is laying evidence against me. Emma stirs in my arms. I automatically change her blanket. Her small face is so calm and trusting, exactly like I used to be. "There's something else," Sam replies, pausing. "I gave some calls. Adam's been meeting divorce lawyers since January." January? My stomach drops. When I first told him I was pregnant, when he hugged and said everything was perfect? I caught myself, glancing down at Emma. That son of a... Why go with the pregnancy if he was planning this all along? Because of the Harrison family trust, Tara explains. Your father-in-law's will had particular heirs requirements, didn't it? The bits begin to line up. My voice sounds empty even to my own ears. The trust only pays out if there are legitimate children. He needed evidence the baby wasn't his to refute the claim. Sam hears buzz on his phone. He looks at it and darkens his expression. Adam just posted on LinkedIn. He's accepted a new job at Grant Technologies. Grant? The name reminds me of something from the past. Wait, isn't that the firm last year trying to buy out Harrison Industries? The same one your father-in-law refused to sell to before he died, Sam says at closing. We all leap at the door knock. Tara looks through the peephole and then rapidly backs off. It's Adam. I murmur, hugging Emma tightly. Don't open it. McKenna, Adam says as he walks through the door. I know you're in there, my lawyer insists you should be here. The DNA test is booked for tomorrow morning. Sam steps for the door, but I grasp his arm. Wait. Let him speak. Adam says. You're making this harder than it needs to be, his voice softening somewhat. Just come home. We can work this out. I rise gently, wary of waking Emma. Work what out, Adam? The lies. The secret meetings? Or how about the trust fund you'd like to pilfer? Stillness. Then, I don't know what you think you know. I know enough. My voice has stopped shaking now. I know about Grant Technologies. I know about the divorce lawyers. Soon, I'll know everything else too. One more stop. When he talks once again, all of his polite pretense disappears. You know nothing about what you are handling. Neither do you. I gaze down at our daughter, my daughter, and something hardens inside me. Game on, Adam. His footsteps turn back along the hall. Sam closes the door and then looks at me. What's the plan? I grab my phone and search among past contacts until I come upon the one I need. We first learn everything we can about Grant Technologies, then I push the dial. We also call in some favors. Twice the phone rings, then a familiar voice answers. Dr. Collins? I need your help with something. Dr. Collins grimly slides the phone across his desk. I thought you ought to see these messages. They were automatically backed up to the cloud account you shared. I pick up the gadget and my hands shake. 2 days before I started labor, the timestamp shows 3:47 a.m. Everything is in place. The message comes across. She will not be entitled to the confidence once the test findings arrive. See to it you follow the plan. Adam answers. She doesn't suspect anything, just keep your father concentrating on the deal. Evelyn Grant, Dr. Collins adds softly. Son of Marcus Grant. My tongue finds the name to taste harsh. The man last year trying to make my father-in-law sell his company. Sam slants forward, his journalistic instincts alert. The same Marcus Grant who strangely bought 3 board seats following the death of your father-in-law? I go through more texts, each one worse than the next. Intentions. Meetings. Subtle elements that cause my tummy to churn over. They've been seeing each other since January, I remark, my voice faltering. I told him about the baby the same month. The timing's not coincidental, Sam explains. Grant Technologies declared their hostile takeover bid last week. With Adam's help, they will have controlling interest in Harrison Industries, unless there is a legitimate heir. The parts fit one another. That's why he needs the DNA test. To show Emma isn't his. It's not about the baby at all, it's about the company. A knock cuts off our conversation. Tara falls in, her face white. Adam's here with attorneys. Though my heart races, I will myself keep cool. Let them in. Adam arrives like he owns the place, accompanied by 2 suits possibly costing more than my annual pay. He seems different. Sharper, colder, sporting a tie I have never seen before. This is a private medical facility, Dr. Collins says, but Adam stops him. The older attorney says, stepping forward, we're doing a paternity test that my client has every right to oversee. We have questions regarding possible manipulation. I chuckled. I have no control over it. Tampering is rich coming from you. Adam's jaw gets stiff. Careful, McKenna. You already run possible fraud allegations. I hand out the phone. If these messages somehow get out there, the ones showing you and Evelyn intending to steal your father's company. He turns cold. I saw actual dread in his eyes for just a moment. You were able to access your private messages on our shared cloud account. I get up, rage providing strength. The one you neglected to cut off when you were so busy organizing your small business takeover. Adam's visage darkens as the younger attorney mumbles something in his ear. This changes nothing, he says, but his voice failures. The test will go precisely as scheduled. Dr. Collins speaks out of turn. Under my supervision, with witnesses present, unless you would want to explain to the board why you are colluding with Grant Technologies while serving as Harrison Industries CFO. Adam's hand jerks toward his phone, but Sam advances. I wouldn't. He says with a smile. My article about corporate espionage at Grant Technologies goes live in an hour. Fascinating stuff about insider trading and family betrayal. Adam says, you're bluffing, but he gets perspiration on his brow. I approach closely while speaking softly. You want a war, Adam? Fine. But remember, you taught me everything about corporate finance over those late-night strategy sessions. Everything? I stop so the weight of my words might sink in. And I learned something else from you too. I show him the last note he gave Evelyn, the one concerning love and always always. Keep receipts. The lawyers cast quick looks at one another. The older one starts to cough. Perhaps we should talk over terms. No terms, I say as Adam's flawless front breaks. You wanted to play dirty? Let's play. But remember, you're fighting for survival rather than just money now. They go, Adam's shoulders stiff with resentment. Sam lets out a faint whistle. That's only the beginning. My legs seem about to give out, so I sit back. Dr. Collins, how long till the test results? 24 hours, he says, giving me meticulous attention. Are you sure about this? Once we start, I'm sure. My eyes then turn to the picture on his desk, that of him seated with my father-in-law during medical school graduation. I won't make the same mistake. He trusted the wrong people. Sam squeezes my shoulder. What's next? I get out my phone and browse to a number I never would have considered using. Next, we talk to Evelyn Grant. It's time she learned what kind of man she really is dealing with. The Grant Technologies lobby sparkles with riches and power, steel and glass stretching upward. Emma's carrier is changed on my arm. It seems little until I see my reflection on the glossy marble. One of Adam's preferred suits, the one he buys for board meetings, is on me. It fits now differently, but the armor is what counts. Not looking up, the receptionist responds, Miss Grant is in a meeting. With a firm voice, tell her McKenna Harrison is here, I say. With the baby from her fiancé. Key clicking pauses. The head of the receptionist jumps forward, eyes widening to take in Emma's black curls, just as Adam's. 5 minutes later I am seated across from Evelyn Grant in her corner office. She is younger than I would have expected, perfectly polished in a manner that suggests old money and cautious reproduction. Her engagement ring shines 3 carats, princess cut, exactly like Adam's browser history. She says, I don't understand. But her hands betray her, whirling a pen till her knuckles grow white. Adam never brought up a wife or a child. Emma's fussing is softly calmed by deliberate ease. Funny how those specifics escape his attention while he is organizing corporate takeovers. Her face seems to be color deprived. You can't prove. I move her phone over her desk showing screenshots. Actually, I can. The question is, what will your father say when he learns his perfect future son-in-law is still married, that he's using your relationship to manipulate Harrison Industries stock? Evelyn murmurs, you're lying, but she's already reading, her immaculate manicured finger gliding across message after message. Watching her look, I say, the DNA test is tomorrow. Adam's rather sure about the outcomes, almost as if he knows something I don't. She stares sharply, something flickering in her eyes, recognition, terror. There is buzz on my phone. Sam's book made my blood freeze last night during the lab break-in. Security footage erased. Evelyn whispers, more to herself than to me, Daddy would never? I lean closer and say, your father's company stands to gain millions if Harrison Industries falls. Adam stands to gain everything, unless there's a legitimate heir. Her hands hold a pen that cracks, ink flowing over her immaculate desk calendar ruining merger dates and wedding venue appointments both. Her voice trembles. Get out! Before I call security. I stand gently drawing Emma near. You know what's funny? He promised me the same forever. Even used the same pet names. He bought me the exact same ring 5 years ago. I said, get out, she says sharply. Check his phone, I add quietly. The one he keeps in his gym locker. The one with the real messages. She stalls. How did you? I move for the door, then stop. Because I was you once. Young, loving, certain he was different. Oh, and Evelyn, watch his left eyebrow. It twitched when you confronted him. It's lying. The elevator doors close on her broken face. I text Sam. It's done and my hands shake. Phase 2 begins now. Tara's lab contact validated attempts at manipulation, hence his response is instantaneous. The test is being transferred under Dr. Collins to a safe location. From an unidentified number another message flashes. My heart stops when I open it. Clever girl, Adam writes, but you neglected who taught you chess. Look through your Harrison Industries email. You have 1 hour to leave the board, or those last year inventive accounting fixes you assisted with go public. Your actions. I fix my gaze on the computer, remembering late evenings spent over spreadsheets, depending on Adam's direction, signing paperwork he claimed were standard. Realizing just how long he has been organizing this, my stomach turns over. Emma moves, her small hand grabbing my finger. I see my father-in-law's fortitude, my own will, and something else, something Adam never knew about the Harrison lineage in her face. I picked up Dr. Collins on the dial. How fast can you find the original last year's audit files? Already done, he responds. And McKenna, something about a contingency plan caught my attention in your father-in-law's personal records. I smile for the first few days, for the first time. Tell me everything. The safe lab seems like a fortification, sterile whites and security cameras following our every step. Standing at the testing station, Dr. Collins's face is blank while Adam's lawyers hover close by. Emma sleeps in her carrier, not aware of the tension buzzing about the room. The results will be available in half an hour, Dr. Collins says. Every party will stay here until... The door opens violently. Evelyn bursts in, her flawless calm broken, mascara smearing her cheeks. She shrieks, "You bastard!" Adam backs off, his confident mask sloppily falling. "Evelyn, this isn't," she says. The gym locker, throwing her phone at him. It crashes against the wall, 3 other ladies. "And you're still married?" The lawyers glance at one another with great dread. Sam blocks his way as one reaches for his briefcase. "Nobody leaves," Sam adds softly. "Not until we hear those results." Adam straightens his tie. I had not noticed until now a worried tell. "This is outrageous." "Whatever McKenna told you." "She didn't have to tell me anything," Evelyn says with a break. "Once I showed Marcus the actual numbers behind the Grant Technologies merger, your friend Marcus was rather helpful." Adam's face starts to fade in color. "You did not." She says, "Daddy's on his way?" A sharp and cruel smile. "Using the SEC." My phone lets off vibrations. Tara sent a note. Security footage turned around. Suspect found in lab breaks-ins identified. I slipped the phone to Dr. Collins. He analyzes the picture then turns to look at Adam's younger attorney. The man breaks out in perspiration. "Interesting," Dr. Collins remarks, his tone frigid. "Indeed, quite fascinating." Adam's eyes darted among us. "Computing." I understand that look, the one he gets right before giving up a piece to save his game. "The accounting irregularities," Adam says sharply. "McKenna signed off on all of them. She's just as guilt-ridden." "Except from the contingency plan," I said, staring closely at his face. "The one my father-in-law left with Dr. Collins before he died." Adam locks. "What?" "He knew Adam," I say decisively. "About the embezzlement, about Grant Technologies. He documented everything, including your attempts to access Emma's trust fund before she was ever born." The older attorney clears his throat tensely. "Perhaps we should..." Mr. Harrison says. "Shut up," Adam says, his calm breaking totally. He circles on me, fists closed. "You're bluffing?" "My father trusted me," Dr. Collins replies understatedly. "Not only as his doctor, but also as executor of his estate including the real will." The gadget lets out a buzz. "Ready for test findings, Doctor?" Collins says. Adam leans toward the printout, but Sam catches him. Sam reports, "It's over." The SEC has everything: the bogus DNA test orders, the embezzlement records, even your deals with Marcus. Steps echo in the hall, strong, deliberate. Adam ducks away from the door. He tries McKenna, his voice softening to that familiar manipulative tone. We can still correct this for Emma's benefit. The words searing like acid. I say, don't you dare. Don't you dare negotiate using our daughter as a chip. The door swings open. Marcus Grant comes first, then two SEC officials. Tara is behind them documenting everything with her phone. Adam Harrison, one agent says, you're under investigation for securities fraud. The next action plays slow motion. Adam runs toward the exit for emergencies. Moving to block him is the younger attorney. Sam yells something related to treachery. Emma sleeps soundly through it all, not realizing her world is moving on its axis. Holding out the test findings, Dr. Collins taps my arm. Ask, do you want to know? I fix my gaze on the paper, going back over all the evenings I questioned whether Adam's claims were accurate. Should I somehow have failed as a mother or a wife? No, I say at last as I watch the SEC officials shackle my spouse. The results don't matter anymore. She's my daughter. That's all I need to know. Marcus Grant moves in, his expression solemn. Mrs. Harrison, tomorrow we will need your testimony. I cut him off and gathered Emma right here. I'm driving my daughter home right now. I hear Adam yelling my name as we head off. Desperate now, at last realizing what he is losing. I forward only. I never turn around. There are few games not worth playing. Some successes result by walking away rather than from getting even. Lawyers, testimony, and conflicts for control of Harrison Industries will be here tomorrow. Still, tonight I have all I need in my arms. The boardroom of Harrison Industries seems colder than it was years ago. Perhaps it's the empty seats. Half the board left following the public disclosure of the SEC inquiry. Perhaps it's the way Sam avoids meeting my gaze or the way Dr. Collins constantly checks his watch. Marcus Grant says, distributing records over the polished table, the evidence is conclusive. Before they got to the lab, the DNA test findings were changed. Adam's new attorney breaks off. My client maintains that Mrs. Harrison was complicit in the financial irregularities. I say, the signatures on these documents were forged, but even to me my voice sounds empty. I never. Can you prove it? The attorney pulls more papers forward. Because these trading records show differently. Your personal account received substantial transfers during the period in question. Shaking hands, I identify the account numbers, our shared account. The one Adam insisted I cease tracking since he had it handled. Sam lets out a sudden stop. This is ridiculous. McKenna was on maternity leave when she approved these transactions? The attorney had a shark-like smile. The timestamps say differently. Dr. Collins starts to clear his throat. The contingency plan has been compromised, Marcus Grant says with stones. Someone accessed Richard Harrison's private files last night. Everything's gone. The room turns around. I hold the edge of the table and see the ground move beneath me. That's impossible. The security protocols? Were bypassed using your credentials. The attorney strikes nearly sympathetic notes. Along with some quite fascinating emails about offshore accounts. There is buzz on my phone. Tara is forwarding emergency updates. The company's stock is in free decline. Stories of fraud at various levels of Harrison Industries are running in news sources. There is a lot of conjecture on the DNA test crisis on social media. I begin, I can explain, but Adam's attorney raises a hand. Save it for the SEC hearing. He stands correcting his paperwork. Considering the circumstances, the board has called for an emergency vote of no confidence in the meantime. You can't, I mumble, the word sloshy on my neck. This company was the work of life for my father-in-law. He trusted me. To trust Adam? The voice makes me shudder. Adam stands at the doorway, perfect even with his house arrest ankle monitor. Like I trusted you not to go behind my back to Evelyn. Don't you dare, he says, the board needs stability, casually dismissing me. Someone with clean hands to weather this storm. Fortunately, my agreement with the SEC includes full cooperation in exchange for a reduced sentence. The corrupted files, the falsified signatures, the painstakingly created paper trail pointing directly to me click together. I say, you're going to pin everything on me. The flavor of the revelation is like ashes. The scam, the cover-up, all of it. I advised Evelyn about the twitch of his left eyebrow. You did this to yourself, McKenna. If you'd only have gone along. Played along? I stand fast as my chair falls down. While you stole my daughter's inheritance? While you destroyed everything Richard built? His smile darkens to become harsh. About that. The original DNA test results were rather interesting. The room is quiet. Sam goes approaching Adam, but security guards stand in between. You're lying, I whisper, but uncertainty poisons me. All those late evenings spent at the office, the unexplained business visits, his avoidance of talking about nursery colors or baby names. Am I? He says, pulling out his phone to show me a test result I have never seen. Want to explain these genetic markers? As Dr. Collins begins to talk, Adam's attorney cuts him off. My client is ready to file for full custody. The court tends to frown on fraud and embezzlement when determining fitness for parenthood. The globe shrinks to a point. Emma's face comes to me. Her black locks and small fingers. She cries at midnight and laughs early in the morning. Her weight in my arms makes all the difference. Since this dream started, just that has seemed real. The board votes in an hour, Adam says gently. Resign now, sign over your shares, and maybe we can set supervised visitation. Sam reaches my arm as I swing. McKenna, not. Still, my eyesight is blurring and I am already grabbing for the resignation letter. Surrender sometimes is not about giving up. Sometimes it's about grabbing time to figure out new means of fighting. At midnight, the Dr. Collins' office seems strange. Shadows slink across his father's medical degrees, and the constant buzz of backup generators covers our footsteps. Sam watches Tara work her magic on the computer from the door. Found it, she says softly. The original server backup. Adam's people missed it during the purge. My palms tremble as I slide the flash drive Richard Harrison handed me years ago, his insurance coverage I never would have considered necessary. Where long? Tara exclaims. 10 minutes to decode, her fingers speeding over the keyboard. If the passwords of your father-in-law still work. The door collapses open. Adam is standing there, 2 security officers at his side, his ankle monitor flashing accusingly into the night. I knew you'd try something desperate. He walks inside, tightening his cuffs. But breaking and entering? That will look awful in the custody hearing. Sam runs between us. How did you come across? Adam's smile does not reach his eyes. Everyone has a price. Dr. Collins isn't as committed as you assumed. Like Evelyn's price? The words taste harsh. Or was she only another stepping stone? His coolness breaks for just a moment. You have no idea what is at stake. Tara whispers, 7 minutes, behind me. Adam's eyes close. Whatever you're trying to recover, it's not important. The board votes tomorrow morning. Your resignation is already handled. Fun thing about resignations, I say as the progress meter crawls. They are not valid if signed under pressure, or if the person requesting them is fraudulent. He laughs, but with an unsure edge. You cannot prove anything? 5 minutes, Tara states. Adam yells to the guards. Close it down now. I walk forward, playing my last card and wait. Show them to me. The real DNA results. We've seen this. Show me, or I forward everywhere we find to the SEC. Every email, every transaction, every meeting with Marcus Grant. His left eyebrow starts to move. You are blustering. Tara says. 3 minutes? The guards go for the PC. Sam tends and gets ready to step in. She's yours, Adam says, freezing everyone in place. The actual DNA test shows she is yours. I changed the findings since I needed power. Though all I feel is clarity, the admission should sting. You never wanted her either, did you? She was just another asset to manage. 2 minutes here. At last Adam's facade breaks down. You believe this relates to a baby? This is about power, control, everything Richard promised me when he made me CFO. Quietly. He promised you a legacy, I whisper. Not a kingdom to steal. 1 minute. Adam lunges for the PC. Sam catches Tara shielding the screen. Something falls from Adam's pocket in the tumult, a phone I have never seen before. I grab it and immediately see the messages. Emails from Dr. Collins, plans to strip Harrison Industries for components, and talks with Marcus Grant. It's done, Tara adds with great triumph. Everything's deciphered. Adam still goes. You do not want to open that file. But right now I am already the chamber echoes Richard Harrison's voice, a video confession captured just before his death. He names names, specifics plans, and exposes one last turn. The company was never yours to steal, I say to Adam, at last comprehending. Richard left Emma controlling interest before he died. He changed his will. Adam says, impossible, but his voice failures. She wasn't, birth was not even. I show him the date indicated on the will. He knew, Adam. About everything. The affairs, the fraud, the deals with Grant Technologies. You have been playing exactly the game he expected all this whole time. Police sirens call out far away. Adam's visage twists with rage. You think you have won? I still have the board, the evidence, your signed confession. Sam says quietly. Check your phone. The real one you just dropped. Messages flood Adam's eyes. The SEC reopening their inquiry, Marcus Grant cutting agreements to save himself, Evelyn's father pulling all support, and Dr. Collins delivering one more note. I kept my promise, Richard. Your granddaughter's legacy is safe. As Adam crumples his empire of falsehoods around him, the police explode in. But I'm already leaving, considering Emma soundly asleep at home. Some successes are about safeguarding what counts most rather than about winning. The Harrison Industries boardroom still bears traces of the turmoil yesterday night. Police tape crosses the entryway, and evidence marks the meeting table where Adam's empire collapsed at last. I get a leather portfolio from Dr. Collins. Quietly. Richard Harrison's personal files. He wanted you to have these, he whispers. When the time was right. Inside, under years of corporate plans and financial data, I uncover a letter. Although the ink faded and the paper is aged, Richard's firm handwriting is still clear. Darling McKenna, darling, you will know by now why I chose you to guard Emma's inheritance. Not because you are Adam's wife, but rather because you observe what he never could. Legacy is not quantified in stock values or merger proposals. It is developed in moments of choice and in decisions to defend rather than destroy. Emma rucks around in her carrier. I change her blanket and catch a look of my reflection in the dark windows. I look different somehow, stronger, maybe, or simply more certain. Sam shows up at the gateway. Evelyn Grant is here. The SEC wants to go over the video testimony once more. When Evelyn walks in, I get enraged, her eyes just show weariness. The board approved the dissolution of the merger, she says. Daddy's stepping down. The scandal, she says, trailing off, twisting her now ringless fingers. I never wanted this, I say to her. Indeed. Mostly. Neither did I. She glances at Emma, something gentle softening her face. You know, he promised me children too. A future I actually believed in. I say, I know. Because I did too, once. Dr. Collins lets his throat clear. The new board members are waiting. They will need direction regarding the future of the company. I consider Richard's letter of choices and legacies. Tell them we're restructuring starting with the charitable foundation. Doubling the funding for single-parent support programs. Tara, already writing the press release, beams from her desk by the computer. We turn to see activity outside. I watch Adam being escorted out by federal officials through the glass walls, his beautiful suit crumpled and his mask of assurance broken at last. He draws me in and starts talking. I ran away. There are certain talks not worth having. There's something else, Dr. Collins continues, drawing yet another envelope. Your father-in-law left specific instructions about Emma's trust. It's not just money. It's a challenge. Every dollar has to be matched by community investment projects. I chuckle. At last, I grasp he made sure the legacy has to be earned, it cannot be taken. Speaking of earning, Sam says. Though personally, I think karma in the boardroom had a better ring to it. The investigative piece just went live. Corporate corruption and the price of truth. Watching Emma fall to sleep, I say, no more karma. Just forward motion, neither more revenge nor anything else. Dr. Collins looks up an eyebrow. And Adam? I close Richard's portfolio. We face justice through proper channels. I'm done messing about with his games. Evelyn stands to go, stopping at the door. For what it's worth, I think Richard chose well. Not just for the company, but for her. She points at Emma. I go to Richard's old workplace after she leaves. His nameplate still stands on the door, but shortly it will show Harrison Industries Trust Management. Inside, he is always there in every well-picked element. One last note, dated the day he passed, caught me buried in his desk calendar. Remember, power is in knowing when to stop, not in knowing when to fight. Emma wakes up seeking attention with the tenacity of her father, but happily none of his calculations. I raise her while inhaling that lovely newborn aroma. From the doorway, Sam asks, Ready to go home? Not home, I corrected him, compiling our belongings. Forward. Outside, reporters probe scandal and atonement with inquiries. Tomorrow we bring lawyers, restructuring ideas, and 1,000 choices concerning Emma's future. But right now, in this calm victory moment, I realize Richard knew all along. Sometimes the best payback is in creating something better from the ashes left behind rather than in demolishing what others created. Am I the asshole for wanting to report my doctor, Who is my sister's best friend, for telling her I'm on Vivance, a HIPAA violation? My oldest sister's lifelong best friend has been my doctor for a couple of years. Initially my doctor, Dr. A, was a colleague of hers from the same clinic, but after my doctor, Dr. A, was away on maternity leave, I temporarily switched to my sister's friend, Dr. B, as my primary physician, and it's been that way since the pandemic began and I never switched back. I have ADHD and get prescription meds for it and have been for a few years now, something I haven't shared with any of my family members for fear of backlash, since I come from a long line of type A overachievers who don't believe in ADHD and write it off as laziness. A few days ago, my siblings and I were hanging out at my sister's house watching the Matthew Perry, Diane Sawyer episode where he shares his history with substance abuse, and I made a comment about how skinny he looked during one of the seasons of Friends. My sister then, out of nowhere, says to me, "Well, it started with prescription drugs, so I hope you don't get hooked." I was instantly gripped with a feeling of absolute horror. My other siblings were confused and looking at her for further clarification, but she didn't say anything more. I spent the whole night just frozen and with a deep pit in my stomach. Later, when I found some time alone with her, I had to pry the information out of her. She had just gotten back from a girls' ski trip, and when they were extremely drunk, her friend, my Dr. B, slipped up and mentioned that she saw me recently for an increase in my dosage and basically revealed to my sister that I have been taking prescription Vivance for a few years now. I'm so livid, feel utter betrayal, and have a strong urge to report her for breaking HIPAA regulations. My sister won't stop texting and calling me about it, literally all day long, begging me not to ruin her friend's life forever after years of hard work. She's obviously worried about losing her friend, but she couldn't care less about how disrespected I feel and how my privacy was violated. And more than anything, I worry that my sister will share it with my parents and my family will never look at me or my achievements the same. ETA. A little more info. I've known Dr. B my entire life, as long as my sister has. She was my sister's friend since they were in first grade, and they've remained close, and we've hung out with our families on multiple occasions over the years. We've even gone on trips together, including my sister's bachelorette. I always looked up to her and found her cool growing up. She and my sister both have kids around the same age and they're close as well. She currently brings in the bigger chunk of the income in their family and they rely on it, and my sister keeps reminding me that I'm also ruining two innocent children's lives in the process, which is the only thing I feel guilty about. I adore those kids and they don't deserve that. But I also cannot get over how betrayed I feel. I always keep a safe distance between personal and professional relationships and would have never picked her to be my doctor had the circumstances not unfolded the way it did. She was the next best doctor and was the obvious choice because I wasn't really looking to switch to a new clinic during the pandemic. Relevant comments. OOP. On her sister's personality, Dr. B doesn't know what my sister told me yet. So far it's just been conversations between my sister and I. She's making it seem like they were so sloppy drunk that it was a slip-up and a complete one-time total accident, but I don't understand why that would even come up at all and don't believe that. My older sister flaunting sensitive info about my sibs and I is a tale as old as time. When we were kids, she would hold on to a secret she found out about one of us till the perfect moment and would thrive on dropping the bombshell to our parents during a road trip or in the interval of a great movie and ruin the entire thing. It was her thing, and I fear she hasn't fully gotten over the habit as an adult. My older sister considers herself our parent too and has always narked or used stuff as leverage against us. I used to fear her growing up and would hide my journals at my friend's house because she would snoop. Definitely lacks empathy. Update 1. Thank you for all the advice and support on my original post. After reading the feedback, I reached out to a close lawyer friend for advice as well. And he, like most of you, agreed that I should report it and to do it without informing anyone else. He said it was better for me to do it sooner to have it on record. They prefer any complaint to be filed within 180 days of when you knew that the act or omission complained of occurred. 2 days after that I reported Dr. B to OCR for violating HIPAA and Patient Safety Act and breaching my fundamental right to health information privacy. I didn't tell my sister or anyone else, but a few days later, I saw my entire family when I went home for the holidays. I hadn't heard anything back yet on my complaint, so I wasn't sure if Dr. B was aware yet, let alone tell my sister that I had reported her, so I didn't say a word. Turns out that wasn't my biggest issue at that moment though. My sister had already told my parents that I was on an extremely high dose of controlled substances. I knew my parents wouldn't take this news well, but they were far more upset about it than I could have imagined. My dad doesn't believe in ADHD and thinks it's merely an excuse for those that allow themselves to get easily distracted, especially since the age of social media. He even remarked that he noticed I was quite slow with my responses since dropping out of my chess club. Really absurd and offensive comments. I can't even remember a lot of it because I was frozen. I just sat there, nauseous and livid, with tears in my eyes, just listening to the three of them, my parents and sister, take turns going off at me. My mom wanted me to stop all medications immediately, that I'm better than this and smarter than this, and even threatened to tell your professors that you're on drugs if you leave us with no choice. But when she said that, it hit me. I had a choice. I could choose. I could choose to never have to deal with this again and to not let them treat me this way anymore. So I did. I chose to say nothing and allowed them to interpret my silence as agreeing and submitting to their ways, as I have done so many times before. And then I went to my room, chose to book a flight and pack up most of my stuff. My books would need buses of their own to be transported anywhere. The next morning, I chose to call an Uber a few hours before my flight, while they were still asleep, and flew back to my university. I chose me. In January, I found out that Dr. B had prior complaints from patients against her, and my report had opened an investigation that is currently ongoing. She's been placed on temporary leave till the case is resolved. I can't share more details on that for now, but I will come back and update once it's done. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. I also have ADHD and I studied neuroscience, partly because I wanted to understand. I also come from a family that thinks like OPs, and I got the same BS from them all my life. We now finally come to be able to make ADHD visible in MRI scans and predict the presence of symptoms with an accuracy of up to 80%. We can make visible the ways ADHD brains are different from normal brains, not in their structure but in the way they make use of it. We can see where our bodies use more oxygen and neurotransmitters, and ADHD brains are visibly different from normal ones in a way that is congruent with the symptoms. We can even tell apart the inattentive type and the hyperactive type with an accuracy of up to 75%. People who say ADHD patients are lazy and their symptoms are their own choices and character flaw are as ignorant and backwards as someone still believing the flu is caused by bad air or cancer is God's will. If this family is so smart, they are doing a really good job at remaining ignorant. With all the evidence out there, they have to really choose not to read and educate themselves and become advocates for their child and sibling, but instead actively avoid the newest scientific evidence that their opinion is stupid and they have been shitty people all along. It took me 30 years to make the step you made. Kudos on being so brave and mature while still being in college. I'm still trying to come to terms with self-doubt, imposter syndrome and depression. If you can afford it, do some therapy. Growing up in such a negative environment takes its toll even after you cut the ties. I'm proud of you. The hurdles to get to where you are today were huge and you did it all by yourself. Never forget that. Here's an article about it. This is just a small study in China, but they are happening everywhere and they all come to the same conclusion. Oop. I have tears in my eyes. I really needed to read every single thing you typed out here. I'm so tempted to send this to my family, but I don't want to interact with them right now, so I won't. I love science just as much as they do, and studying physics brings me so much purpose. I just know I need some help in staying ahead of my course and completing my assignments, and I'm finally okay with that. In the short time that I've been away from my family, I've felt so much more freedom in accepting who I am. That I am still smart and capable, and that I will still become a scientist, even if I do it my own way, and I am okay with the fact that my family doesn't approve of my choices. If they can't be bothered to listen to me, let alone attempt to learn anything about my diagnosis and try to be there for me, they aren't worth worrying over. I have spent far too much of my life doing that already. I have no more time or energy to give to that anymore. I'm channeling all of that towards me, achieving my goals and healing my trauma. Thank you for listening and for sharing. I'm so grateful for you. OP. On her family. It's their whole image. We come from a long line of scientists and many of my family members have a PhD. And as far as I know, none of them have been officially diagnosed like I have, or maybe they struggled with it secretly, but their work ethic and achievements are everything to them and they would never reveal anything that would show otherwise. It's the way we were raised and I didn't know anything else for most of my life. Anyone who couldn't pay attention was distracted in their eyes, nothing more. Commenter 2. Sad thing is, I get the feeling that you could show all of this to OP's family and it wouldn't make a bit of difference. OP. It wouldn't. You are so right. I considered it for a second, but you are so very right. I was seriously so blind for years. All I wanted was to be good enough for them. Therapy is now making me realize so many things. It's so bittersweet. My heart aches. The worst part about going no contact with your sister, missing out on getting to hang out with your niece and nephew. March 30th, 2023, 3 weeks later. I don't know how many of you have actually gone NC with your family, especially to the extent that I have currently, but I'd love to hear any advice you might have. At this point, I don't have any form of communication with my parents and older sister and haven't since December. The most awful part about this whole thing is my inability to reach out to my young niece and nephew who I'm so close to. Every year I receive a Valentine's Day card from them and this year I got none. It's incredibly lonely and I don't wish this on anyone. I'm always wondering why they think I haven't called them. As much as I'm growing and healing from this, I'm also dealing with a lot of trauma and it's rough. Relevant comments. Ope. On learning about herself. I think it's so hard for me right now because for years so much of what mattered to me was getting approval and being good enough for my family. Especially since they're all overachievers and place a lot of value in academic excellence. And to feel no support from them at a time when I could really use it. I've never felt so alone and just out of place in this world. But I'm also learning a lot about myself and how codependent I was and relied too much on their opinions to ever even form strong ones of my own. So the bright side to this is figuring myself out. Oh, on losing her sister, I've been having an extremely hard time the last few days dealing with this. I am looking forward to when I can say my life is much healthier and happier without my sister. I know it will come, but right now, I'm just experiencing so much sadness as a younger sister who looked up to my sister so freaking much. All I wanted was to be good enough for her to be proud of me or think I was worthy of her time and attention. But I'm not, and coming to terms with that is brutal. Commenter 1. It really is like grieving the death of a loved one. Therapy helps, having support helps, and being kind to yourself helps. For me, a big issue was second-guessing myself. Maybe I'm blowing things out of proportion. I should just apologize again. Those thoughts were hard to get past. Ope. I'm having those exact thoughts. I am currently in therapy and it is not easy. It seems like so much of the affection I thought I felt from my family wasn't real at all and most of it in my head. Thank you for sharing with me. It might not seem like much, but it really does help to know there are others out there dealing with similar situations. It is so hard. Commenter 2. Could I make a suggestion to you? Create an email address for them. Something like I love my nephew at Gmail and I love niece at Gmail. Then email them every time you would have sent a card or reached out. Send emails that say, Happy Valentine's Day, I miss you guys. Hey, I saw pictures, or heard through the grapevine that you did this. That's awesome and I'm proud of you. This reminded me of you today and I wanted to share. I would have the first email to the account be this is what happened between your mom and dad and I and why I'm no contact. It was never about you guys and I'm always here when you're ready to contact me. Then when they're old enough to decide for themselves, maybe 18, maybe earlier or later depending on circumstances at that point, you can give them the password OAP. This is a wonderful idea and I might actually do this. It feels like a good way to express my feelings without bottling them all up. Thank you. OAP, on trusting herself. It feels so awful to know they don't really have your best interests at heart and it's a very raw kind of pain. But you are right, I do feel more confident in my decision as each day goes by and know I did the right thing. Update 2. Thank you to every single person that has commented, reached out via DM or shared any advice with me. My ADHD and current anxiety has me extremely overwhelmed, so please excuse me for not being able to respond to each of you individually. I get quite a few questions every day about any update with the case. I'm not sure how so many of you are still finding this post, but I really appreciate everything you've said to me to help me get through this. I'm sorry I can't answer any questions right now. Please know that once I have enough to share or any real information, I most certainly will, but for now, there isn't much. The only thing I can share is that I am currently working with an attorney well versed in HIPAA violations who is handling the matter on my behalf. We have received a notice regarding the outcome of the investigation from the OCR, which I am not allowed to share yet. I'm not sure if we, along with the other patients who faced breach of privacy from the same doctor, will be suing, because that's usually the most unlikely outcome since it almost always falls on the employers rather than the doctors. I've been told we might proceed with a civil claim. There's a lot of bureaucracy involved and it seems quite complicated, so I don't have a timeline on what to expect yet. I'm just grateful to have a lawyer that knows what they're doing. Thank you for your support. It's been the most hardest and lonely period of my life and your kind words helped me get through it. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Hey, it sounds to be a good update so far. How did the situation with your family turn out? Did they contact you? I hope you're emotionally okay and have the time to heal. OP. My mom has tried to contact me a few times but I haven't answered. My dad and sister haven't. I have checked in with my other 2 siblings a few times, when I've just been so incredibly lonely that it feels like the world is ending. I am not emotionally okay at all. I'm going to therapy and getting help for it, but processing trauma is a very hard and painful process. I can't explain to you in words how it feels to have a stranger make you realize your family has never loved you at all. As much as my older sister was a bully to me, in some twisted way, she was my idol growing up and all I wanted was to make her proud of me. I never felt worthy of her time or attention back then and never did even as an adult with many achievements. And to know she would pick her friends in a heartbeat over me, it really was such a painful stab in my back. I know things will get better. I feel it in waves. I am finding confidence in little things every day. I just found out that my family cut me out of their insurance plan and I no longer have access to health coverage including my prescription meds for ADHD or therapy, both of which I really need right now. What are my options? May 24, 2023, 1 month later. I'm a full-time student under the age of 26, and my health insurance so far has been included in my family's plan under dependent coverage extension. A few months ago I went NC with my family after they found out I was on prescription Vyvanse for my ADHD, something they absolutely do not believe in, and refuse to support me. 2 weeks ago, I found out that they have taken me off their health plan and have pretty much left me to fend for myself. I haven't been able to get my meds this month and it has been awful. Since I study full-time, my only means of income is a part-time TA job on campus which is currently on hold since the semester has ended and some tutoring I do during my very limited free time. I'm struggling and on the verge of a mental breakdown and could use any advice I can get. What options do I have to get some health coverage or any assistance whatsoever? Sorry if this has been hard to read, my eyes fill up with tears anytime I try to type this out. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. What QLE did they use to drop you? Is one not required on the marketplace plans to experience a life event to drop an enrollee mid-year? OP. Dependent no longer eligible because of full independence, is what I was told. I'm currently involved in an ongoing lawsuit due to a HIPAA breach by my doctor. It's caused a major rift between my family and me since the doctor is the best friend of my older sister. Hence the NC and probably why they did this. Commenter 2. You most likely will be able to get Medicaid. Do you have a local Department of Social Services you can go to? OP. Would I be able to qualify for Medicaid independently even though my family has a high disposable income? I'm financially independent but have been on their plan my whole life until last month. I've reached out to a few that were recommended by my university but since my official address is out of state, where my parents are, I'm having to get those sorted first. Commenter 3. Make sure they're not claiming you as a dependent on their taxes still, but generally yes. It's not based on your family's income since you're not a minor and don't live with them. OP. I hadn't even considered this. I need to look up how to check if they're claiming me as a dependent. Thank you for pointing this out. My final update. Farewell and thank you for your support. I hope you read this. June 6, 2023, 2 weeks later. Hello everyone, I want to express my deepest gratitude to all of you who have reached out, offered advice or a safe space for me to be heard, and provided unwavering support during my time here. Your kindness has been a guiding light in what has been the absolute darkest time of my life. I was so incredibly lonely after making the difficult decision to go no contact with my family. However, amidst this awfully painful period that I wouldn't wish on anyone, I discovered a newfound sense of belonging provided by all of you compassionate strangers on Reddit. To those of you that were proud of me, I cried a long cry for every single time I read those words and I will carry them with me till the very end. Science is my purpose here. I will rise again and hopefully help change this world for the better someday. As I embark on a healing journey, I've decided to take a step back from here. As someone navigating ADHD, I can sometimes become overwhelmed with feedback. Therapy has taught me the importance of focusing on my mental well-being, and given the financial challenges I'm facing and ongoing legal issues, I will be working 2 jobs to make ends meet and afford the healthcare and stability I need while I'm off from school. I cannot express how much your support has meant to me, but at this time, I must prioritize my responsibilities and take care of myself. Till I'm back, I want to leave you with a quote that resonates deeply within me. Pass on the kindness of strangers, for they have the power to mend the broken and inspire the lost. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you for becoming the family I needed when I felt most alone. May your lives be overflowing with happiness, love, and success. Take care.